Fall is here and winter is coming, and you need to shop Lowe's Customs. For the ladies, there's stunning designs and colors. For the men, Lowe can make something manly to keep your insecurities in check. But wait, there's more. For you simps, there's a special simp edition, where Lowe will roll around in it, blow smoke from the finest Southern Eastern American marijuana. She'll even rub her pretty feet all over it just for you. So what are you waiting for? Shop Lowe's Customs now, exclusively on the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Let Lowe help you stay cozy and warm this season. Shop Lowe's Customs today.
Oh, this is the greatest show in the history of shows.
We brought
Oh my God.
What's up, baby? Shake it up. Let's go. Let's go.
I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but hey, this is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss, cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, bread like a speeder. Taking it deeper, and that's how it better be. Ayy, I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but hey, this is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss, cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, bread like a speeder. Taking it deeper, and that's how it better be. I never let the comparison get to me. I just remember the promises meant for me. I know the enemy and that he's sent for me. I keep the blood of the lamb as my centerpiece. I cannot trust in no crystals or energy. Look at the chemistry, it do not even mix chemically. Most of the tricks, they be gimmicks, they mimic the truth. It's poison and we got the remedy. There is a bomb, apply it, the fire can stand to the tallest of giants, the tyrant and all the suppliers are scheming and lying. They selling this dreams and we buying it. Show me the chicken, I'm frying it. Show me the dough and I'm prying it. Ain't never lacking it, so what I'm packing, he taking it, he magnifying it.
They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it. But you rose like a flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers.
I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I just know that I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. Ayy. I got the drive, the bus, the truck, the gas is stuck. I ain't the one to rely on the luck. I put in work and then he show up. I know it's fake, this shit in the reps. Ain't no regrets, I do too much. It ain't me if you saying I stunt. He calling the plays and I do what he want. This ain't a front, glory to G-O-D. It's what you could do with a mustard seed. It's what you could do when you start to believe. Take fear and you cast it inside of the sea. 100% out of me, cause he gave it all on the tee when he let it bleed. So what is you saying to me? You just insecure about the love that turned me to a beast. I take a step and I ain't turning back. He made me first cause I know that I'm last. I ain't got time for no thing in the past. Learn from it first and then I react. Hands off me, don't hold me. Get it jumping like a trampoline. All truth ain't no trolling. We in good hands, no folding.
They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it.
But God did it.
But you rose like a flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers.
I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I just know that I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it.
Drake knows the business. It's all about the singles. Damn, what happened?
Now you got me like in my Ja Rule kind of mode, John Galt. Like just talk about like rap music. One of my favorite songs of Ja Rule was "Put It On Me." I die if you ain't with me. So baby girl, put it on me. What would I do without you? I only think about you. I was tired and lonely. So baby girl, put it on me, on me.
10 more seconds and Ja Rule get a screen for this. Keep going.
Who would I be without my baby? Without alone might break me. I don't wanna go crazy. So every thug needs a lady, lady.
I think Ja Rule just got paid for that way.
All right, and we are back like we never left because we never do. So welcome back, people. Welcome back. We're back. So John sent in a story at the end of the last stream, and he wanted us to connect it to the migrants. So I wanted to read and go through a couple of stories about the illegals, and then we will get to John's the article that he sent in for us to talk about. And my brain isn't, working the best, so I might not be able to tie it in really good, but we will see if I am capable of making the connection. So I have an article up for you guys. We're going to go ahead and talk about Haiti and Haitians and all of that, because we like talking about those folks. And we actually had an interview with Misty this morning. She was actually on the news quite a bit. And she's very passionate about those Haitians being all over the place out there. And she's not happy. And apparently a lot of other residents aren't happy. But the only people that actually seem to be happy are the Black people. So funny, isn't it? Meanwhile, in Haiti, the Haiti leader suffers embarrassing mishap after demanding reparations and respect during speech at the United Nations. What I have to say to that is, Negro, please. Negro, please. Reparations and respect. Take your people back, sir. Take your people back. All right, so this is Edgar LeBlanc Villas demands reparations during the UN speech before having an accident. What kind of accident? Let's look at him. He looks like it's time for some Depends, maybe.
Absolutely not. Not. You're right.
It looks like it. He could be on his way. Maybe he had a Biden accident. Maybe he pooped himself. Who knows?
Maybe, or I think he most likely did.
Oh my goodness! Look at who it is.
Oh my goodness! Look good.
Ooh.
Oh.
Ooh. Ooh.
Ooh. It's fun because since y'all are both here,
Yeah.
if y'all don't mind if I take a detour before getting into that, because I've been waiting for this moment for today.
Okay.
Oh.
I really have. Y'all have no idea. So I have two things. Let me go ahead and pull up the first one. Sorry,
we should do a wall of, before you do, as you do that, I want to say we should pull up a wall of HB2N sounds. He goes,
I
oop,
know.
oop, or yeah.
Or whenever he says, but nah. Yeah. Yes. Which one? Nah. But I mean,
but yeah.
yeah.
All right.
And so let's see. As you are both, Chicago and all of that. I wonder if you guys have heard about this. Shout out to Universal Jones. I thought this was great whenever he sent it to me. We won't watch the whole thing, but we're going to watch a little bit of it. Have y'all been here before?
Taking you to a bakery that gets you in the door with its unique name and glazed soak butt cakes.
That's right. Pookie Crack Cakes in Bronzeville has become a dessert phenomenon, selling 600 cakes each day. That is a lot of cakes. Jackie Kostak.
Jackie, good morning. Hi.
Mugo,
I've never been here.
Good morning to you. It is a wonderful morning.
Have y'all ever been to Pookie Crack Cakes before?
Nah, but what I will say about this place is they promote this place on the news every other month. They always
Really?
yeah, in Chicago, like, you know, I follow all the Chicago news media and stuff.
Uh-huh.
They promote this store every other month. You know, me as a, you know, a black man with dignity, I would never go to Pookie Crack anywhere. You know, but
With dignity.
you know, I mean, it's not a lot of dignity, but I have some, you know.
No, it is the way you said it. But yes, you're right, HB. Listen, if it's in Bronzeville, it's definitely nigger owned. You know, how can I? So Bronzeville used to be really nice. I don't know how it is now. It might still be nice. I don't know, but it's still the hood. It's still predominantly black, and they always try brand new black businesses there. And so I'm not surprised that this is where a store like this landed. But no, I can't say that I've ever been to Pookie's Crack Cakes, or PCC is probably what they call it.
Yeah, nah, the news loves promoting this place, blacks, because I think they just kind of get off on being able to say Pookie Crack Cakes on live TV. You know, they love it. They love it.
Oh, Negroes, white people.
So we're gonna let me make sure I have this Pookie Crack Cakes. I didn't have this ready.
I wonder if Get Crack is a silent investor of this place. I don't know.
He might be.
Well, apparently they sell a lot of cakes, and whenever I got this email and I saw it, I was like, oh yeah, I need HB and Blacks at the same time, because this is hilarious. I mean, something called Pookie, you know.
Wait, wouldn't this be insane if John, Get Crack, and Kimmy Cakes were all owners of this place and we didn't know?
Because John is the Pookie, Crack is Get Crack, and Cakes is Kimmy. I got it.
That is hilarious.
And everybody gets a free ball peen hammer with every 10 cakes you order.
It's crazy because it's supposed to be bunt cakes, but it doesn't seem like that's the case. But let y'all see like the first couple of minutes.
All right, cool.
Out here on the south side in Bronzeville, we're outside of Pookie Crack Cakes. As they say right on the board here, it says one bite and you're addicted. They also have long lines out the door basically every day. They don't open until 11 o'clock this morning. Jasmine's been sitting out here for the last few minutes. Jasmine, good morning to you.
Hello, good morning.
Okay, you drove about 45 minutes this morning from South Holland just to get your taste of your...
She brought a lawn chair like she was...
I thought she was in one of those I thought she was in one of those motorized wheelchairs. How come the white lady looked like she was about to be accosted when she pointed up at the arm? She's like, and then pointed up real quick, like she was about to get jab smacked. It's weird. Anyway,
she brought her tail.
She's waiting out front like it's a new PlayStation 5 or something, man.
She is.
Yeah, she brought her tailgating chair like she's about to go watch the Bears.
Well, how many chins do you see, HB?
Wait, you said how many chins?
Yes, how many chins?
Oh, man, she got more chins than China over there, man.
All right, press play.
First Pookie Crack Cake. What are you going to dive into today?
Red velvet, caramel, praline, Oreos, basically all of them.
Basically, and how'd you hear about it?
My hairstylist that does my hair, Jazzy Braids, and Oak Line. Yes.
Okay, amazing. What is your expectation for what it's going to taste like?
$1 million out of 100.
Oh, $1 million out of 100. Okay, that's a good one. That's a good one. Jasmine, I hope that it exceeds your expectations as it does for nearly everyone. Shandell and Doug here this morning. Good morning, guys. Good morning. It's been a party here all morning. And back here, Deidre Simmons is the owner. She's the one who started this all in 2014. Deidre, good morning to you. What are you whipping up now?
Good morning. Right now, I'm glazing the Pineapple Paradise, which is another top seller. It is a pineapple day because we alternate between this one and the peach cobbler cake. And the people will be pouring in specifically for this cake today. It's a pineapple day.
It is a pineapple day. It's a pineapple Friday. I love that. You guys sell out every single day. You make about 600 cakes a day, and you make them in small batches like this. Why do you think you have been so successful in the fact that everyone is like lining up down the street to get their hands on this cake?
I just think that people can tell how much love and effort I put into the cake.
Yeah.
You can taste it in the quality of the cake. You can taste it in the product. And I think that's what sets me apart. And I think that's what keeps the people coming back because they tell their friends and their family and people just keep coming back. And
Okay, although she said that this is supposed to be a bundt cake, are you guys impressed? Do y'all think y'all would go try out the cake?
Nope.
Nope.
And the irony isn't lost on me that here's this petite white woman going to the hood to look at a cake shop, and right in front of it is this whale of a woman sitting in a lawn chair, and she's not even standing up. She's just sitting in a lawn chair. You know, it'd be one thing if she was standing too and perhaps burning the calories to earn these cakes she's about to eat. She's sitting and waiting on the cake. Man, dude, there's so many. There's a joke somewhere in that, and the cognitive dissonance is real, man. That says so much about Black. Oh, that says so much about Black culture.
Well, this is who we owe it to. What's up, Universal?
Universal Jones, the man, the myth, the legend.
Greetings, everybody. I seen the Pookie crack cakes. I had to cam up. I had to come on and say, I'm glad Blacks, right when I hopped on, you were explaining the irony in the whole thing.
Oh,
When
you
I
got
seen
it
that,
too. Okay.
when I seen that, I was like, I have to send this to Portia. And Portia, you could tell that what did I put into the subject of the email? I said, this is for HB and for Blacks. You got it, sir.
Yeah, yes. So
I told him you sent it to me.
Oh,
you got that irony.
it was for you too, Portia. You know, I'm always here to help with the content, whatever you need.
Dude, have you ever been to Bronzeville Universal?
No, but I've been to Chicago a few times, but not to Brownsville.
Okay, cool. West side or south side?
I've been on the south side, and I was recently up north in the bougie area.
What, like near Evanston?
Lincoln. Is it called not Lincoln Park? What is it
Lincoln
called?
Park.
Yeah, Lincoln Park. Yes.
Okay, but on the south side, do you know where you were on the south?
I was in the hood, man. I don't know where I was at, man.
Okay, so what I mean by like, do you have like a street number? You know, we do street numbers out there. 79th, 61st,
Yeah.
45th.
I was on like 72nd or 73rd or something like that.
Were you nearer the lakefront or were you far away from the lakefront?
No, I was not near the lakefront.
All right, so you were on southwest side of Chicago. Got it.
Most likely.
Okay, cool. All right, because you're not too far away from the low end, where the Pookie Bundt Cakes is, because it is Pookie Bundt Cakes. That's around 35th and King Drive. If it's in Bronzeville, it's on King Drive. And or around on King Drive or roundabouts, and that's around like from 40th on down till about 29th or 27th Street, and that's Bronzeville because it's near Bronzeville is near the McCormick Place. The McCormick Place is a convention center, so yeah, It's around there.
Yeah.
Come on, man. You know, Pookie's Buckets. I'll never go. Just to be honest, I'll never go.
You'll be fighting off that crowd, man. You see that lady? She wanted like every flavor cake they had.
That lady said
She was
Oreo,
ready.
pineapple. She said praline. This woman went down, ran the gambit. Man,
Well, she drove 45 minutes.
she came from Oak Lawn, right? Oak Lawn. Oak Lawn is a Chicago suburb. It's a South Chicago suburb, southwest. So further west, you'd have to go beyond a street called Pulaski on the south side, and you just keep going, and you'll most likely hit Oak Lawn, and that's like 87th and something. But yeah, man, Chicago. That's Chicago.
Well, I have one more for y'all since HB is back. And this is about...
HB, you going to Pookie's Crack Cakes, man? You going?
Absolutely not. If I never go back to Chicago, it'll be too soon. Too soon, man.
It sounds just like, it's so funny. I thought it was funny when you said, ever since the vid came out, you said you've been planning your getaway.
Bro, I'm telling you, after COVID, it really made me look at Chicago completely different. I was like, yo, this is all it takes for everybody to turn into monkeys. I had to get up.
That's it, bro.
It was crazy.
I keep getting people saying, but Chicago's so beautiful. And I'm like, yeah, it's a beautiful turd. It sure is. But it's still a turd. Still stinks. I'm good. I'll stay away.
Yeah, I would say probably the most beautiful turd in the world.
It is. Look, yeah. I took it for complete granted when I lived there. I mean, I was downtown every day in my early 20s. Downtown, just down perusing, working, and seeing things be built. Downtown's a little different now, but I'm glad I don't live there anymore, man. I just couldn't take it anymore. Like, I'm out of there. Yeah.
All right, so I have another video that I wanted to play for you guys. And it says Providence man gets life for deadly drive-by shooting. And I want you guys to tell me if you notice anything at all. I don't have any commentary for this, so I'm just going to play it. And if you notice anything, just let me know.
And will spend the rest of his life in prison for the drive-by shooting death of a Pawtucket man 3 years ago.
12 News reporter Alex Torres Perez goes over what his loved ones had to say before the sentencing. Alex?
Mike and Shannon, Leonardo Tavares' loved ones asked us not to show their faces as they gave emotional impact statements in court today. Their pain and heartbreak still felt years after the murder.
I wish this never happened. If I could go back and change the entire time.
But now Jacqueline Rodriguez will have to spend the rest of his life in prison thinking about his actions on May 15th, 2021.
The day my heart shattered into pieces.
Pawtucket police say Rodriguez was the one to pull the trigger after noticing Leonardo Tavares driving through the city. Investigators say the shooting was targeted and part of a gang feud, but families still can't make sense of it.
They say time helps heal, but I don't think this is possible. 3 years later, and when that day replays in my head, the hurt still feels the same. The suffocation I felt when I got the news comes back. The stabbing sensation I feel in my heart comes back just as strong.
They describe Leo as a loving and loyal person who put his family, especially his mother and son, first.
If you were part of his life, he would do everything in his power to make sure you were good.
But the grief goes beyond Leo's family into the entire Cape Verdean community.
He didn't just break one heart, he broke many. There's a saying that all Cape Verdeans are related. So the defendant, he didn't just hurt Leo's family, he hurt his own family as well.
Something Rodriguez agrees with.
I'm sorry beyond my words.
And justice is still not done for Leo's family. The second suspect is still in the middle of court proceedings. Todd Alicia had a hearing scheduled for today, but it was continued until next month. Reporting in studio, I'm Alex Torres Perez, 12 News.
The man who pulled the trigger in a deadly drive-by shooting in Pawtucket 3 years ago will spend the rest of his life in prison. 12 News reporter Alex Torres.
So did you guys notice anything?
Keep playing it, Portia. Keep playing it. I noticed it, but I need confirmation. Keep playing it.
Perez goes over the sentencing and what the victims' loved ones had to say today. Alex?
Well, Mike, the murder trial was actually supposed to begin today, but the suspect took a plea deal, sparring Leonardo Tavares' loved ones of having to relive his final moments. However, the family asked us not to show their faces because the pain is still too much to bear. Jacqueline Rodriguez will spend the rest of his life in prison after Pawtucket police say he pulled the trigger in a targeted drive-by shooting that killed.
Can I start with a question on this one?
Yeah, go ahead.
What do y'all think his street name is? Lil Rod? What do y'all think his name is?
Bubbles the Clown. They got circus sideshow acts committing murders now. It's insane. This guy belongs in a circus somewhere. He should be placed.
BB gun. I don't know.
BB gun. Little pop out.
Munchkin the man. I don't
Snub nose.
Yeah, snub nose.
Yeah, there we go. That's it. So we're gonna talk about snub nose.
Snub
Now,
nose.
do you as the drive-by? What's going on? What type? Well, let's start with the vehicle. What vehicle was he in for the drive?
In a clown car. I told you he's a circus slideshow. This dude had to have been in a Festiva or one of them damn. What's that thing called? Those European cars?
Oh, not a Fiat. Is it a Fiat?
A Beetle?
No.
Oh no, a Beetle's good though.
Yeah, no, the little one. It's not a Fiat. Is it a Fiat?
I think that is a Fiat.
No. He was in one of them little Coopers. Those
Cooper. Oh my God. He could be in a Kia Soul. Those are kind of small.
Cooper Mini. Yeah, he's in the Cooper Mini. Yeah, that's what he was in.
A Cooper Mini.
Or a Vespa, something.
Damn.
All right. So we got Snub Nose in the Cooper Mini. Now, was he sitting or standing as he was busting shots up to the
Damn. He had to find the only phone books in the city just to commit a crime, man. So he can sit up. That's great, man.
Yeah, that's the point. They don't even make phone books no more.
Damn, that's a good point. He had a booster seat.
Did he? Never mind.
Yeah, let's play some more of this.
I'm crying real tears right now. This is amazing.
Yeah. Somebody said it earlier though too. Stank D said they're gonna pass homie around like a Fifi. Yeah, he's about to get violated.
Oh Lord.
He's about to get violated in there, man. They about to do homie dirty. Portia, can you play some more? I think Portia walked away, you guys. Hold on a second.
Life in prison after Pawtucket police say he pulled the trigger in a targeted drive-by shooting that killed Leonardo Tavares 3 years ago. Police believe it was part of a gang feud, but loved ones say Leo was a loving and loyal person who was working to better himself for his family, especially his mother and son.
The community has lost someone who was on a path for change, someone whose story could have inspired others, but now we're left with pain of what could have been.
Leo's nonviolence teacher says she was devastated and broken by his death.
Despite my efforts, I couldn't protect him from. I couldn't protect him from the violence that claimed his life. You didn't just kill him, you killed Pata and everyone that loved him, everyone whose lives he touched. You really shattered our world.
She pleads for Rodriguez to spend his time in prison to change.
Maybe something good can come from this tragedy.
Rodriguez has spent his time at the ACI reflecting on those actions and had this to say to the family.
I'm sorry beyond my words. I wish this never happened. If I could go back and change any time, I would. And I just apologize.
Rodriguez does have the possibility of parole, but justice is still not done for the victim's family. A second suspect is still in the middle of court proceedings, and they have a hearing set for next month. Reporting live in studio, I'm Alex Torres Perez, 12 News.
Now that's Latinos for Trump's little cousin. So
Hey,
have fun.
I wonder if his name was Muggsy Bow. Bow.
Bow.
Muggsy Bow.
Me no black boppy. Me
Ooh,
bust shots.
child. Ooh, child. Ooh, child.
What's up, T?
If T would have song, should have been ooh, child.
Ooh, child. It's T. Hey, T.
You got that good hair too, T.
So my question is, what I'm concerned about is it fair, given the things that we hear that happens in prison, does he have a disadvantage?
I mean, yeah. The dude who he killed probably made fun of him, called him a munchkin or something, and they retaliated. Got get back.
A munchkin. Okay.
Yeah.
So we draw that.
I think that's how tall here for the T is actually. She might be like a little bit taller than him.
You should get a half life sentence just for that.
This is a good case to he is a vertically challenged man, and he's being charged as an adult. They probably should charge him as a minor, honestly.
Put him in juvie.
Yeah, but no, it's gonna be rough for him in prison. He's probably gonna have to be in solitaire. But luckily, he's so short. He might be able to he might be able to duck under the bars and escape.
Because I just figure it's like I'm concerned about like what they might do to him.
They gotta dig him out.
Like what type of abuse does this little man have to?
Yeah, they're gonna have him in a
spit roast.
They're gonna have him in a they're gonna have him in the fuck nigga fashion shows.
My God, I'll be right. Give me a second.
Yeah, I just thought that I might share that with y'all, and I'm glad you came up because
He's gonna be somebody's little demon. Man, I feel bad for that man. The thing for him though is gonna be shower time. That's gonna be the trickiest space for him is showers.
You see, that's weird. I didn't get that far, but yeah, that's rough. Like I feel bad for the guy.
Yeah, I don't feel bad for him at all. I mean
he killed someone, but it's just like
he's a murderer. He's a cold-blooded murderer. I don't feel bad for him. You saw he was looking at the mama while she was crying and stuff. He was looking like your son deserved it, bitch. What are you crying for? You know what your son was into.
Wow. Okay, well, yeah, that's what that was. So I wanted to make sure I got those off, but I would like to keep up with like some other stories that I have that are also not political. Okay, so have y'all heard about Naomi Campbell? What happened with her?
Oh no. What's up with Naomi Campbell? I haven't heard.
Naomi Campbell, who T says that midgets are pretty strong. So I've heard. So hopefully he can do something to defend himself.
Oh child.
Ooh, child. Naomi Campbell disqualified from being a charity trustee in England for 5 years. Charity money spent in luxury hotels, spa treatments, room service, and even cigarettes. Here she is. Here's Naomi with her contacts that she always has in. Controversial former British supermodel Naomi Campbell is now barred from being a charity trustee in England and Wales for 5 years after a 3-year investigation by the UK's Charity Commission. This comes after the 2 decades-old poverty charity was deemed yesterday to have been poorly governed with inadequate financial management. The Charity Commission investigation into the financial activities of Fashion for Relief found multiple instances of misconduct and/or mismanagement and discovered that only 8.5% of the charity's overall expenditure went on charitable grants in a 6-year period from 2016. So it looks like Naomi was just you know, just doing what everyone else does.
Yeah, it's I think this is like a win-win for society though, because obviously if she's stealing money from charity, she probably don't got it like that. So I'm foreseeing OnlyFans or Pornhub in her future. And I think that's a win-win.
Oh wow. Okay, wow.
Yeah, but I mean she's a piece of shit. That's pretty low. Honestly, that's pretty low. Stealing from charity, stealing from cancer patient kids. Like come on.
So it says, for example, it said that thousands of pounds worth of charity funds were used to pay for a luxury hotel stay in France for Campbell, as well as spa treatments, room service, and even cigarettes. The regulator sought explanations from the trustees, but said no evidence was provided to back up their explanation that hotel costs were typically covered by a donor to the charity, therefore not costing the charity. Campbell has stated that she is extremely concerned by the findings of the regulator in that an internal investigation was underway. I was not in control of my charity. I put the control in the hands of a legal employer, she said in response to a question from the AP after being named a Knight in France's Order of Arts and Letters at the country's culture ministry for her contribution to French culture. We are investigating to find out what and how, and everything I do and every penny I ever raise goes to charity. I guess whenever you're a Naomi Campbell and you have a charity, you don't know where the money goes. Is that right? Or
Yeah, I mean that's what she's claiming, but I mean, I think she's a supermodel, former supermodel. Nobody really wants to pay to see an old lady model too much these days. So, I think just that money dried up, and she's got to use what she can to get what she wants. And it's unfortunate, but at least she's not doing prison time because I think that's a little bit. Taking it a little too far. But
well, she probably wasn't in a place like the UK anyhow. So
yeah.
They're very light on punishment there.
Yeah.
The UK's Charity Commission registers and regulates charitable entities in England and Wales. It also found that the fellow trustee Bianca Helmick received around £290,000 of unauthorized funds for consultancy services, which was in breach of the charity's constitution. Helmick has been disqualified as a trustee for 9 years, while the other trustee, Veronica Chow, was barred for 4 years. Trustees are legally required to make decisions that are in their charity's best interest and to comply with their legal duties and responsibilities, said Tim Hopkins, Deputy Director for Specialist Investigations and Standards. Our inquiry has found that the trustees of this charity failed to do so, which has resulted in our action to disqualify them. The charity, which was founded in 2005 in the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina in New Orleans, was dissolved and removed from the Register of Charities earlier this year. On its website, which is still active, the charity said that it presented fashion initiatives and projects in New York, London, France, Moscow, Mumbai, and Ceylon, raising more than $15 million for good causes around the world. $15 million for good causes around the world. What does that mean? What is a good cause?
Yeah, I think all of those charity foundations are scams. It's a good scam though. I think maybe we should get into that.
What should we do?
Do charity.
What would our charity be called?
Maybe find a cure for autism or AIDS or something and then just pocket the money.
Well, not AIDS, because they've already done that. But
oh yeah. It's crazy. I actually saw a PrEP billboard in Texas. I didn't think I'd see one down here. Yeah.
I mean, we do have the highest population of people in the country.
Yeah.
Did you saw it today?
I think it was either today or yesterday. I can't remember. But yeah, I was like, huh, kind of,
This must be, huh?
huh.
Interesting. Very interesting. Maybe it was yesterday, because that sounds more like a further away thing.
No. I think pretty sure it was in Fort Worth. But so all right.
Sounds,
Yeah.
different. So,
Yeah.
But so you said autism, but I'm also considering Down syndrome, and so like if we have charity,
Ooh, yeah. Down
like
syndrome.
cure it. But like I'm also
Ooh. How about one to end poverty? That's always a good one. In poverty. Yeah.
well, if you're in poverty, who are you going to be able to go walk up to, or whenever you're bragging about certain things, you can't say you broke now. So
Yeah, no. I'm saying that could be our charity to end poverty. We could get people to donate to end poverty, and then just take all the money. Because technically, compared to Bill Gates, I'm in poverty, technically.
So basically, to end our poverty, just
Yeah. We're not millionaires. Yeah.
people are actually poor.
Yeah, it's poverty. It's broad term poverty.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty poor in comparison to Elon Musk. So
Yeah. He's got 13 kids. It's crazy.
Yeah, it is. But I mean, I still like the Down syndrome one because they look funny. So I would be, like, how can we fix that? Because like you can tell before you give birth to a Down syndrome baby. So like, what?
Yeah.
You could do research for, but like, what would you call it? Like, turn it upside down. I don't know.
Yeah. I actually maybe like 2-3 days ago I deleted the TikTok app because I finally deleted it, but there was this really hot Down syndrome girl, and I was just like, all right, this is enough. Enough is enough. I fucking deleted the app. Like this is this is
So bad. Like, were you worried? Like, if somebody ever saw that, that's what
yeah, and just that they were promoting it, because it wasn't like I searched it; it just popped up, and I'm like, all right, you guys really got a hot Down syndrome girl twerking. This is evil.
But the thing is that, like, even though like they promoted it and it popped up, like you weren't looking for it, you went ahead and followed her anyways, right?
No, Portia. I think you missed the first part of the story. I deleted the app. I was
so you did it after you saw that, but I thought that you maybe entertained it.
No. I was highly disgusted. It was really sick. I think it's one thing to make charities off of people with Down syndrome, but I think it's another thing to sexualize them. I think that's sick.
So do you believe that they don't deserve to have rights? Like they can't?
No. It was just like, I'm sorry, but you can't have Down syndrome and be sexy at the same time. It's just nah.
I mean, but like I'm kind of thinking, like, the more that you talk about this, I'm inclined to believe that's more of a you problem and less of a them problem. You know what I mean?
I mean, it's not like I got turned on by it, and if I did, like,
you just said it was sexy. So I mean, you had a,
I mean, she was sexy, but that's not the point. She had Down syndrome.
Yeah, like her eyes really droopy, or were they like?
Yeah, she had like the tiny mouth and the droopy eyes, and kind of
like the big fish cheeks, like one of those.
Blowfish,
Yeah.
And I just, I was like, you know what, Trump was right. TikTok is definitely from China, and they're evil. It's a fucking evil algorithm.
Yeah, I can't even believe that happened to you. I'm actually, wow.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
Are you okay? It sounds traumatic. I mean, to be on an app, and I don't have social media, but I've heard that on TikTok.
Yeah. Nah, it was
a Down syndrome girl twerking and
Yeah, it was very disturbing. You know, there's just certain things that I don't want to be exposed to, and I think a hot Down syndrome girl twerking, you know, I don't want to be exposed to that. You know,
I'm
I think
glad
that's
you
cool.
avoided that. I mean, that sounds like a healthy thing to do, but like, do you
Yeah,
feel you need to talk to somebody about it? Like, are you going to be able to be okay? Or
yeah. I think I'm gonna ask my girl to maybe we could do some Down syndrome role playing, and later on, I think I'm gonna ask her to act retarded for me so I can.
do you believe that what you just did was appropriate?
Let's move on to the next story, Portia. Let's move.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker, give me a.
Okay, the next story that we have, we are going to talk a little bit about E. Diddy there. E. Diddy. It looks like he is ready to sing like a canary. And this news came out today. So we have Sean Diddy Combs can't wait to testify in explosive federal sex trafficking trial, says lawyer. Look at him. Look at Diddy. You know, whenever he did that apology. Hip-hop mogul Sean Diddy Combs is prepping for a high-stakes gamble as he faces federal charges of sex trafficking, racketeering, and transportation for the purposes of prostitution. Combs, 54, is ready to take the stand in his own defense. According to his attorney, Mark Agnifilo, in a shocking revelation previewed. What is this? Okay, sorry, my do not disturb just disturbed me. I have to turn it back on. All right, so in a shocking revelation previewed in the TMZ documentary, The Downfall of Diddy Indictment. So Jesus Christ. I'm not sure if you all have heard about this. Maybe you have, maybe you haven't, but this is a thing. And if you are on Hulu, you may watch it today. Downfall of Diddy, drugs, lies, and freak-offs. It's already out. These people wasted no time, huh? All right, so the documentary, which delves into the damning allegations against the rap icon, claims that Combs is eager. He's eager to tell his side of the story, despite the enormous legal risk involved. The lawyer, while acknowledging the dangerous game his client is playing, insists that there's no one better equipped to defend Combs than Combs himself. He's looking forward to it. It's a story of love, hurt, and heartbreak, and Diddy can't wait to tell it to the jury. But this is no ordinary trial. Combs' decision to testify opens him up to cross-examination by federal prosecutors who are likely to bring up a long list of salacious and disturbing allegations. According to the unsealed federal indictment, Combs is accused of leading a decade-plus criminal enterprise that facilitated the exploitation and abuse of women. Combs is accused of using threats, intimidation, and violence to coerce women into engaging in sexual acts at his infamous freak-off parties. These events allegedly featured commercial sex workers, and in some cases, women were transported across the state lines for sole purpose of being sexually exploited. Prosecutors allege that Combs electronically recorded these encounters and used the footage as blackmail to control his victims, threatening to release it if they did not comply with his demands. Now, HB, I have a question for you. Do you believe that they are going to have this trial air on live TV like they did R. Kelly and Bill Cosby?
Well, it's in New York, so I doubt it. I think New York is kind of closed when it comes to publications, live publications. I think R. Kelly's was in LA, or either LA or Chicago. I can't remember. So I don't think so. I don't think so. But I think everything will be open to the public besides, footage and things of that nature. New York is pretty good at keeping things under wrap. But yeah, this is I'm still kind of on the fence about this Diddy situation because you know um I think flying a girl out for sex, that's there's I'm pretty sure there's guys in the chat who flown girls out for sex. It's not the craziest things. I'm sure it's some women in the chat who've guys probably paid for their their flight just so they could have sex. Does that mean that they were sex trafficked? I don't know. I think sex trafficking is a little bit more extreme. I'm kind of on the fence about this. Like, is Diddy really a monster? Or is he just a really freaky nigga? I don't know.
Yeah, because I was watching something the other day and they said, since when did being freaky or nasty, since when was that illegal? Um, like he didn't kill anybody or something like that. Like I said,
Yeah, he didn't, and that's the thing too. Even if he was making threats, like, who did he kill? Why? Where are these dead women? Where's the trail of dead hookers? Usually if a man is actually violent in that sense, there would be a trail of hookers, dead hookers. So, just because you got a gun laying around doesn't mean you're dangerous. I don't know. That's why I'm kind of, I think there's more to this. I think there is definitely a money aspect too. Lawyers are a lot of times they're like politicians where they're all working together behind the scenes. They know Diddy's got money. They know he's a freak. Let's exploit him. Let's all make a bag. The media is all in on it. They've been pushing Diddy for 25 years. Everybody can make money off of this situation. So I think it's more of a money grab than anything actually done wrong. But Diddy's going to speak for himself, so we'll get to see. He's going to represent himself. So, yeah.
speaks. It says the criminal enterprise that he allegedly ran extends far beyond himself, as you just said. And it says prosecutors say that Combs relied on employees from his sprawling business empire, including high ranking executives, security personnel, personal assistants, and household staff to facilitate his abuses. These, these employees reportedly help arrange travel, stock hotel rooms for encounters, and locate the women targeted for exploitation. They also allegedly help cover up Combs' crimes. He has pleaded not guilty to the charges, which is kind of crazy, but okay. According to the DOJ, Diddy has been charged with one count of racketeering conspiracy, which carries a maximum sentence of life. One count of sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, which carries a maximum sentence of life in prison and mandatory minimum sentence of 15 years in prison. And one count of transportation for purposes of prostitution, which carries a maximum sentence of 10 years in prison. So if he gets convicted, he is what? Done. So have you seen any of the images of the evidence?
No, I haven't. Portia. I haven't.
Okay.
I would like to see the evidence, though.
Okay, so let's pull that up for you. So, what do you think? Do you think that he'll be found guilty?
Well, more than likely, but do I think he's guilty? I don't think so. I don't think he's really guilty of anything. I just think he's a really freaky nigga. He's into freaky things. I think everybody involved was were adults, as long as there weren't children involved. But I'm pretty sure everybody was an adult. I just think, Diddy's freakiness knows no bounds, and I think that's really the issue here. But I also, I think John played the video of some lawyer talking about it when Diddy settled with Cassie behind the scenes for 30 million. I think that was the blood in the water right there. Everybody knew that, okay, there must be more to this situation. If he's willing to settle, he really doesn't want this to come out. So I think that's I think that's really what it is. But I don't believe there was any actual sex trafficking. I think Diddy was paying for men and women to fly out to these sex parties, and they were all willing participants, and he recorded it because that's even why, even for Trump paying for that prostitute, me personally, I think it's unbecoming for a man to pay for sex. However, I do think that as long as everybody's willing and everybody wants to, then I don't think there's an issue with it. And then too, like, so many women, they're all about get the bag, break that nigga, get his money. If a nigga don't got a check, he ain't gonna get the neck. All types of shit women say. Nigga ain't got the bills, he ain't gonna get the kill.
Sorry guys, I'm in and out of meetings. What are we talking about?
Nigga ain't got the cash, nigga can't get the splash. You know what women say.
What's that? He ain't got the cash. He ain't gonna slash.
You know what they. So it's just weird that when you got a nigga like Diddy who's willing to pay you, now it's an issue.
What are we talking about?
Just this whole Diddy. Portia asked Portia asked, do I think he's going to be found guilty? I think he's going to be found guilty, but do I think he is guilty? No, I don't think he's guilty. I think everybody involved were adults, and just because he flew some woman out or flew some man out, that's no different than, the hood rat getting flown out to Atlanta by some baller.
Hey, I agree.
So I know it's small, but I was trying to find one that showed the officers in here. So this is a short, so let's watch this. Let me see if I can get it. I guess that's as good as it's gonna get. So as you can see here, and these are huge bottles.
Yeah, those are like gallon bottles of baby oil. I didn't even know it came in that increment,
Well, I guess whenever you're rich, anything can come however you want it,
Yeah. Surprised he didn't have like a barrel of baby oil. Yeah, that's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting. Yeah, I but I always say, this is men, when you pay for sex, this is always this is what, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but Lasagna Killer has been missing. He's been MIA. And I think guys who pay for pussy, eventually it's going to backfire, because I do think it is a immoral thing. Now, am I mad at guys who do it? I'm not mad at them. But I think when you purposefully do immoral things and you glorify it, it's going to end badly for you. No matter how rich you are, no matter how powerful you are. Don't pay for pussy. Don't do it.
Yeah, it's just one of these things like how, I mean, because like typically in prostitution, if you get caught, in the act, like both parties are in trouble, but it's just like, it's just him.
Yeah.
But we know that these women were soliciting, they were soliciting themselves. We know that.
Yeah.
We haven't heard anything about a child. Well, I mean, I know they're saying like, like 17-year-olds and 18-year-olds, but
Yeah, but then even with that, what's the age of consent?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like wherever it took place. I mean,
yeah,
I'm just thinking like, I just don't like for 18-year-old girls and stuff like that. That just like, okay, I dropped out, I ran off, I ran away. I was in Miami, I was in LA, I was in New York, and I was trying to come up. And what is a way that girls without a direction, how are they going to come up?
they're gonna sell coochie, and I mean, that's. I just think this is ultimately it's gonna hurt. This is just gonna hurt the thought culture, because a lot of guys are seeing that even if you pay a whore for some money or for some sex, she's still gonna snitch on you. So there's not even any honor amongst thoughts anymore. It's like,
that's crazy, because it's just like the girls who actually do this for a living and they depend on this income. Why would you be so indignant to a point to where you want to, because Cassie said something, now you want to say something.
Yeah.
Because she got this big payout, now you want, this payout.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be a shit show though, and I think it is gonna be very entertaining once we find out who's involved and who did what and how deep this rabbit hole really goes. I think it's gonna be very interesting. This may be the downfall of Hollywood altogether. You might see some of your favorite actors there, and then what? Yeah, just imagine you seeing Beyonce there getting a train ran on her. Like, how are you gonna look at Beyonce now?
Well, I did see something where it says, that it said that they were like talking about leaving each other alone or something like that. But
Who, Beyonce?
Yeah, her and Jay-Z, but
yeah, and that, I think you're gonna see a lot of people breaking up very shortly because of this is going to trial. And I remember I saw a video of Fred from Making the Band. He said the infamous cheesecake that the band had to go walk miles in New York for, that cheesecake wasn't even for Diddy. It was actually for Beyonce. And she was in the same hotel as Diddy at that time. So you got to ask yourself, if Diddy's arranging men to go get Beyonce cheesecake, what else was Diddy arranging men to do with Beyonce?
That's true. Well, this has been floating around since this is who you were talking about. Of course, I don't remember this. I haven't seen this. There's a lot of stuff I'll be trying to hold off before watching it, so I can watch it with you guys. Let's see. Give me 1 second to make sure I add this. So this says that in this video that Diddy actually gave Jay-Z some love taps on his bottom. So let's take a look.
We got, hey.
You can get down, nigga. You can get down. It's all good.
This a real special moment, ain't it?
Come on, you can get some, nigga.
This a real special moment,
Let's
ain't
go.
it? Hey.
Bought more jewelry.
Yeah, more Louis V. My mama couldn't get through to me. You and me. I'm just saying how I feel, man. I ain't one of the. I guess the money should have changed them. I guess I should have forgot where I came from. Wait till I get my money right. Suicide door. This is my life, homie, you decide. They say I'm told with so much emphasis. 50 had to come back out and make my show hot. I so appreciate it. The Rockefeller
this show
motherfucking city, nigga. I love New York.
Did y'all see that?
Yeah. And Diddy didn't even flinch like he's used to men spanking him. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but
Yeah, it's crazy because, you know, Jay-Z gives off this demeanor like, you know, like that's not who
yeah.
he is.
That's why I hope Diddy takes everybody down with him. I think all these guys are degenerates. They've been a very negative influence on the black community overall. So I hope Diddy doesn't get killed before the trial, and he pretty much snitches on everybody. You know, this isn't the first time Diddy's testified against niggas, so he'll be comfortable up there.
All the way around just to do this to Jay-Z and Jay-Z only. I mean,
so what about Jay-Z and what about all these court jesters up here? What's going on?
So I'll show you really quick. So this is Diddy back in 07, putting his
Diddy
hand
diddling.
Yeah. See, look at him. Here he comes.
Diddy the diddler.
Yep.
Little Batman looking at. Yeah.
He just had to let him know this is mine. This is mine. Universal says that was an iconic moment missed.
Niggas being too weird.
And then can we get an age check on Beyonce at that time? Was she legal? So how old was Beyonce?
No, she wasn't. In 2007, she was, yeah.
Beyonce is... How old is she?
She's 40 something.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Beyonce wasn't at those parties getting trains ran on her, honestly. I wouldn't be surprised.
Up though, like
Wouldn't be surprised.
She was definitely getting the choo-choo, boy.
I mean, she had to, you know, she had to do what she needed to do.
She sure did.
To, you know, get where she is right now. In the music industry, I mean, we know that it's a big deal. She was 26 during that time, but she did start a date. She did. I do remember she was dating him whenever she was underage, though. So keep a close eye on this because it doesn't seem like it's going anywhere. I've been wanting to listen to and try to check out and hear anything about what Mace is saying about him.
Mace is just talking about contracts mostly. Mace isn't going to put out the fact that he was getting his ass ramrodded by Diddy. So he's not going to give credence to that. Even if that's what was happening.
So y'all are gonna have to tell me a little bit more about this than you may know, that y'all might know more so than I do. I'm pulling
About
it
what?
up right now about this rapper.
Oh yeah, Justin Johnson. Yeah, I think honestly he's a little retarded. He got paid $800 to kill Young Dolph, and you know, they promised $40,000, and they only gave him $800. He ain't do nothing about it afterwards. He's either retarded or he's pussy. Either or. You know, if you retarded or pussy, don't be a killer, man.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna play this because I haven't really got into this just in.
He might be a little retarded. I agree. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Let's see, Justin Johnson and HB
Sorry,
thinks he's retarded. $800 out of 40,000 is crazy.
Not even 10%.
We have a verdict to the members of the public. If you don't think you're going to be able to not show any emotion during the reading of this verdict, I ask you to remove yourself now.
Wait, press pause. Press pause. She said, if you don't think you're not going to be able... Did she say, if you don't think you're not going to be able to show any emotion?
Yeah, she said, if you don't... Hold on, wait, you know what? Let me just rewind a little bit because she got that hair dyed, don't she?
Verdict to the members of the public. If you don't think you're going to be able to not show any emotion during the reading of
Okay.
this
She had to
verdict,
think about it. Okay. Because I'm listening to her and I'm like, I don't think you said that correctly, ma'am. But okay.
Okay.
ask you to remove yourself now.
She's enlightened, by the way, guys. You see that gold hair? She's enlightened.
The court won't tolerate any outburst of any sort from anyone. You will bring me here.
Man, he looks retarded.
Ready, Your Honor?
Yes.
Jury's now into the courtroom.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict? You have your four person. If you would stand and read your verdict, please.
We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder as charged in count 1 of the indictment. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder as charged in count 2 of the indictment. And we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of convicted felon in possession of a firearm as charged in count 3 of the indictment.
Thank you. Juror number 1, is that your verdict? Juror number 34, is that your verdict? Yes. Juror number 35, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 11, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 14, is that your verdict?
Yes, ma'am.
Juror number 17, is that your verdict?
Yes, ma'am.
Juror number 27, is that your verdict?
It is, Your Honor.
Juror number 33, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 25, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 44, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 23, is that your verdict?
Yes, ma'am.
Juror number 28, is that your verdict?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you again for your time and attention to this matter this week. Our system of self-government would not work without your service and sacrifice that you've made. Thanks again for your time and attention. You are excused.
Jury's excused.
Well, he ain't never getting out.
Yeah, he's going to jail for the rest of his life. She should end her statement with, well, nigga, you going to jail.
Mr. Johnson, the jury having found you guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and convicted felon in possession of a firearm. As the 13th juror, I affirm this verdict. As to the first-degree murder, I sentence you to life in prison. I will set punishment as to the conspiracy and the convicted felon in possession of a firearm after a sentencing hearing. The date for that hearing will be
Leave the rap game alone, guys. Leave it alone. Stop rapping.
November 1st.
Yeah, guys, man.
Yes, sir. November 1st. There's nothing else to take up?
We will prepare the judgment sheet and pass that forward, Judge.
Thank you. And the pre-sentence report. The order for the pre-sentence report.
Sir, once we get that, we'll get those to you.
Thank you. Give me a turn for.
All rise. Stand right here, face your honor, raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Amen.
Yes.
Okay. So I haven't heard him talk at all.
Where is he going? Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was just saying that I haven't heard him speak because I was curious to know what made HB believe that he's retarded. I wondered if he sounded like a retard.
I think
he's saying. No, I mean, I think. Yeah. If you kill a man like Young Dolph, if you'll kill a man for $800, get up on the stand and say you killed them for $800, but they were supposed to give you $40,000. Like,
you're retarded.
You just got to be kind of stupid. Like, okay, let's walk down this path, Portia. Let's say I'm gonna kill a man for 40 grand. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna need at least 20K up front. At least. You're not gonna give me $800. I'm sorry. you can go fuck yourself for $800. Respectfully. It's not gonna happen. So I'm gonna need 20K up front. I'll get the 20K afterwards, you know. I mean, it's a high profile murder, you know.
Yeah,
very high profile.
40 grand at all.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it for 40 grand either.
I need at least 100, and you're gonna give me 50 or maybe even 60 up front. Probably 60% of that. So 60K. And then we'll call it a day. I'm not doing it for no. I can't believe he went for the okie doke. He's retarded. I think a 3-year-old would have known better than that.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He had to be retarded. You know, he had to be. Like, you gotta be dumb to do something like that. And I'm not even mad at him for, you know, being a contract killer. Like, you know,
that's not the problem.
Yeah, that's not the problem.
The problem is
yeah, the details. Like, Jesus Christ.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Yeah, niggas are
man.
Sometimes, man.
Dude, it doesn't even make any sense.
Yeah, nobody cares to know that is the problem. You know, I just, me personally, I don't have any sympathy for any of these people. So
not at all.
Yeah, you know, like, even as rich and powerful as Young Dolph was, like, you know, it wasn't like he's anybody to look up to. It wasn't like a good person. I don't know, you know, like, if you just going on the music and the beefs that you were in, just think about that. Like, somebody is willing to pay to kill you.
Yep.
It's not like regular people. As many people that don't like me online, nobody's paying to get me whacked. You know?
Nobody's paying to get you up out of here.
Yeah, nobody, you know.
And
there's a reason why he was there's a reason why he was paid to get, you know, somebody wanted to kill him that bad.
Oh, Jesus Christ, these kids.
Are you talking about the kids at your school, or are you talking about?
Yeah, it's just bye. Like, stop. Like, leave. I don't have anything. I don't have nothing.
Yeah, let me get Portia out of here. Let me get her out of here.
Hey, but seriously though, you're right.
I'll get you up out of here.
You're right. It doesn't make any sense that he killed him over a record deal, and then this guy was willing to take $800 for it. That's insane, dude. I don't know, HB. I don't know, bro.
Yeah, niggas are retarded these days, man.
They gotta be, bro. They have to be.
Oh, yo, so I sent this to Portia. I wanted you guys to I wanted the chat to give your guys' opinion on this. Go ahead, Portia, play it.
I mean, could you be sure to repeat what you just said one more time?
I sent this to Portia because I wanted her to play it for the audience. I didn't, I just wanted everybody's opinion on it. Go ahead.
Okay.
He says you sent it.
Yes, he sent it.
Well, they call them sheep fuckers for a reason, is what I'll say. Yep.
Is this enough? HB.
Nah, let it keep playing. Let it keep playing.
I just want y'all to know that he sent it to me. That he.
Oh, we believe you.
Yes.
We believe you. Nobody here thinks you were the architect of this. Why so much louder? What's going on? Who turned that up? Never mind. I know who turned it up.
Well, yes, he is. Yes, he is.
Yeah. I just think this is we talk about black people a lot, but clearly a white man's hand right there. And I think black people, we might kill each other, but that guy's getting pretty deep in that goat's ass right there. I think they're in a relationship, honestly.
Hey, there's a reason why they call sheep herders sheep fuckers and goat fuckers, and they do that, man. They really, really do that.
Yeah, this might be an Arab man, maybe one of Dwale's. Yeah, might be one of Dwale's people. I don't know.
He's definitely a sand nigger for sure.
Yeah, I don't know
what kind, but he is.
Yeah.
So this is a sheep, not a goat. So
yes, it's a sheep.
Okay, so like this is what it looks like whenever you shave all their hair off.
Yes.
Huh. I thought it was a goat. I don't know.
Yeah. So chat, what do you guys think about this? Is he smashing or not? Is he smashing?
Hey, look, I don't know why he's washing this sheep like this. I've never seen sheep herders who shear sheep and use sheep as meat animals wash a sheep's buttocks like
that. I don't even think I've ever cleaned my ass that thoroughly before.
Okay.
I hope so.
I was about to say, man.
I'm not getting that deep up in there. I'll clean, make sure I'm clean, but I'm not getting that deep down in there. This man stuck a finger up there.
You know what? On that note, I'm gonna leave this topic all the way alone.
Yeah. Let's first let's move on to the next topic. I just
Well,
wanted to share that with the audience.
And Stank D, he's definitely clapping them cheeks for sure. He's knee deep in there for sure. He was caressing it too much.
Yeah, that was yeah. I think they're getting married. I think you can marry a goat or a sheep in Muslim
in Muslim land.
Yeah,
do
I
I
think
do that?
yeah, I'm pretty sure Dwale can marry a goat if he really wants a sheep.
Is a sheep your Habibi?
Yeah, Gary and we saw this guy washing a sheep, and I guess we're just Americans over here. We didn't really know sheep had cheeks like that. I didn't know.
You didn't know that?
Nah, I never cared to
That's why
look. Yeah,
I keep telling you that's why it makes sense when they say they're sheep fuckers, because they got the cheeks. and they enjoy that thoroughly for sure.
Hey, that's pretty good right there. He showed balance. 5'9.5", 210. 5'9", 210. 441. Okay. 9 3-inch head. 8.5-inch dick.
That's how those Cowboys are doing right now.
Okay. How those Cowboys are doing. These guys are gay. Jamie. And you see how Jamie Foxx, he turned it off, not because he was embarrassed for that man. He was embarrassed for himself. He knows how he gets down. He knows that he lets people up in his ass, especially people like Jerry Jones.
Portia, Dwale coming for your neck right now.
I saw it. It's okay. I think that after the accusation that you just made against him, it's warranted.
Yeah, Dwale trying to take up for his Arab people. Let's see what's going on.
Is Universal still in here?
I don't think Dwale's Arab though.
Nah, he's not. He's not. But he worships the Arab god though. So
he's a Muslim.
A Muslim. Well, that's interesting. I saw
bacon. I say I'm a negro. I say I am.
I always say ask Alama, ask Lakem, but I can say that because I'm in America.
Well, yeah, land of the free, home of the brave.
I wouldn't say it over there, but I wouldn't be over there.
You know what? I would say it over there, and I have said.
Oh, Universal, he is here. Okay. Well, I'll read that story next.
Cow tipping.
Because
closed on tipping.
It's in your neck of the woods. However, I'm not sure if you guys heard about this Arizona college student getting this beautiful white angel getting taken out of there by this savage Shaniqua.
No, what happened? Wow.
She stabbed her to death. Let me see.
Sounds like a savage Shaniqua to me. Very sad. That savage Shaniquas are throwing their lives away.
Yeah, just one day at a time over a white girl. So as you can see, look at her. She looks so sweet. So sweet.
Look at her. She looks evil. Look at her.
I'm talking about the white girl. I was talking about the white girl.
No. I know that, but I'm saying I look down and there she is.
Mm-hmm.
Looking like the ugly mongoloid. It's really sad, man.
Yeah, she looks like a monster, doesn't she?
She does.
It's pretty
Yeah, she looks like Dwale with the wig on.
Why did she kill her?
Let's see. Dwale with wow. All right, so we have Arizona. Okay, excuse me. The Arizona Republic reported. Okay, thank you. The Arizona Republic reported that around 11:45 a.m. last Thursday, Arizona State University student Mara DeFron was stabbed with a paring knife in the Sands classroom building in room 101 by a fellow student as she was walking into class. According to the paper, the incident occurred on ASU's West Valley campus. According to police, 19-year-old Casey Sloan left her seat and stabbed DeFron twice in front of their classmates. She did this in front of the whole class. She then attempted to knife DeFron a third time, but was thankfully stopped by another brave student, possibly saving DeFron's life. DeFron escaped into an ASU courtyard. Following the stabbing, she was met by paramedics at the scene who transported her to Banner Thunderbird Hospital, where she underwent surgery for her wounds.
She didn't die. I thought she died.
I thought she died too. Is that not what it said? Oh, it says stabbed. Okay. Brutally stabbed. Okay. Phoenix revealed that DeFron suffered severe injuries to her tricep and ribcage area, where Sloan's knife cut into her spleen.
Cut into her spleen?
Yeah.
How about sepsis?
The victim's mother, Lonnie DeFron, told the Daily Mail her daughter is now home, but in a lot of pain. ASU West sophomore Matthew McCormick, the person who stopped Sloan from stabbing DeFron a third time, explained to Fox 10 Phoenix that he felt compelled to act no matter the risk of his own life. I've never seen anything like this, and I hope I never do again. In that moment, I didn't really have a thought going through my head. I just knew that I felt compelled to do something. As she was going for a third attack, I was able to grab her wrist and apprehend her before further damage could be done. Police allege that Sloan had written notes planning the attack and that she decided to target DeFron because she was an easier target than another person she was considering trying to kill.
My God.
The Republic reports that Sloan is facing charges of first-degree attempted murder, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, interfering with an educational institution, and disorderly conduct. Now, I want y'all to keep in mind, okay, this says with a deadly weapon. It was not a gun, okay? It wasn't.
Yeah, idiots. Obviously, knives can kill too.
Right. It wasn't a gun. You could have a stapler or a fork, a rock, a chair. Anything can become a deadly weapon if your intent is to make someone dead. Okay. The Arizona Republic. So Sloan is currently being held at a Maricopa County jail. Her bond was set at $250,000, payable only in cash. A GoFundMe has been set up to support DeFron's recovery from the horrific injury she suffered at the hands of Sloan.
Oh, I thought they were about to say a GoFundMe has been set up
for that heifer.
Yeah.
Thank goodness. But if people want to donate, they can donate here. Now, of course, this is my first time reading this article, but I do want to look at the GoFundMe because I wanted to see how much money she had raised because, I'll always be blown away with GoFundMe after BLM.
As you should.
Tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars for BLM. But this young lady has the $20,000 goal. She's 16,615. So she's not far away. And that's really, really nice that people have been donating in the way. It says 130 people just donated. You already know they just left the Gateway Pundit. So it's just, I always like to look at the the amounts because that BLM just kind of ruined it for me. So yeah, that happened.
What an evil sea witch.
And and it didn't tell us why. You know what I'm saying? It's just saying that she decided to kill her instead of but
they're going to claim mental health, of course.
Oh, of course.
Because it's not racist.
Mental health. Yeah.
By the sights of it, she does look crazy though. But yeah, her motivation could have been racism. She's probably some liberal arts major, getting all pumped up. It's the first few weeks of school.
Yeah.
You know, white supremacy's taking over my life. I done lost my damn mind. Let me
All
stab up a pretty white girl.
And granted, you know, that she does have the college due, you know. You got there the first couple of days or first week, your hair was all done. Everybody sprung for all the trinkets and all, and got their hair done, cut, whatever. And then, as we all know, if you stayed on stayed on the campus in a dorm for any amount of time, you start looking rusty and dusty.
Quick, it don't take long now.
Yeah, don't take long.
Especially for a black woman on a campus like Arizona State. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you get rusty and dusty real quick. So that just might have been, you know, everyday hairdo. She's looking rusty and dusty.
She could have liked some dude who went for her instead and just lost it.
For sure.
Or a woman.
Betty.
Well, the thing is, like whenever I first in my first university, maybe like the first 2 months, I cared, but after that was it.
Yeah, nobody cares about that.
Yeah, everybody was busted at that point.
I mean, because when I tell you I didn't care, the only thing that I didn't do was walk outside in my bonnet and some pajamas. Whatever it was is what it was. So
I remember one time, because I told you I majored in voice in my freshman year, and one time we were doing some sort of performance at the pavilion or community arts center on campus, and I had forgotten. I literally jumped out of the bed, woke up, jumped out of the bed with what I had on, ran clean across the quad into the building that we had to sing. All these white people were in there, and I just belted out the song. I think I was singing Circle of Life. And then everybody gave me a standing ovation. I mean, I was so dusty. I had on just whatever I fell asleep in, and then ran back to my dorm and went right back to sleep. So yeah.
Man, these kids, they just, they don't understand, I try to tell them all the time. Like, I mean, I know you think that this is what you're going to do when you get to college.
No,
I know you, because I thought the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be good looking boys, good looking girls. Yeah. And
I'm
for
never gonna be caught off guard, Miss Portia.
Yeah, and you might think that they care about what you look like, but hey, they don't.
No, they don't. They'll hit that.
They don't.
They'll hit that unwashed.
Yeah,
they will.
Yeah, they don't care. Man, college camp. Both of the colleges that I went to, camps is so huge, and just running across the campus, trying to get here, trying to get there, and then y'all, depending on your schedule, like on a Tuesday, Thursday, you got your early classes, got the rest of the day off, or you have class into the afternoon and you only got one class. So it's just like, if you want me here, this is just what it's going to be. And I'm trying to go to class and I'm trying to go home. I don't want to stop and talk to nobody. I don't want to fraternize. I don't want nothing. But these kids, I wasn't the partying type when I first got to school. So
I wasn't the partying type ever at school.
Oh, Lord.
I only had one semester, and that was the only semester. That was a bad semester.
Man,
it was like my kids do. Why do y'all do this?
Universal, but am I lying that they'll hit that unwashed?
No, sir. And I'm guilty of hitting some stanky booty when I was in college. Yeah. I mean, you got to get it where you can get it. You're not really questioning things, And if you got a roommate or more, it's all about timing.
That's a fact.
So
for the girls, my roommates, they didn't care. So
yeah. I'm not even gonna get into all that. That was a long time ago. Yeah,
sure was, wasn't it? I can't believe it.
Yeah, there were some sessions happening at the same time. It was turn the fan on. That's what I always say. Turn the fan on.
I would just get so upset every single time. I would just get so mad. And then I just go leave and I just go sit in my car and end up falling asleep in my car.
You were lucky enough to have a car. Some of the people had to sit in the common area.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't have my car my first semester, but my second semester. So I would either go to the common area or I would go to one of my other friends' dorms. But you know, they were doing the same thing. So.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. They might be getting in too, depending on the day.
I'm like,
you just left out.
Well, why do y'all do this? I mean, because I've always had a strict rule. Like, I do not date anybody I work with or that I go to school with. Like, I've just, I just, that's just always been a thing. So it's just like, you know, absolutely not. And y'all,
How y'all
always
doing?
each other up here.
What's up, Latino?
Hey, what's up?
Hey,
You know Black Puppy?
Nasty.
Me no black puppy.
You know black. I know black puppy.
Me no black puppy.
You know
Me
black.
no black puppy.
Latino, we seen your cousin, little snub nose earlier.
Oh, did you see him, Latino?
What was that?
Did you see him?
Nah.
Oh man.
Oh, well, let's make sure you do.
Yeah. Oh, Portia, thank you for pulling that back.
I've been going through it today, man.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm all right. I'm going through a little pain. I have a kidney stone that's flowing through me right now.
Oh my
man.
It's
Hang in there, man.
Awful for guys.
Praise God.
Just to
It's
bring
like
you over the
giving
door,
birth.
but it might be painful when you laugh. Just FYI.
Oh, I know. Luckily, I have some medication from the last time, so let's see.
Yeah.
But a side note, I put a video in the back that had me and my wife and her cousin dying here. It's 1 minute long, but you should watch it. It's the Haitian president speaking at the UN.
Oh yeah, we saw that.
It's when he drunk out of the.
Yo, bro.
Oh my God.
Hey,
Oh, yeah, we're actually
on the other side of your island, Latino.
I'm like, dude, I told my wife, I'm like, I don't think a Dominican president has ever done that.
No, I don't think so either, sir.
I haven't seen it yet, but like after we finish, because I'm just gonna show so you can see the first like minute of it, Latino, and then we're gonna
All right, cool.
one video about Minneapolis, and then we're gonna go back to the Haitian president because I didn't get to finish that. So
Latino, I think the Haitian, I'm sorry, I think the Dominican president is an actual human being, and the Haitian president is not. That's all. So
I'll tell you a story of my favorite president from over there. So there's a president named Hipólito, and one time he had a meal. He had a meal with the Queen of England when she was alive, and this guy had gold and silverware. And
Really?
You know how black people and Hispanic people are when it comes to chicken. He decided to pick the shit up with his hand.
Really?
Yeah, man. It was the most embarrassing thing.
Dang, man.
Brother was starving.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
His life in prison for the drive-by shooting death of a Pawtucket man 3 years ago.
12 News reporter Alex Torres Perez goes over what his loved ones had to say before the sentencing. Alex?
Mike and Shannon, Leonardo Tavares' loved ones asked us not to show their faces as they gave emotional impact statements in court today. Their pain and heartbreak still felt years after the murder.
I wish this never happened. If I could go back and change the time, I would.
But now Jacqueline Rodriguez will have to spend the rest of his life in prison thinking about his actions on May 15th, 2021.
The day my heart shattered into pieces.
Pawtucket police say Rodriguez was the one to pull the trigger after noticing Leonardo Tavares driving through the city. Investigators.
all right, so that's who is that? Your cousin? That was Latino's cousin?
Jesus Christ. How you get killed by a midget?
You know, anything is
Little
possible
sniper.
whenever you believe. Heard that before. So yeah, he did that. So,
Wouldn't he have a hard time pulling the trigger?
Oh no, he didn't.
Hey, Latino, man, you know midgets are strong, man. Unnaturally strong.
I mean, headstrong and shoulder strong.
Dude, midgets, they're pretty strong. However, this is funny. And we were trying to figure out what his name was, his street name was. I came up with Little Snub Nose. So what's his street name?
Okay, so we have The Minneapolis Police Department swears in first non-citizen officer to the police force.
Oh.
No way.
Yeah, this is happening. I haven't seen the story though.
Well, remember, they made it a law in Illinois and Minnesota.
Hey,
Yes.
hey,
So next year.
Can I
Go
tell
ahead,
you a
HB.
story real quick? Can I tell you a quick story real quick? So I just got my car fixed. So I'm talking to the mechanics. They notice, I got the Illinois plates. Hey, where you from? Where you from? I'm like, I'm moving from Chicago. They was like, oh, you from Chicago? I was like, yeah, man. What's going on? Yo, why did the whole fucking garage? They all started showing me their guns. All of them. This white boy had like he had some type of revolver, and then he pulled out a Chris Vector. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? This nigga really pulled out a Chris Vector. This nigga came, he was like, yo, I'm a felon, so you can't say nothing. This nigga pulled out another revolver. He said, anybody come up here, we gonna blow their heads smooth off. Smooth off. We know how y'all play in Chicago. Y'all don't play like us Texas boys, though. I'm like, God damn, y'all just showing everything out. God damn, I'm really in Texas. God damn.
They pulled the goddamn it out on you, man.
Yeah, he pulled the Chris Vector out on me, man. I was like, damn, I never saw one in person. That thing looks like a Halo gun, man. That shit don't even look. That thing is beautiful.
Hey, no better welcome to Texas.
No better welcome. I'm having tears of joy right now. I'm so happy for you.
The whole mechanic, every mechanic, they just start coming out the woodwork. Let me show you what I got. You from this is a 45 right here. Yeah, this is a 45. You see that little red thing? Yeah, that'll explode. That make a nigga head smooth, clean it smooth off. Like, God damn. Like, be careful. They gave me their number. You get into any trouble out here, just let me know.
HB.
Welcome
HB,
yeah.
What's the name of that stock that you guys always talk about?
The stock. What you mean?
The stock.
Nvidia?
Somebody just asked me just now. That's why. I'm sorry. This is like.
Oh, man. We talk about so many different stocks, man.
I know, but the one that with
if you go on the channel, Latino, I'll post it in the back chat for you because I want to hear the rest of HB's story. I'll post it in the back chat.
I'm sorry.
Crack did like a 2-hour stream this morning on all by itself about everything that's going on and the stocks that he always talks about, and it was very thorough. I actually watched it myself and I felt like I learned something.
Yeah.
So let me post that in the back chat for you.
Dang, man, he pulled the goddamn it out on you. I like that.
Yeah, they pulled out everything, man. They couldn't. This is why, Chicago kind of does have a bad reputation, man. They couldn't wait to show me. Hey, where you from? Illinois? You from Illinois? Like, yeah, man, I just moved from Chicago. Oh, let me show you. So you from Chicago? You from Chicago? Let me show you us Texas boys. The white boys the black guys. Nigga, I'm a fella. I ain't supposed to have this. Don't say nothing. Don't say nothing. I've been out for 5 years, though, man. Don't say nothing. Don't say, come on. Come on,
I'm
man.
not saying nothing.
Yeah, hell no, I ain't about to say nothing. Hell nah. That shit was crazy. The niggas
It's
had
real, hey.
Yo, they were fucking. It was like 4 of them. They all just started pulling out shit. I'm like, God damn, they were not playing, man.
It was like going to Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. It was a variety.
Yeah, no, the Chris Vector though, that's what took me out. I've only seen that online.
That's a beautiful weapon, bro.
That's a beautiful weapon, man. It's so sleek. It's like Tesla made it or something, man.
And it's expensive.
I know. It's like, was it like $3,000, something like that?
Something like that. Hold on, let me look it up.
Yeah, it's not cheap at all by any means. How much is it? Yeah, see, I don't know, man. That was crazy.
You have a Gen 2 or a Gen 1?
It was the tan one. It was like tan.
I mean, they're all tan. I'm sorry, they have tan, black, white. But this mother, man, look at that thing, man. That thing is gorgeous. Was it short barreled?
Yeah, it was a short barrel. It was a short barrel.
He pulled it out of his pants?
No, no. They took me to the back. They took me to the back. They had like he had the pistol on him, but then they took me to the back and they had like
They said,
all
should
different.
we need more firepower? This is where we go.
Yeah, just in case they get into a shootout. You know, they took me to the break room. they had shit on them, man. I was like, God damn, man. Yeah, I can't wait to go to one of these gun shows, man.
Oh yeah, we're definitely going to the gun show. Are you kidding?
Yeah, it's great, man. It's
We're
paradise.
Going to a gun show, and your whatever you think so far, especially with that delightful, warm Texas welcome that you got a few moments ago, it makes me very Texas proud. But whenever
that was
to the gun show, I'm
Proud
telling
Texas mama. Proud Texas mother.
you'll see some things you ain't never seen before.
I already did. I already did. I never thought I was gonna see a Chris Vector. I never thought. That's like a dream gun. You don't even like. God damn, man.
Well, it's Texas.
I never would have thought that. My bad though. I didn't mean to.
No. That is fine news. You know, I love to hear it. I remember the first time you saw one of my guns and how you acted. So
yeah, I thought you were about to kill me.
Hey, I'm lacking in the gun department, man. I haven't bought a new gun in a good 3 years. I'm due.
You are, sir.
I got 4 or 5 right now. I need to get a new shotgun, and I want to get a new revolver. I want to get.
Yeah, I love revolvers, man. I don't know if it was
It just doesn't leave any evidence.
That too. But I just I think that is the thing too. It don't leave no evidence.
You're gonna have to find me, even if it's a legal shoot. You got to find me because I don't want to be having to talk about it. I don't want to have to go find spent shells. I just want to put them in you and walk on. That's just true.
Man, that was crazy. That was so crazy, man. Those are some good guys though, man. They were just like, yeah, man, be careful out here. Yeah, you ain't really got nothing to worry about like Chicago. It's like, man, you must be crazy. I didn't even pull mine out. They would have laughed at me if I pulled mine out.
What you got, HB?
I don't want to promote that on the.
Yours was a pea shooter in comparison.
No, I got like
a little 22.
No, I got like a little M&P.
A little 380.
No, I got a little M&P. It's a 280. It's a 22 though.
earlier, he
32 Ruger, 32 Ruger, and a 357.
Hey, listen, 22
Chrome.
A 22 is the one you got to worry about, man, because it doesn't go through and through.
The big boy will kill somebody.
The 22 will get in you and start to tumble and do more damage, whereas a 9, that's designed just to put holes in you. And then of course,
357.
No.
Well, 357 will blow you.
Yeah, that's something different. That's a hand cannon.
That's what I'm saying.
that might knock a door down. That might knock a door down.
That's that Western joint.
I got an American Special 45. I got a Ruger 40. I have a Palmetto Armory AR-15, and of course a 380, just in case I want to go light. 22 somewhere in this house. And now I had a shotgun, but I want a Mossberg, so I'm gonna go get one of those. And I want a lever action. What's that gun? It's a lever action. Oh, it's a rifle. What's the name of that brand? I can't think of it, man. But it's the brand you see on the westerns. That's what I want.
I want to get my wife a 32 Glock.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good gun.
Yeah, I'm a Glock girl. I love Glocks. I think it's the best. It's the best woman for the best weapon for a woman, in my opinion. I think that women
That's why I want it.
who didn't grow up around guns like I did, I've been shooting gosh, my whole life. Since I was a little girl. I mean, first time going out, 5 years old. So I feel like I have enough experience shooting to know what I like and what I don't like. And as far as women are concerned, I know, again, all women, they don't grow up like some of us do down south. However, women, they might get spooked, they might freak out, and they might not know what to do with their gun at the time. And so a gun like a Glock, you don't have to worry about taking the safety. You ain't gotta, you just need to make sure you keep one in the chamber, of course, as always. And so all you got to do is point and shoot. You don't have to do anything else. And just make sure you point and shoot at the person that's, trying to attack you if you find yourself in that position. So I think that that's a good woman gun.
Yeah,
I mean, I have
easy
one too.
You have an easy Glock? You have the Glock Easy?
Mm-hmm.
That thing is awesome. You don't have to work. You don't have to work with it. It's really good. It's a really good gun.
Yeah, I do.
My first gun I shot was a baby 9. My father, Dominican Republic.
Okay. Awesome, man.
You and HB, y'all might have to because he didn't, especially after this experience he just told us about.
Right here.
He going Texas crazy, so y'all might have to go to the range eventually.
Some target practice.
Yeah, he already went. I mean, whenever he first got here, he went to the range, which was crazy. I was like, gosh, you just couldn't wait, But that's just something that I don't understand because I'm not from a place like Detroit or Chicago.
That happened to him while he was at work, though?
What happened to him?
No, what the story that you guys were saying, that HB.
About him just right now, the story that he just told?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no. He was at the mechanic. He was just basically somewhere out in Texas, and the people, they asked him where he was from, and he told them, and they just decided to show him their guns. But Texans, they're very proud about those.
Oh Lord. A ninja moment.
No. That's a Texas moment right there. Mm-hmm. That's a Texas moment. That's a very normal thing here. So getting back to this, because we have football games again tonight, and I'm gonna have to go. I don't know, but I'm gonna tell this story, and I'm going to get into the Haitian president. But I want to do these two stories first. So for Universal, I'm so sorry to keep you waiting. So the Minneapolis Police Department swears in first non-citizen officer to the police force. Here she is, Leslie Vera. There she is. Her lashes is done. Okay.
You're not sharing.
Oh, y'all can't see it? Oh.
No.
All right. Here we are. So lashes are done. Lashes are done. Eyebrows are done. She looks like a citizen. She looks really nice there. All right. The Minneapolis Police Department has just sworn in its first non-citizen officer, in addition to its first Somali female officer. I would like to point out, for those of you that do not know, that if this Somalian woman was actually in her own country, she would be dead for even attempting to do something like this, along with her Somalian sister, Ilhan Omar, for all of the egregious things that they would say is haram. Okay?
This is haram.
Ikrin Muhammad and Leslie Vera were among nearly 24
Where's the wallet?
Who were recently onboarded to join the police force, with the former being the department's first Somali female to be recruited, and the latter being the first non-citizen officer. I love how I'm reading this story right now, and they're just actually making this sound like it's just the best thing ever. Like, we're doing it, you should do it too. The report states that Vera is originally from Mexico, but has resided in the United States since she was 4 years old, calling Minneapolis her home. Despite never becoming a citizen. Now, if you got here when you were 4, I would Mexico, Texas, but Mexico to Minneapolis, that's quite a stretch for me. But you've had more than enough time to be a citizen. According to the ABC, MPD Chief Brian O'Hara cited a new change in the law, which now states that a permanent resident who is a non-citizen can join the police department. There may be people who question it, but that's completely ridiculous. There's, like I mentioned, there is a history in this country of people immediately on arrival to the country enlisting in the military and serving, he stated. Is that true, Blacks?
Yes. And that was a military to citizenship pipeline. That was a deal, a contract signed where if you served so many years within the military, but you had to have had your green card, and you couldn't have just been a quote permanent resident unquote. Never. I mean, does this woman have her green card?
It hasn't said yet, but I wanted to make sure that I asked you that so the audience.
Okay, you have to. For instance, one of my homies from the Army, I went to his naturalization ceremony. He moved to LA in like 2001. Ended up joining the United States Army. He had his visa, his what was it called? I forgot what visa he had, but he had a visa, and then he ended up becoming a permanent citizen once he completed whatever the requirements were for that citizenship. But again, it was during war, and he was not an illegal like this woman is. Anyway, go ahead.
Okay, O'Hara may have thought he made a valid point. However, it is absurd to think that the immigrants who arrived in this country during its founding with the goal of creating prosperity should be likened to the modern invaders who come here to deplete American resources while fundamentally changing our culture.
She's one of them.
Yeah, a trailblazer at that.
The Minneapolis Police Department decision to allow non-citizens serve as police officers, exemplified by the swearing in of Leslie Vera, raises serious concerns. And I also think it's interesting that out of their first non-citizen police hire, especially considering that Minneapolis is not like some, Texas or anything, and it's super woke out there. I'm not surprised that it's a woman, but you would think they would have got a man,
or maybe a trans.
Yeah.
Universal Jones, I can safely say that you live in hell.
I'm in Trump country, so it's not that bad where I actually live. But yeah, the Twin Cities is a mess, man. And it's reasons like this. There's a couple things at play here. One is this whole immigration piece. In next year, it's going to be legal for all citizens and not quote unquote non-citizens to get driver's license. I don't even think they need to pass a test anymore. They're just going to start giving them out to people. So that's one thing that's happening here. Yeah, if you want an article or a video, I can probably pull one up for you.
You know what, Universal and Portia, it kind of bolsters the fact, as much as I hate to say this, it kind of bolsters AOC's position with we can just print the money. Remember she said that? So if rules don't matter, then I guess she had a point.
Yeah.
Let me get pulled over for driving without a license, or let me go and get a license. Let me go get a license. I have to take a test for it. I don't have to take the physical test while driving, the actual driving teacher in the car, or I don't have to take it's on the computer now, I imagine, but the computer test. I don't have to study.
Now there's one more play here too. There's one more issue. Since George Floyd, we have struggled like many inner city police departments to fulfill our police officer positions.
Yeah.
Technically, Minneapolis is supposed to have between 600 to I think 720 police officers, and we've been averaging about 300 to like 300, 315 over the last few years. They can't get people to stay in those positions. Most of the Minneapolis police officers have gone to the surrounding suburbs or even farther out, and they've left. We lost our police chief. It's just a mess, and that's just Minneapolis. St. Paul, Bloomington is also going through it. It's the whole metro area, and this is what they're resulting to. St. Paul's doing similar stuff. They haven't had a non-citizen, quote unquote, but they have allowed a lot of very entry-level people to become police officers, and it's
And
great.
they're worried
It's
about
kind of
Derek Chauvin. Just imagine how many Derek Chauvins you finna have times 1,000.
we already have since Derek Chauvin. We've had like 5 police shootings this year. We just had one yesterday. The police neutralized the individual. Yeah, it's already happening.
You said
Like,
neutralized. That's
literally. He killed some woman and then dipped out and got blasted. But I'm on the stream. But the other thing is with this that's just mind-boggling is it's kind of the wild wild west here currently. Like, you can go downtown and it's pretty empty for the most part, but you can do whatever you want. There's no parking tickets being given out. You can walk up and down the street, smoke weed. Portia, I came back late on the stream last week with my friend. We had just left. They just started shooting. We just missed it. If we didn't come back, we would have been right in the midst of that shooting. There's shootings happening in downtown Minneapolis every weekend. We watched the video from the Hennepin County medical place.
Oh yeah, we sure did.
Minneapolis is it's a different space. Now, outside of the metro area, things are great. School system's good, grass is green, birds are chirping, everything's great. But when you go into the city, it's like freaking iRobot, man. It's crazy down there. I don't even know how to explain.
It's telling us so. Yeah.
Yeah, man. So
Universal, come to Oakland.
Oh Lord, no.
Come to Oakland. See what's going on here nowadays.
I was a trauma witness for a case out in Oakland, and that was enough for me.
Oakland's on different animal right now.
I'm going to finish reading this really quick and
go
then
for
play
it.
the video for this one. So, law enforcement and military roles should be strictly reserved for U.S. citizens, individuals who have demonstrated their commitment to this country through the naturalization process. Citizenship signifies loyalty and accountability traits that are essential for those entrusted with enforcing laws and ensuring public safety. Non-citizens, whether permanent resident or not, may lack the same values and understanding to the community they serve, which jeopardizes the trust and effectiveness of these roles. Watch this clip.
Oh, yeah. Play this clip, please. Oh, my Lord.
Tonight, the Minneapolis Police Department swore in new officers.
And that includes its first ever female Somali.
I want, if I can ask before I play this, because I do not believe that women should be cops, but if I can ask you, Universal, because I know you keep up with stuff, could you keep up with these female cops that they just dropped down there? Because I want to see who's going to die first.
Yeah. Yes.
Or who's going to get raped on the job first. And I'm not saying this to be, hateful. I'm saying this and to be honest, because with the amount of crime that's going on in the city there, if it's a shooting every weekend and you got one hijabi over here and then you got one white girl who's afraid to shoot the black guy or who's scared altogether, these women, they look like they're not like really tall, and all of that, like petite women. So I'm just trying to see, because at some point there has to be this meter of enough is enough.
Yes.
I understand some women can handle it, but then like in a society where, men are who you are and women and children, to be protected, like this is absurd to me. And maybe if they were in Texas, okay, I would feel more comfortable. You know what I mean? Because it's like, at least Yeah. Because if anybody try to mess with me, I already know that's it. It's game over for you. But for them, I understand, training and stuff like that, but it's just a different culture. Now, of course, you go through the whole process, training, you get trained for it. But what happens whenever you find yourself in that situation and there's two female cops, both of these girls, the Somalian woman and the girl from Mexico. They're very attractive women, and it's about 10 men swarming y'all. Yeah, y'all got bullets and clips, but
will you pull it? Yeah.
Yeah, well, you pull it, and if you do, well, you use it, and then by the time you decide to pull it, what if they on you and they take your stuff from you and you can't fight back?
Yeah.
You sure can't fight them off you. You can't do nothing. What you gonna do?
Well, they have to resort back to their criminal justice degrees and what they learned in class, because that's where they're getting these women. So
I'm not putting past. I understand that women have strength. Women. There's a lot of things that we can do. We give birth. We do all of these things. I get that, but you'll never, ever, ever hear me say that I can whoop up on a man.
I have a question. Why aren't we seeing more black women police officers? They're so aggressive. We see them in all the videos, all the dash cam videos, all the body cam videos. Why won't they become officers?
Because they're terrible officers.
Can you see Shaniqua going into a homeless encampment? Portia dealing with the lady with the big chest. Remember that lady with the big chest, Portia? They were just swanging. Can you imagine?
Yep, I'll never forget those.
She'll be in there having sex with one of the.
Yeah, that too. Oh yeah. Do y'all remember that story of that white girl? Like somewhere she was letting the whole police department run trains on her.
Oh yeah,
Tennessee or Memphis.
That was in Tennessee.
Yeah, and all of the officers got fired, but she kept her job. And she
remember they put a picture of all the officers plus the dog. Everybody was like, "Is she fucking the dog too?"
Yeah, and she still got her job, and they got fired. She got a settlement. It was crazy.
Yeah.
So what happens whenever these girls start getting slutted out? And it's not like these Muslim girls are above it. We do have a Mia Khalifa as an example.
I know for a fact they're not above it.
She could be getting slutted out with her job.
They said that they groomed her.
Right.
Oh,
Please.
Yeah, I don't know about all that.
They groomed her to be what she was, the slut she was. So it was their fault. Wow, man. That's what we have to deal with. That's what we can
protecting and serving our community right here. Yeah, no, that's why I am strapped up. Anytime I go to Minneapolis, I keep it on me because I cannot wait. I can't wait for Miss Hassan and and Hernandez to come and save me. That's not gonna happen.
That's just so crazy. It's just to think of it. It's gotta be bad when in a specific area, or let's just say a society, if you will, it's so bad that men don't even want the job anymore just because of all of the things surrounding it. But y'all also know that because the men have left in these officer positions, it's so bad that y'all are so desperate that the only people that y'all are really putting through training right now is women. Like this is the end. This is it.
Yeah.
This is the fall. And you're also trying to install a woman as president as well. So you're going to have all of these female cops, female president, female mayors, female attorney generals, female whatever, female. What happens whenever they get pregnant?
Oh, they just go on leave.
Whenever they're on maternity leave.
And
what happens whenever she's on her period? Okay. It's just one of those. It's really one of those. My naproxen not working, my Midol not working, my Advil, my Tylenol, my ibuprofen, none of it is working. Okay. I'm really moody. Chocolate, I thought it was gonna help. I don't want it. I thought I wanted some Ben and Jerry's. It's not working. Okay. I don't want to hear anything because everything irritates me, and I might be so emotional whenever I'm pulling someone over that I just might shoot them. Just because I'm mad that day. What about that? All of these things, but let's watch this. It's just something that just really frustrates me.
Tonight, the Minneapolis Police Department swore in new officers.
And that includes its first ever female Somali officer. Ben Henry was there and shares what she and other recruits hope to accomplish. Lots of hope there tonight, Ben.
There is. The department now has its first ever Somali woman officer and permanent resident, which is a non-citizen who's lived in the community since she was a child. Lindsay, you said it, one word that was used a lot tonight, hope. Mayor Jacob Fry says he sees and feels the department building back up, not just in numbers, but in culture. The The department now has 23 more officers. That includes 11 recruits and 12 lateral officers. Those are people joining MPD from other agencies. Some have more than a decade of experience.
Just as they're about to...
Some have more than a decade.
Oh gosh, I hate that it keeps doing. So it's this little dark-skinned black boy in the back. He looks like a child.
Yeah, he's real young.
He looks like a little boy.
Of experience.
Just as they're about to take their oaths today before all of you and before God, I know that I have a sacred obligation to do that all I can for them. And I pledge to you tonight that I will do everything within my power to take care of them.
Joining the department, the first ever Somali woman officer, Ikram Muhammad.
You see her? You see how pretty she is?
Yeah, she's fine.
Oh my, she is beautiful. That is an attractive woman right there. Imagine getting pulled over by her.
Mrs. Officer.
And it's a car, you know, it's just they drive with a tail light out, tags out, weed coming out the car, it's five in there. You pull them over. I don't know why are you pulling me over, man? Well, because your tail light was out and you were speeding. And they all looking at her up and down and everything. Man, come on now. She's beautiful.
What's up, baby? That's a
Right.
Joining the department, the first ever Somali woman officer, Ikram Muhammad, and permanent resident, Officer Leslie Farah. Farah is a non-citizen, and Chief Brian O'Hara says she was able to join the force due to a recent law change. The two reflected on a big night and new career.
I didn't see anybody that really looked like me, Latina. I'm sure there was, but I didn't see that.
To see anybody that looked Latino whenever they was walking out?
No.
Y'all didn't? Okay. Let me
Talking about the other officers?
Yeah, the other officers.
Oh, I didn't notice any other Latinos. They probably were though, because one of the areas that's been hit the most is South Minneapolis, and that's where our heavy Latino population is. So they're probably recruiting pretty heavily there.
The department now has 23 more officers. That includes 11 recruits. And O'Hara says she was able to join the force due to a recent law change. The two reflected on a big night and new career.
I didn't see anybody that really looked like me, Latina. I'm sure there was, but I didn't see that. And I was like, I want to be like them. And I want to have that face for my people that look like me.
This is what I wanted to do.
Okay, so I need us to make sure we're paying attention. Why did you want to do this? Oh, because I wanted to see people that look like me. And I wanted to say, I want to do this for my people, the people that look like me. So why did you become a cop? To stop crime, or because you want a safer community, or to be, the peace officer of the community, or no? Because I didn't see nobody that looked like me, and I just wanted to be that face for my people. Okay.
Yeah. Portia, representation. That is the number one motivator at this point.
Not that, you don't want to stop crime or anything. It's okay.
Right.
Okay. I mean, yeah, okay.
And it was very challenging. That's why I'm here.
It's like that looked like me.
This is what I wanted to do. And it was very challenging. That's why I'm here. And I want to be to be a role model for girls who look like me, so they can say, I can do it too.
Special.
Oh, okay. So 2 females back to back. Why did you want to become a cop, Portia? Oh, girl. Because I didn't see no black girls that look like me. I didn't see no girls out here wearing their natural hair out. I mean, yeah, I got to pull it back, but it's still in my puff. I didn't see that on the police force out here where I'm at, Texas. I didn't see that. So the only reason why I wanted to be a cop is so I can see that. And so other little girls can see that. Not because I wanted to, solve crime or anything.
Special guests tonight was the family of Officer Jamal Mitchell, who was killed in the line of duty in May. The family received a very warm welcome. Also, part of the graduation, 4 new Minneapolis Park Police officers, Kevin. So growth all around.
Yeah, thank you, Ben, very much. Those are the kind of recruits MPD needs.
Those are the kind of recruits they need, Universal. It's what they need. So yeah, that's in your place of the country. So I will go back to this Haiti leader. Let me see the time on this, 2:21. And this will be my last one. And so Stanley, I haven't been reading the chat, but I remember what you said last time. And I put it in the chat because I was saying to John, one of y'all, because we have football games again today. And Stanley said that Republicans can't stay on topic. So I told Stanley to come up here and take over for me, because whenever we got off the last stream, he said all he needed was 10 minutes. So I was trying to fill the time. But since Stanley can stay on topic and I somehow can't stay on topic, I felt like Stanley,
No, but Stanley's right. Republicans can't stay on topic, but Democrats can stay on top of kids.
Oh,
Stanley was one of them.
saying,
The Democrats stay on top of kids the whole time.
Stanley can come up here and do a better job.
What's up, Nas, by the way?
What up, bro?
Hey, so Stanley, if you're available, that's an option for you.
Republicans can't stay on topic, but Democrats stay on top of kids the whole time. And they're good with they're good with it.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't wanna bore Stanley.
No, but Stanley, like who can mess with Stanley?
Yeah, I don't want to do that. I want to make sure that Stanley is comfortable and stuff. So,
he'll get comfortable. He's a Democrat. They get comfortable.
So hopefully by the time I finish reading this next article, he'll be up here so that he can stay on topic. Like I can't seem to do. So. The head of Haiti's presidential transition became an unexpected star at Thursday's United Nations General Assembly meeting in New York City when he suffered a humiliating mishap during his race-baiting speech. As the Miami Herald reported, Edgar LeBlanc Fios, the head of Haiti's presidential transition, blamed the past prejudices for Haiti's grave predicament and demanded global reparations as payment. Fios is a former Haitian senator who was appointed to lead council in the midst of Haiti's ongoing chaos following the assassination of Haiti's President Jovenel Moise in July 2021. Haiti is today the greatest victim of a historical injustice, which has not only delayed our development, but saddled our people with the burden. Fios told the UN General Assembly. We demand recognition of the moral and historic debt and implementation of justice, he added. The speech then took a humorous turn after hailing Haiti for supposedly inspiring other nations to throw off their yoke of unbearable colonialism. Fios demanded justice and respect for his nation before pausing to drink some water. But instead of using the pitcher next to him to pour the water into a cup, he instead decides to take a big swig straight from the pitcher itself. As a result, he ended up spilling water all over himself in front of the entire world. Wow. Okay, so Haitian leader blames white people for Haiti's troubles, demands reparations and respect, then fails at drinking water out of a pitcher by spilling it all over himself. Well, I think those reparations are being paid by all of the people that we are taking care of, all of the white people that are taking care of your people here in America. So I think America has paid its debts, and maybe he can take that up with Bill and Hillary Clinton, and things might be okay. So we're waiting on this video to load. I don't know why Twitter takes such a long time to pull up. Let's see, we're waiting.
World, a symbol of unshakable freedom.
Let's see, making it big. Okay.
Haiti, this land that has offered the world a symbol of unshakable freedom and which has helped several nations to throw off their yoke of barbaric colonialism, is not looking for charity, but justice, respect, respect for its dignity and its right to a dignified and prosperous existence. Respect for its dignity and its right to respect for its dignity and its right to
And this is where you cue up the Pastor Manning. Something's wrong with the black man's mind. Like, what? Why?
He is old.
Why?
He is really old. I got a soft spot for the elderly. You know, maybe he just didn't realize that, you know, it was a picture instead of a
mug, maybe, with the handle.
Maybe he just didn't know.
Vodka.
Yeah, so the last thing, and all of the links that I have shown will be in the description box for those of you that want to go back and look over the things that I have read. The active participation of Haitian immigrants at various levels of life in the United States is tangible and significant. In this regard, the passions that naturally arise during an election campaign should never serve as pretext for xenophobia or racism in a country forged by immigrants from all countries and which has become a model of democracy for the world. So that is all I have for you. You guys can talk about that. John, whenever he comes up, and let me post this article in the back for Stanley that that John sent. I've also put this link in the back chat so Stanley could bring this up to talk about this. John said he wanted it to be tied into immigration, and I'm gonna hop down.
Well, I'll read the article. He'll have to tie it in. I have no clue how it ties in.
Is Black still in here?
I'll gladly. Is it a video? I can gladly read it.
Yeah, it's in the back. It's in the back.
He can do the tying in. Oh, and before you leave, you weren't the only Republican on the panel.
It's okay, Stanley. I understand.
Sorry if you took it personally. I tried.
I get it, Stanley. Stanley, I get it. I get it, Stanley.
Okay.
I understand how you feel about me.
Oh, come on now.
I get it. It's okay.
Okay.
I'm kidding, Stanley.
And Nas.
What else, Stanley?
Tisk.
Yeah, I was just trying to get you on the panel.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm here. So there was one other thing. Oh, the part about Haiti, the one thing that, a lot of people don't know is the reparations basically that Haiti paid to France after the revolt. It basically built France's banking system. So that is actually fact. And that's what the president is probably talking about as far as reparations. Haiti paid France millions for damn near 100 years.
And that's important. How? And why do we care about that?
Well, no, it's not important other than that's what the president was referring to when he was talking reparations. And you know what? Nothing seems to be important to a lot of people. History sure as shit isn't. So, yeah, maybe I was flapping my gums and talking to a wall.
But you do that. You do that a lot, but we're used to that.
Yeah, well, I can.
We're used to that, Stanley.
I can either bore you or I can.
And we're Stanley. We love you for that, man. Keep it. That's why we love you.
So let's go ahead and read.
Is Black on the panel?
Do what?
Is Black still here?
He probably is. He's been in and out. Let's see. Well, yeah, you don't want to be left all alone with me.
No, I don't. You can interrogate me, man. I'm good.
No, I'm not. I just wanted to offer that bit of history. Basically,
no, I get that part.
There would barely be a France if it weren't for Haiti.
Yeah, well, I could give a fuck about France or Haiti.
Yeah, that is a common.
No, it's like why would I even give a shit about France or Haiti? There's only like.
Well, I mean, it's kind of important because
in my
the
life, I
state
care
of
about
Haiti,
two countries, right?
state of Haiti is why immigrants want to come over
Let me
here.
ask you a question. Like, if they ask you to put a
Well,
gun
hold
to your
on.
head.
Before you
No,
ask me
Stan,
that
let me ask you a
question,
question. If they put a gun to your head.
Did you hear my last point?
No, but hold up. Before your last point, I have a question for you. Somebody puts a gun to your head and it said, what two countries do you really give a shit about? What would you say about outside of U.S.?
None of them.
You don't give a shit. That's all. America is the only country you care about, right?
Well, the only thing that I care about is how.
No, but I'm saying
Well,
you
hold
actually.
on. Can you allow me to answer?
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Okay, I care as much as whatever their problems are affect America. So if a country like Haiti is so poor that their people are fleeing over here.
Okay, hold on. What if Haitians don't know? What if Haitians are not black?
Continue finishing my answer.
No, what if Haitians are not black?
Okay, I don't give a shit whether they're black or not. They're
Haitian.
Haitian.
You do, but you do.
They are Haitian.
But you do care about that.
That is my only. Now you're telling me what I care about. What I'm trying.
Because we heard.
I'm literally trying to explain what I care about, and you're telling me what I care about.
Okay, go ahead, brother.
Make that make sense.
Well, I try to make everything.
You're telling me what I
recover.
I care about when I'm trying to explain what I care about.
Go ahead, brother. You explain to me.
Okay. If their history or their internal problems affect America, then I start caring about them. Otherwise, I don't.
So you don't give a shit about Haiti. You don't give a shit about anything in Africa.
I give a shit about Haiti because many of their people are fleeing to the United States.
No. Hold up.
You know what?
So Ukrainians for you.
Making a point.
This is where I cut your bullshit. Ukrainians fleeing here. There's more Ukrainians. There's more Ukrainians here than Haitians. You never said about Ukrainians. This is Stanley. That's where you get caught for your retardation.
Look at you struggling.
This is where you get caught for your retardation.
Okay,
you said about
you
Haiti.
didn't even ask me about Ukraine.
Well, there's more Ukrainians here than Haitians. But
No.
You get caught. You get caught with your
about Republicans not being able to stay on point. Now,
who said I was a Republican?
We are talking Haiti.
Who said I was a Republican?
We are talking Haiti, and all of a sudden we're talking Ukraine.
No.
That makes sense.
No.
You are unfocused.
No, I'm not focused. I asked you. Outside of America, what two countries do you care about?
And that leads me to believe you actually don't have a point. You're just struggling to find one.
No. Outside, I asked you a question. Outside of America, what two countries do you worry about?
Question. I thought. Did I not answer your question?
You said Haiti.
Yes.
And then you said because they were coming to the country. I said there was more Ukrainians coming to this country than Haitians. Why would you care about Haiti?
We were talking about Haiti, and
do you see how your brain does not function? You see how the liberal brain does not function. Do you see the retardation? And everybody in chat, and every single person in chat, find out how stupid you are, chat. Stanley, this is how retarded you are. You said you care about Haitians. Because they were black, because they came to America. We do not care because 10 times more Ukrainians come to America.
Okay, damn
this
it. This
is a retardation. This is the liberal brain. This is a mental. This is what happens with liberal brain. Put in a black fucking head. This is why you're the stupidest motherfucker on the planet. That's why you're retarded, Stanley. Stanley, you understand why you're mentally challenged? You understand why you're mentally challenged, Stanley? Stanley, you just proved the world why you're mentally challenged.
Voters are not.
No, you just figured out why you're mentally challenged, right? Stanley, you just proved the world why you're mentally challenged.
No, you are trying. I know you're.
No. But you said Haiti. You said you care about Haiti because they're coming to America.
This is what Trump voters do.
No, but this is why you're retarded, Stanley. This is what happens when you're a 6-year-old black man who have no fucking IQ. This is like this. You know what they said about fucking liberals? They have zero wisdom in life. That's why I put you on a fucking point. That's why I destroyed your fucking everything you. Dude, Stanley, I destroyed everything you lived for in 30 seconds. Everything you live for in 30 seconds.
You know what?
I destroyed everything you live for is for 60 years and 30 seconds.
You think you did, but you did not.
Chad can tell you. I asked you, what countries you give a fuck? You said Haiti because they were black. You said because they're coming to America. And I said there's 10 times more Ukrainians come to America. But your brain did not function that well. This is retardation or a fucking 60-year-old liberal black brain. You are a mentally challenged fucking cocksucker. This is what happens. That's why you're retarded. This is what happened, Stanley. This is why nobody has Stanley. This is why nobody respects any liberal man in their life. You were the only reason you can.
I'm going to go ahead and.
When I ask you a question, you got to ask you.
I'm going to mute and put you on a timer so I can see how long you go on saying nothing. I'll mute. Oh well. Guess Nas couldn't take the heat. So I will go ahead and read John's article. All right, this is for John. The notorious co-founder of the Gangster Disciples Street Gang sat with his head shackled in his lap Thursday, listening from 1,000 miles away as a judge in Chicago asked the question.
No, listen, Stanley, you still can we talk?
Wait, I'm reading John's article. Can we wait so we can fulfill John's?
Stanley, you understand how stupid you sounded 30 seconds ago.
You know what?
I
need to read John's article. Can I do that?
You can do that. But this is insane how dumb you sound.
I'll put you backstage while I read John's article.
You can kick me out, brother.
Is that what you want? Or we can read John's article. Let me begin again. The notorious co-founder of the Gangster Disciples Street Gang sat with his hands shackled in his lap Thursday, listening from 1,000 miles away as a judge in Chicago asked the question that could lie at the heart of whether he grants mercy to Larry Hoover after 26 years. I don't know why this keeps shrinking.
Hey, what's up, Stanley?
Hey, John.
Hey, you don't have to read much of the article. I just found it interesting that, they're pushing for him. Kanye West is pushed for this Larry Hoover guy to be replaced, and blacks probably would know more about him than.
Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry. I'm in so many meetings.
Okay, John, you know who's the X-rated is? You know who X-rated is?
No.
X-rated was like one of the best gangster rappers from Sacramento. He did 30 years. He just got out 2 years ago. But it's like he was with a Hoover, all the Crips things, and he was part of the crew.
So, are we talking about Gangster Disciples? Right?
Yeah. No, we're talking about this Larry Hoover. That's your Chicago. That's you.
Oh yeah, Larry Hoover, Gangster Disciples.
That's your people. Yeah, I'm talking about X-rated, SIBO, and all this. There's guys that did all the raps from prisons for 30 years.
Oh, yeah, that's terrible.
Yeah, I remember hearing about. I think it was Kanye West. Feel like letting Larry Hoover out, he could kind of organize.
Yeah, he was the first one.
So these rappers, they do this all the time. Do you remember how many years ago was it? Over 10 years ago, a little longer than that, I would suppose. When Tukey, whatever the hell his name was,
Tukey got executed like San Quentin. That was 12 years ago.
Yeah, exactly, and they were championing him. Jamie Foxx, all of them were championing his release. They said it had been long enough. He had changed his life. The charges were erroneous. They got him on drug charges that he didn't do.
He killed over 100 people, but he wrote a kid's book, so they want to get him out.
Yeah, exactly. He wrote a
kid's book after he killed over 100 black people in LA.
and that absolves him from all.
He wrote a kid's book. They want to get him out of jail. Yeah, because I had friends with him at San Quentin at the same time. Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? So that's the point. It is an erroneous.
That's pretty insane, right?
Plot point. There should be no reason why
that's what
Kanye
I'm saying.
West should ever champion this guy coming out of prison. Period.
How many people Larry Hoover killed in Chicago?
A lot, man. And
yeah, over 100.
He was an arbiter of a lot of pain in Chicago, and people are looking at his legacy through rose-colored glasses and pretend like he didn't cause the turmoil he did. Him, Jeff Fort, who was the leader of the Black Peastone Rangers or Black Stones or whatever, Moes, whatever you want to, him as, Vice Lord leaders, King David from Black disciples, who was murdered by his own people. It's a legacy of murder and mayhem. There is nothing honorable about gangs.
No, they destroyed over 1,000 Black families in Chicago, but they want to make them heroes nowadays.
Yeah, of course, because they think that this will counter the entrance of illegal alien gangs in America. More debauchery in, debauchery out. Okay, cool. They forgot the pain. They forgot it. I guess they need more reminders.
Well, these people are desiring of a strong man, a man who, at the least, if they were violent, it was orderly violent. People in Chicago have long talked about when they tore down all the projects, the Cabrini Green, the Robert Taylor, the Ida B. Wells, how it scattered the crime out and how they had it more or less organized in those housing projects.
The lies they tell. Got it.
He should be mayor of Chicago.
And you see the Black community more or less reaching out again for the strong man. Anyone that can corral these disparate groups of criminals to kind of, marshal their resources against these migrants coming in. And that is what I think that, what lies at the heart of it. I've heard some of these people say it, that, we need organization.
John, they're asking for a guy who was relevant nearly 40 years ago.
30 years ago?
40 years ago.
40?
Closer to 40 years ago. To come out and talk to the youth of today, the ones who are gun-toting and robbing and maiming people on the streets of Chicago.
Those kids don't know who Michael Jordan is. They think they can know who Hoover is.
They don't care,
Yeah.
They don't care. This doesn't make any sense. For people like me, I remember him. Okay.
How old were you? You were like 10, 11?
Yeah, at the time when he went to prison. No, I was younger than that when he went to prison. And they glorified him like he was a king, talked about him like he was fable, and now they want to let him out. It's insane. Okay, I guess Kanye forgot what it felt like to have to run home when those people were chasing him down. Got it.
Well, it may have been better then than now, and these people may have looked back at that time and, with, longing eyes, and it may have been safer. It may have been, the violence may have been at least concentrating in certain areas where you could go other places and you feel safe. I'm not sure what the issue is, but these people have been longing for kind of their head criminals to come back and kind of enforce some order. And I think they're going to need it.
Like choosing Barabbas. Got it.
I think they're going to need it with all these gangs and migrants coming in. They're going to need some organization, yeah. And that's what would explain it to me. You need more soldiers, people that can marshal an army. And, if you don't have many answers, you go back to what worked, even if it were 40 years ago. Anyways, I don't think they're going to let him out of prison, but it's interesting that he's still coming up after all this time, after all the people that supposedly that he killed there. Do you think they let him out, Blacks?
I think with this political thing, I think they will. Yes.
Mm.
I think with this new political thing, they're gonna do a racist thing, and it's like he'll be out in like 2 years. Yes.
It's interesting. I don't know if you guys heard about young Dolph.
Yeah, you know who put a hit on him, right?
Yeah, it's Big Juck and
Big Jack, his brother put a hit on him. Yeah,
all those people.
yeah.
You know that some of these young boys they get on the stand and they snitch as quick as they get a chance if they offer him a deal. But this guy here, the one that was convicted yesterday,
That's pretty fucking insane, right? They live in Memphis. They're making millions, and then you put a hit on one of the biggest Memphis stars. Like the retardation's on different level.
You know, part of the reason is they wanted him to sign with their record.
He did, yeah. I get that part. Like Suge Knight did that, like back. But this new era, like there's cameras. You can't do Suge Knight shit in fucking this era right now.
So here's the tweet, Instagram, whatever it was sent out. Once he was convicted, he said, "These niggas take criminal responsibility. I'm taking street responsibility. Regardless, I'm forever the biggest. They can throw away the keys before I ever eat the cheese." What he's talking about, eating the cheese, is as a rat.
Yeah, he's ratting, right? Yeah, really.
He's not a rat. They can throw away the keys before I ever.
But he's not gonna rat.
He's not gonna rat. He's a young man.
But they'll, eventually they'll rat, man. When I was in jail, every single one of them ratted.
Well, he had his opportunity to rat and get himself out of the most time, and he didn't. So kudos to him for standing tall.
Yeah.
So he's looking at probably.
You think Young Jock's brother's not gonna rat?
You mean Yo Gotti?
Yo Gotti's brother.
He's dead. Big Juck is dead.
Big Juck is dead. But what's Yo Gotti's gonna do now?
Yo Gotti probably gonna be facing some kind of charges.
Yeah, he will. He has to.
If they can tie.
He's gonna put on like T.I. did on his. Remember T.I.? He put everything on his dead cousin.
Oh yeah, I do remember that.
He put all the gun charges on his dead cousin.
I do remember that. Big Juck is Yo Gotti brother. Gotti was the one who put out the hit by Juck. Gotti hates Dolph from not signing. You know, I think there's a curveball or an extra angle that no one is talking about, and that there was a middleman that contracted out the hit on young Dolph, and his name is.
Hey John, how about like what if they were not involved and FBI just try to get rid of them?
I don't think they're big enough for the FBI to even.
You think the FBI just gonna say just like they put a hit on him? Like Memphis, they need some big hits.
I don't see the reason. I think here is just very simple bullshit. And this guy, the guy Hovan, that is the guy that was supposed to pay these guys. I can't remember his first name. It sounds like a Spanish.
The shooter got life for yesterday, right?
I think they sentenced him today, so I'm not sure. We'll look it up. But the guy that contracted with them to do the killing, you may or may not know this, but he has ties to Dallas, Texas. I'm not sure if you remember this. Let me see if I can.
I know about Dallas. Houston, I know Jay Prince will do that, but I don't know about Dallas.
Maybe it's Dallas. It could be.
Jay Prince not part of that. Yeah.
Let me see if I can find it, and I'll see if I can. You might find this interesting. And that sometimes the sins of the father get passed on to the daughter, to the children, and you'll see this here. Let me see if I can find it. It's something related to this that I found very interesting. Let me see if I can find it. But yeah, there was something interesting that came out of this Yo Gotti case. And I can't seem to find it. And I much rather take. Oh, I know what I'm doing around here. I'm searching my bookmarks instead of just searching in general.
Yeah, did you hear how Stanley just had a brain freeze?
I wasn't listening. What happened?
I asked him, like, outside of America, what two countries do you give a shit about? He mentioned Haiti, and he said, because the immigrants come in here and helping. I said, there's hundreds more thousand Ukrainians come here than Haitians. And then his brain frozen, and he had no idea what was going on. This is what this is what liberal racist brain happens, man. This is what like retardation or liberal brain. When you just pick color outside of like anything in life, you just pick color. They had nothing to do with life, nothing productivity. You just pick they're black, I'll put them in life. They have nothing to do with whoever helps Americans, whoever. He just picked Haiti because they kind of look like him. But and this is the retardation of liberal American.
Let me go ahead and tell you how badly you have mangled my argument.
No. Everybody in the chat heard it. Like this is what happens. This is what happens. This is what liberal brain happens, man. That's what Thomas Sowell been saying this for 20 years about the people like you. And Malcolm X said exactly the same thing.
It's like you weren't even here. That's what you're sounding like.
Remember what Malcolm X said? He said the only thing that he hated outside of racist white people is the black liberals. That's the worst people in life.
Hey, hold it. Where are you going with this? You're running all over the place.
No, but I'm saying this is the worst.
What I meant.
I said the worst people for the black community are the fucking black liberals. That's what they destroy the black community.
Should not be taken seriously.
Whose knowledge should be taken seriously?
I literally think you were unfocused. You certainly weren't unfocused on my point. But you
I was not. I was straight focused. I sent you like a layup, so I knew you were gonna miss the layup. I sent you a layup because why do you think I asked you that question? Because I knew where you were going with that retardation.
You remember my answer, so tell me.
No, Stanley, why do you think I asked you that question? Because I knew, like, I touched you a layup, and I knew you were gonna miss it because I was gonna block that shit.
You say what you had to say, and then I'll respond.
No, but I touched you a layup because I knew you were like a little bit socially, mentally challenged, and I was gonna swat that shit like Mutombo. So that's why I brought you that question. You went with that little retarded social fucking black liberal fucking thing. Oh, I'm pro this, and retardation happened.
No idea.
And you got caught. Everybody on chat saw how stupid you sounded, man.
Literally, don't even remember my response.
No, Who did not remember response? Did anybody in chat did not remember? You said you were Haiti.
I'll rest my case and go ahead and mute.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. Keep going.
John, my point is that he doesn't remember what I said. He's making it up.
You did not say Haiti?
Oh, Lord. John is off talking about what he wants to talk about.
No. You did not say Haiti.
Because I'm going to have to go back over my whole.
Oh, go ahead. Keep going and tell everybody in chat that can see for the fourth time why the fucking liberal brain is malfunctions while they're doing it in real life. When you put them into work, liberal brain just like they have malfunctions. It's just, the wires don't conquer. Like the two wires don't fucking really click when the liberal brain has to think in life. They have to fucking become retards. They have to fucking let me call a friend. Let me call her fucking my wife. That's what liberal brain does. This is the problem with liberal brain. This is why nobody respects any liberal human being in life. You have no common sense. You don't think about it on top of your head. It's like you can't do it like this on top of your head. When I asked you that question because I knew the answer for it. That was the reason for it. I knew the retardation. The liberal brain is so easy to it's like talking to you is like talking to a 21-year-old liberal girl. You know what this host will say. Like, I would say, don't suck my dick. And they'll say, oh, I'll do it anyways. It's like, and that's why you got caught in line. That's the Stanley. This is where you can get caught. You guys all share a fucking retarded brain. Liberals, you guys, there's no wisdom. There's no wisdom in between all of you combined. There's like, you can read 2 or 3 books combined, but there's zero wisdom. You guys all fucking retarded cocksuckers.
You know what my response is?
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
I just heard a bunch of wisdom from you.
As you should, because for the first time in your life in 60 years, somebody from different country had to fucking put some wisdom in your head because your mom and dad never did. So somebody from different country that came here as a fucking refugee had to put some wisdom in your head because none of your parents did and your grandparents did it. None of your teachers did. So somebody from different country had to. So this is. Well, I guess this is why we need immigration, right? You're right, Sam. You count 100% right.
So what were you saying, John? Well, apparently John's off doing something else.
No, sorry, I got stuck on mute there. Sorry about that.
Go ahead to whatever you were talking about. Nas, if you can remember what I
do remember, John, but do you understand what happened? Why did I ask that question?
When you recall, so we can talk about it, okay?
No, but I already recalled that John heard the conversation and everybody in chat heard the conversation. I asked you a question I knew the answer to. And I'm telling you, every single liberal, it doesn't matter if it's a 12-year-old white girl or a 6-year-old black man, every single liberal has the same fucking brain cell. You guys all share a brain. There's no wisdom. There's no brain thought. There's no process. That's why there's no liberal fucking comedian that goes off the cuff and fucking talks to the fucking fans. You know, you need brain cells. There's no liberal fucking rap battle. You need a brain cell. You need to develop. There's got to be a second thought. There's no liberals that play chess. There's a second move behind. There's things behind it. Liberals, it's all about. I read the news. Stanley, you watch.
So what were you saying, John?
What happened to Nas? I let him finish. Go ahead. You can let him finish. What happened to Nas? Did he drop off?
Oh, I don't know. He probably went to take another drink.
Someone asked, find the video yet. What video are you speaking of?
I actually don't know what we were talking about after all that. So I'm sure he meant something about liberals, but I don't need to take the time to make his point for him. I'm sure he'll get around to it.
Let me give a special shout out to the 12th man. I appreciate you for supporting the show. 12th man, much appreciated. Much appreciated. As much as a cash app, I was appreciated. You being on the panel, coming up on the panel. You have one of our funniest intros, the intro with crack. Anyway, get your ass up here, 12th man. If you're interested, here comes Nas again. And I figure we'll get to this Hernandez name whenever you guys.
Hey, John,
start.
Can you do me a favor?
What's up?
Pull a video of PBD. That's my brother. You know, he's Armenian, so he's my brother.
Yeah.
He interviewed Dennis Prager about 4 years ago in Dennis Prager's house. And Dennis Prager, they had this debate, and Dennis Prager said, there's no liberal that has wisdom. They're all mentally challenged. They might read 3 or 4 books, but they have no liberal in this life have any wisdom.
You have huge problems.
Why you stopping me for?
I don't think liberals.
I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to John.
Then you want to overtalk people.
I was talking to John.
I don't think liberals are your biggest problem.
I don't give a shit about liberals or conservatives. I think both of you are retarded. But I think Stanley, you on top of the list though.
I just don't think.
Well, Stanley, why'd you stop me while I was talking to John?
Because you were misquoting me for starters.
No, hold up. I was telling John about PBD's interview. How did I misquote?
Oh, well, let me add something about PBD, and I'm not surprised that you're a fan of PBD.
No, it's not PBD. That's my cousin. My cousin. Yeah.
And I damn sure don't go to Dennis Prager.
Okay. And then what are you going to say about PBD?
Oh, you know what? That I'm not surprised you're his big fan.
No, I'm not a big fan. I'm related to him. We're related. So what are you going to say?
You know what? I'm uninterested.
No, as you should be. No, you should be interested to keep doing your propaganda. You should be not interested.
I'm trying my best not to.
No, Stanley, I'll tell you why you're not interested. Can I tell you why you're not interested?
No,
you're not interested in any man that has testosterone. That's why you hate every man that has testosterone. You hate any man that has testosterone. in
More
his life.
about me than you know about yourself.
No, but it's not hard to find out about you, man. You open any fucking queer,
you start paying attention to yourself.
Any liberal queer book you open, then we'll know your autobiography, Stanley.
Liberals are your biggest problem. Right?
I don't give a fuck about liberals nor you, or no conservative.
Let's hear John. If you don't give a fuck about me, stop talking about me then.
No. I asked you a question to make you look stupid.
I answered your question.
You did not. You made yourself look like a mentally challenged kid, man.
Don't remember your question?
You made yourself look like a mentally challenged kid.
What was your question?
You look like a Down syndrome with autistic and with Tourette's at the same time when I asked that question.
You've been drinking.
You were an angel with Down syndrome, so you couldn't answer the fucking question.
You know what? You don't even remember your question.
What do you mean I did not ask you a question?
You don't remember.
I asked you what two countries do you give a fuck about outside of America? Didn't I ask you that?
Okay, I rest my case.
I did not ask you what two countries do you care about outside of America?
Oh, you remembered.
What the fuck do you mean I remember, man?
What was my response?
Your response was Haiti.
No, my response was none of them.
No, you did not. You went to Haiti, man. Everybody in chat can hear that you said Haiti.
My first response was not in.
You said Haiti. You said Haiti.
And your response was, "Oh, well, you only care about America." And then that's when I started.
I never give the fuck. No.
See,
that was
I
not.
remember, and you don't.
No. When you said Haiti,
yes,
you said Haiti because they're bringing immigrants here. That's what you said.
What was my first response, Nas?
Haiti because they're bringing the immigrants here.
Nas, I don't know what.
Let's why don't you ask the chat? Ask the chat what you said.
You are unfocused, and I'm forced to think.
Stanley, ask the chat what you said when I asked. You said Haiti because they bring the immigrants here.
I'm asking the source.
No, ask the chat.
I will ask you. What was my first response?
Haiti, because they're bringing immigrants here.
My first response.
I asked you outside of America. What was your response?
Dude, I think we should move on.
No, I asked you what was your.
I'm trying.
You did not say Haiti?
I'm trying to have patience.
Well, ask Jewel. Let's ask Jewel. Like everybody.
I care what Jewel says. She didn't ask me the question.
I asked you a question, but they were the witnesses.
Who is it? Liberals who need help with their points, or is it Nas?
No, they need human beings. Like 60-year-old black men should know by now.
Did I just hear you call for Jewel? You need help, son.
But what happened is I told you
making your point. What are you talking about? Liberals needing help?
Nas. No, I was asking you needed help because I asked you that question because I knew the answer to it.
You need help. Ask Jewel to come up so she can help you.
I don't need anybody to help me. I asked people who was in the chat at the time.
Calling for Jewel
because they were in the chat at the time. Did you say? Did you or did you not say Haiti?
You are tying your own.
Did you or did you not say Haiti?
I'm enjoying it. I'm loving it.
Stanley, be a man for once in your life. Did you or did you not say Haiti?
Tie himself and all.
Stanley, for the first time in 60 years, be a man. Did you or did you not say Haiti?
You could have just listened to what.
Stanley, for the first time in 60 years, be a man. Did you or did you not say Haiti?
Interrupt John to make a point.
Stanley, for the first time in 60 years, did you or did you not say Haiti?
Literally making a fool of yourself.
Stanley, for the first time in 60 years, did you or did you not say Haiti?
Make a bigger fool of yourself.
Did you not say Haiti?
I want to help you.
Did you not say Haiti?
A fool.
Did you not say Haiti?
Oh, you know what?
Oh, this is how you liberal a fucking homosexual concept.
You are spurring.
This is why nobody respects you.
Don't be talking about liberals, Nas. You have a bigger problem than any liberal.
I have zero problems. I don't give a fuck about neither one of you. I'm just trying to bust both of you balls. I think conservatives is just a bigger douchebag.
Nas,
but this is how you get busted.
You have a bigger problem than all the liberals in America combined.
Hey, can you tell me what my problems?
Well, you can't. You can barely stay focused on your
own. What?
Focus is your problem.
Focus. I asked you the question, and you answered it.
And you know what? I was talking about you when
no. Look at the chat. Look at the chat, and look what every single person said. I asked you what is it when you said Haiti. when you say Haiti, you got busted because I give you like I gave you open-ended question because I knew how retarded you are, Stanley. I knew you were gonna get busted. I knew you were gonna get busted with this retardation of this liberal. You have no man thinking. You don't think like a man. You think like a liberal fucking 70-year-old black woman. This is the problem, Stanley. You have no man in you, Stanley, and I like Stanley. You know what the crazy thing about it is? I like you. I think you're a good man. We have zero men in you. When I asked you that question, I knew where I was going. I knew you were gonna go ask your fucking great grandmother about that fucking question. I knew you were so slow. You're gonna call in your grandmother to answer that question, and she told you, and you got busted, and everybody in chat found out how retarded you are as a man. You have zero. You stand for zero. You stand for nothing in this life, Stanley. You stand for nothing.
Exactly like a woman.
Stanley, you stand for nothing in this life. You're basically a transsexual. You taking hormone blockers and you don't know you take them or not. That's what you are. You don't know. Do I take my hormone blockers or I don't? Do I walk this way or I don't? They're a 60-year-old man. You still don't know what the fuck life is, man.
Let's look at what John.
It's sad, brother. It's sad, and I'm not hating on you, bro. I'm not hating on you.
Foolish.
I look foolish. Let's read the chat. Let's read the chat if I'm lying that you said Haiti and you ran from it.
Go to the chat.
Well, why don't you ask chat? Did I lie? Did you say Haiti that you ran from it?
That's help.
Did you say Haiti and you ran from it? Or I'm lying? Did I lie?
You need the chat's help.
Did I lie? Did you say Haiti and ran from it?
What are you talking about?
Did you say Haiti and then you ran from it?
I also said no country.
Oh, no, shut the fuck up. You sound like every white girl in life. That's you're a liberal fucking whore, bro. You're like a $2 liberal white bitch.
Wait, hold it. You can't get a white woman?
Who?
You.
I can't get a white woman. No, I'm not. I don't mess with white women. No, I know. Me Too movement. I don't mess. I trust me. I've been with a black woman than you do. Trust me. Don't talk about that part. But you were a Me Too girl. You were a Me Too. You were a 16-year-old Me Too girl.
You should always listen to John when he's talking. You will look less foolish.
Yo, what's up, man?
You asking me or you asking yourself? What?
I'm gonna go ahead and mute and let John talk.
No, I'm muting and you and John talk about it. And let John read the chat.
I'm muting now.
Stanley, did I lie? Did you say Haiti or not? Did I lie about it? Did I lie?
Oh, you still here? I thought you were listening to John. John, I'm eager to hear what you had to say.
Hey, Stanley. Hey, John. What's up, man?
Hey, what's going on, 12th man?
Good to see you all today.
How you doing, man?
Probably sound better than I did butt crack early this morning. I should have been to bed already.
12 man, you sound like a rock star, my brother.
I could barely talk last night.
Nah, you sound like a rock star, man. Keep working, my brother.
Sometimes I have too much wine and shouldn't be up on here. Maybe chat, but not trying to talk on panel. No, all your common sense comes from your frontal brain lobe. And when you drink, a lot of that goes away. So, like, when you're sober, you'd know better to be on panel when I'm like that drunk. But once you get drunk, you forget about that, right? Or at least I do. So, anyway.
Well, apparently John's busy. So I would go back and answer Naz's question, but he keeps interrupting and hearing what he wants to hear. So that's probably a waste of time.
If you two want to keep going, go for it. I was
No,
kind of wondering. What
It's a
else is on
one-sided
the agenda?
conversation, and Nas is just going to win anyway.
What were y'all talking about
Nah,
before I
you know
got
I'm
up?
gonna win because you know you fucked up. Because you
Dude,
know,
you know what?
you said some
You know
retarded
when I
stuff.
fucked up?
Because you know you said some
You want
retarded
to
stuff, and
know
everybody
what I
chatted.
realized I fucked up?
But you know you said for nothing. That's the problem. You said for nothing. That's why you want a black woman to fucking take you to the promised land.
When
Because
I
you said for nothing as a man, Sally. That's why I
Now,
asked you that.
you know
I
what?
asked you that stupid
You are
question
so
because I
sad.
knew the answer.
You
Because
are
I knew
really
60-year-old
white.
black man gonna ask me.
You
A
keep
black woman from Jamaica gonna take me to the promised land. She'll keep me on Social Security. She'll
what
pay me
people
for my
want to
kids'
do.
so fucking
Keep
college fund.
talking. So
That's how retarded you are. No, Sally, this is you. The you came out of two things in your life. This homosexuality came out of it, and the manhood came out of you in the same time with that question.
I
This
have no idea
this
what
was a
that
trick
means.
question. You
I
came out of
love
the closet in two ways, man.
that is
You came out of the two closets with that same question, man. The retardation came retarded. Bro, you could have just said, man, I care about Haiti, but I'm because they're black and I'm weird. But then you got fucked.
When did black come into this?
Well, what the fuck did you say? Why the fuck did you say Haiti?
Fucker, you
Why
just
the fuck did you say Haiti?
in your
Why the
head.
fuck did you say Haiti if the black did not come?
Voice in
Why
your
the
head
fuck did you say Haiti if black did not come in? Why the fuck did you say Haiti if black did not come into this?
When did I say
So
black?
why the fuck did you say Haiti if black did not come into this? Because you became such a racist fucking retard. You and Linwood, like you're not far apart. Like you read 4 more books than Linwood. But both of you are like the same retarded cocksuckers, man. This is a liberal fucking. This it's a disease, man. You guys are so sick of the head. This is a disease. This liberalism. This liberalism is a filthy disease, man. You're like in your blood. You're sick. It's worse than HIV. This liberalism is worse than HIV, and
know
you're
what?
fucking
Liberalism
struggling with it.
kicked your
And I
dumb
will
ass.
cure for it. I'll cure you because you're not a bad man. Liberalism is
your
worse than
dumb
HIV
ass
nowadays,
all
man.
over the panel.
It's all over your body.
About it.
Liberalism, it's all over
You
the
are
HIV.
a whiner.
I'm whining. I don't give a
You
fuck.
are
You don't give a
whining
fuck, man.
about-
Work for Kamala, man. I don't give a fuck. I'll teabag that bitch.
You
Work
are
for whoever the
whining
fuck you
about
want.
me kicking your ass, and I didn't even have to wonder about whether you're a man or not. I just took your brain, wrapped it up in knots, and then shit on it.
You shit on me?
You're
The
mad.
whole chat knew you got punked. You got teabagged. You got teabagged by fucking everybody. Like you became like a class clown.
You know what?
You understand why I ask those questions? Because it's so easy to ask the liberal questions. Because I know 10 fucking moves ahead. Well, every single one of you retards. It's all every single thing in your head. It's all recorded. You don't have off the cuff fucking. You don't have anything off the cuff. Everything you have to look at. You have to call your mom and ask me for a question. You have to call your son and ask me for a question. None of you cocksuckers have a fucking answer. You're not a man. Man will fucking do it. Like I'll meet you on the street and I'll ask you, bitch, what are you gonna do right now? You say, let me call my son. Let me see what I can do. When I say,
this poor motherfucker going all over the place about streets.
Not streets. When I'm talking to streets, I'll say I'll come to your block and hang out, man. I was talking about gangster shit.
Somebody in the chat, please come up and help poor Nas out. He needs it.
I gotta help. The whole chat knows you're a clown. Look at the chat. Why don't you read the chat?
Whole chat.
Why don't you read the chat? Why don't you read the chat? The whole chat knows how liberalism is a disease worse than HIV.
You know what? You don't even get that.
Liberalism is worse than HIV.
I'm really a liberal, Nas.
No, he went from HIV to AIDS. All of you gonna die soon. All of you gonna die soon. It used to be HIV, but I think in the next few months it's gonna be AIDS.
I see Stanley more as a blue dog Democrat. I don't know if he sees himself like that.
No, like Stanley's like Magic Johnson. He can survive with AIDS because he has money. But this is the problem.
Where are you going with this?
Well, I'm going, brothers, because it's a disease, man. You're so fucked up in the head. No, Stanley, you're so fucked up in the head. I asked you a simple question because I knew the answer to it, and everybody in the chat knew. Everybody in the chat knew what are you gonna answer. But the retardation is on different level. I'm so sick of you liberal fucking cocksuckers, man. You guys are useless human beings. All of you, and honestly, and every single one of you pull a fucking bullet to your. There's no use for your life.
little white girls. What's going on in that head of yours?
What white girls? I'm talking about there's zero use for any liberal in the society. You guys are useless humans.
Is every liberal in society on this panel?
Well, you aren't here, so I'm addressing you. You're the president now. You're not already inclined. You're also
every liberal. That poor child. What I mean by he has a focus problem, and his little chat buddies, they can't help him out. They're trying. So you were saying you didn't get any sleep last night, 12 man?
No, I did finally.
Oh, good. So I actually fell asleep fairly early for me, and I slept through the storm and everything else.
Nice.
About 11 this morning.
Did you ever lose power or anything like that?
Apparently we did, but I don't know for how long. It was overnight, and it was back on when I woke up.
Okay, very good.
I think we got spared. My cousin down in Florida actually says he's got about 3 feet or so of water in his house.
Hey.
But he also lives on an island. So, he'll be okay.
Yeah. I guess these hurricanes keep the construction workers busy. That's one positive side of it, I guess.
Oh, Nas is back.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, Stanley, man. I don't want. There's nothing personal, man. I just wanted to use you.
I'm not taking it personal.
No. I just wanted to use you as a guinea pig so people can see how retarded liberal people are. You have zero common sense in life. I asked you like a simple. No, and everybody in the chat heard. I asked you a simple question. And you start tap dancing. You start doing dumb things.
You know what? Unfortunately, you didn't wait for a full response. So I understand why you think you won.
Hold up. Let's ask there was about 30 people in chat, right? So if it was my fault, I apologize to you. If I did not, everybody in chat heard your response, right?
Here's the deal. I don't care what people in the chat think.
So you said I did not hear, but how about people in the chat? They did not hear it the same thing?
I don't care what they think. And quite frankly, if I couldn't finish my answer, they didn't hear my answer.
But your answer basically is like you have no answer. Just like you're a Kamala Harris. You have no policy. You have no answer. You just a clueless dude that read 3 books in your life, and you think you know about life.
Did I say I didn't have an answer?
No, you dance around it, but like you dance around it.
Have an answer. Tell me in the chat.
Tell you what in the chat. I asked you a normal question like a man, but you asked like a 12-year-old white girl.
Answer.
I asked you a fucking man-to-man answer. I asked you a question like a man-to-man. I'm in my 40s. You in your fucking almost 60s.
Just so you think.
I'm in my 40s. You almost in your 60s. I asked you like a man. You were like a 12-year-old white girl trying to fucking tap dance around the court. Fucking answer.
What do girls have to do with this?
Because you act like one.
Why do you keep bringing up white girls?
Because you're a liberal. Man. I'm trying to fucking ask a question from a black man, but you talk to like a 12-year-old white girl.
No, you know what? I'm just not saying what you can understand.
Apparently. Oh, no, but nobody in life understands what you say. But nobody in life can understand. The only thing you can understand is because you read 3 books in your life. You read 3 black fucking authors' books. You think you know about life. And this is the thing.
I actually do think I know a thing or two about.
This is why you live in the middle of nowhere and just like hiding from the world.
In the middle of nowhere? Where did you get that idea?
It should. But you're a good man, man. I have no hate for you. I have no hate for you. It's happy, you know.
Maybe
you know what? You know what's crazy thing? I went crazy at you, but
so
Stanley,
you know I have a good answer too.
No, I know you had zero. No, I asked you the question because I knew you're gonna be a liberal fucking pussycat.
I think what it is
No, you did what every liberal fucking does.
So
You did
what
4
you're saying is
answers.
you asked that question in bad faith.
How?
Well, you said you knew what the answer was going to be.
Because I knew how liberal mind works, and you guys have no wisdom. It's
So
you guys don't. It's like every single answer, everything you say in life, you learn from somebody, either Whoopi Goldberg or fucking Joy Reid. You have no common sense. You don't think for yourself. You have zero. You don't think for yourself as a 60-year-old man. That's the sad thing. You listen to a black woman to lead you, man. You listen to black women to lead you away.
How you want to act like Donald Trump?
No. But you lead the way. Like you ask, you look for Joy Reid and Whoopi Goldberg for your directions, which is sad, brother. Which is sad. It's sad. I have no hate. Stanley,
don't
after this, I still tell you, I got nothing but love for you, man. You're a good man. You just misguided, man. You just like, your mama raised you the wrong way, but you're a good dude, my brother. I have no hate.
Don't ask questions in bad faith.
In bad faith? No, it was in a great faith, but it was in a result of fucking somebody with no common sense. It was a question in a good faith.
I probably saved time because you wouldn't have understood the answer had I gotten around to it.
Well, I can't wait 40 years, brother.
Yeah, well, neither can I.
I can't wait 40 years. I can't get that old. I can't be 40 years till you answer that question. Till your grandkids tell you what to tell me, man.
Oh, and by the way, tell your friend Opana in the chat. I look forward to the day he can bring his weak ass from the chat up here so I can destroy him.
I don't know who Opana is. I don't know anybody, but everybody in chat heard when I asked the question, and they heard the answer. My point was, I know how to talk to liberals, and I know how the brain works. You guys get malfunction, man. The brain just like there's a click in the brain, and you don't know what to do with it.
My point is that you thought you were talking to a liberal.
Yeah, and I don't think Stanley is as much of a liberal as you think he is.
He's worse than you think. But 12 man. But the crazy thing is, I got nothing but love Stanley. Stanley is a great man. He's a great man. He raised his kid well, man. I got nothing but love for him, man. I was just trying to prove the chat like how liberals think. That's the only thing I want. I have nothing against the Stanley person. I was just doing a guinea pig thing about liberals.
Gets it now. It was a bad faith interrogation. However, I have good answers for your question. It's just sometimes answers need to be laid out, and you not understanding a part instead of asking a question, just wanted to go off, into orbit about some liberal bullshit. You know what? Sometimes you should let people answer the question.
I didn't ask you a straight up question, Sam.
And then when John starts on what he wants to talk about, you interrupt John and come back.
Now you're gonna blame John for now you're gonna blame John for your fuck up.
No, I'm blaming you, not John.
Oh, so I asked you a question, you didn't answer. Then John come in between, and then he interrupted me. So we all fuck up, but you have no idea what. So I asked you 2 + 2. You said 5, but then John came. You said 4. And he said 3. But it's so awful.
You know why I admire you? Because linear time doesn't exist for you.
This is true. Be that as it may.
You can just take events and arrange them like a kid.
Be that as it may. Yes, be that as it may.
Kid arranges blocks in any order they want them to be.
Be that as it may. Yes, you're right. So another one.
That's what you are.
Be that as it may. You're right.
You're a kid.
I might be, yes. Bitch, I might be. Yours or something? Bitch, I might be. Stanley, I got nothing but love for you, man. I got nothing but love for you personally, but I just proved the point how retarded. Stanley, I have nothing but love for you personally, but I just prove how retarded the liberals are, man.
Sometimes don't look to the chat to validate yourself.
I have zero validation. I just proved the world. I have nothing personal against you. I think you're a great man. But I just wanted to prove the world how retarded fucking liberals are.
You know what?
And you're a poster child of retardation.
You do
Good luck.
realize
Well love, my brother. I love you.
You do realize the world doesn't care if I'm liberal or not. Did you know that? Hello? The world doesn't give a shit whether I'm a liberal or not. Is that right or wrong? So anyway, 12th man, sorry you got interrupted there.
No, that's all right. I mean, I came in the middle of y'all's, I guess that's a conversation.
We weren't having a conversation. It was Nas exposing my liberal little girlism or whatever.
That's funny because I never seen you like that, Stanley. We've had our bump ins too, but I never thought of you as like a little girl or something.
You know what? I think that Nas just got frustrated for some reason or another. And I think it's also ironic that people in the chat think Nas actually made a point. But you know, you are the company you keep.
Yeah, I don't know. No comment, really, I guess.
Well, it wasn't really directed at you. It just seems like apparently, and this is my opinion, one of the worst things about dealing with Trump voters and MAGA in general is that if you don't fit what they think you should be, then they just get all spun up. They won't listen to your answer. It's like, are you fitting what they think the mold is, or are you not? And then if you start deviating from what they think you ought to be, then they get all discombobulated. And Nas isn't the only one that's like that. I think some of these people get up here and can't stay focused or sticking to a point, and it's just fucking annoying. Hey, what's up, Joe Cool?
What's up, gentlemen?
What's up, Joe
I didn't hear the conversation. I missed it all, but I did hear you talking about a guy named Nas, and I don't know. I missed the conversation.
Well, no, Nas is one of our gang, Nas 415.
Okay. And
So
you and him had a
Nas
difference of agreement. Wait, I didn't think you were talking about Nas the rapper.
What's up, America, man? No, it's I don't know. I don't even want to go back over it, but one of the things I've experienced over the past 3 days is that whataboutism is like the national anthem of MAGA. It's like if you get them on a point, they can't stay focused on that point. They want to bring in all these externalities, and it's just it's a gish gallop is what it is.
They think it's a valid rebuttal, and it's not. Right?
Exactly.
Trump, shot a horse. What about Biden? That's not addressing what I said, motherfucker.
Yeah, it's a focus problem.
Hey, Stanley, you said your son was home, right?
Yeah, he is.
So it was storming. Stanley had his boy at home and he slept like a baby. I ain't mad at you, Stanley. I ain't mad at you.
Well, I mean, the storm wasn't that bad. I mean, we got wind and rain, but I mean, and the power must have gone out while I was asleep, but we didn't get like water damage or nothing like they got in Florida.
It rained here for probably an hour and a half straight. I mean, just what do they call it? Torrential, something like that. Torrential, right? Yeah, torrential rain for like an hour and a half
from torrents.
That was just coming down.
You got more damage in North Carolina than this part of Georgia did. Though there were like 11 people who died, including a fireman in Georgia. I think it was South Georgia. So yeah,
from this storm,
got it bad.
That's brutal. From this storm, 11 people died in Georgia.
Yeah, mm-hmm.
That's brutal.
It was that bad. I did not have any knowledge. It was supposed to be that bad.
It was that bad, and it was that bad in a lot of places, which is kind of unusual. I mean, people from North Carolina to Florida, South Carolina, parts of Tennessee. I'm on the Alabama line, so parts of Alabama got it. It was pretty widespread. I don't think
I saw on Florida. I saw the big boats with fans on the back, swamp boats or whatever they're called, going down the street in Florida.
Yep.
In Swanee, to be exact. I think it was in Swanee.
Now, Florida, whatever damage happened north of Florida got nailed.
Looks like it.
So, that's why, I kind of thank goodness that, so in Douglasville, Georgia, which is about 15 miles from me, they had like a 90-mile-an-hour, gust or something like that. So the winds did get bad, but they weren't sustained. So
I'm in Chicago. We got shit weather. I'm guessing that's because of the hurricane. It's nothing like what you guys are talking about, but we got rain, and you see it's overcast here and windy and shit. I bet it's the same storm.
It probably is, and I've never seen a storm quite like that. It just affected, like a quarter or more of the country.
I'm in Chicago. That'll be crazy if the same storm affecting Florida is fucking up my weather.
It's basically the entire southeast and part of the northeast.
Yeah, I mean, it's been fucking just shitty here all week.
Yeah, same here.
Only one day it didn't rain.
About the same. Where you at? Whoever just said that. Where are you?
North Carolina.
Oh, but yeah, it's been rainy there too.
Yep.
Damn, it's all across the country. It's weird.
Today was brutal.
In Chicago. It's been at least it's been raining at least a week here, pretty much every day. And now my girlfriend told me, I was like, damn, it's raining again. She said, y'all are getting that shit. She looked it up on the radar, and we're getting it from the same storm that's hitting everybody.
I was in a house today. I was watching this lady pool, just hundreds, maybe thousands of gallons of water pouring into her pool because she lived like down a hill. She got a pool in the back and just a bunch of dirty water pouring into her pool.
I'm sitting out here on the police, man. They've been out here a long time.
Oh.
So American Man, my son made it home. Wound up getting a 4-day weekend out of it, so I know he's happy.
Yeah, which it actually kind of worked out. They took the kids out of school here today, and I had to leave work early today. Take my daughter to go get a dress for an event she has to go to. So it kind of worked out that she was out of school.
Right.
But yeah, it made sense. I'm like, oh, Stanley slept last night. I said, the boy was home. He knew the boy was safe. Stanley said, all right, I'm out of here going to bed. Slept all the way through.
Probably more sleep than I've had in a week. So I'm raring to go.
Well, I get it, Stanley, right? You raised your son empty nest. He came home. Storm was storming. You knew he was safe. You closed your eyes. I get it, man.
I wasn't going to stay up all night in a storm, And the power did go out, apparently. You know, the only reason I know that is I had to reset the microwave. So, you know, at some point, I would have had to have gone to bed anyway.
Yeah. Well, also, I guess once the body starts letting you know, hey, it's about that time.
Hell yeah.
Nothing you can do about that.
I've ignored my body for a week, not getting a full night's sleep, but you know, fun is fun.
What you been doing when you ain't been getting to sleep, man?
Oh, been on here, just talking
Yeah.
talking politics and being called a liberal.
It's admirable the way you guys keep this shit up and do it in shifts, and it's doubly admirable for you because I don't know the views expressed on this fucking channel. I swear it's Trumpdom. It's some weird shit.
Well,
Well,
for me, it's fun.
well,
Go ahead, American man.
here's the thing, right? Here's what I think a lot of people don't understand. The same way y'all see Trump people and Republicans is the same way Republicans look at liberals. Like, there's no difference in how they view one another.
Well,
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure you understand. The same way I look at Trump and conservatives is the same way I look at liberals as well. All of them are a little loony to believe that nonsense the way they do.
Hey, Joe, your mic is broken there.
I'm sorry. Hold on, I got.
Well, here's the deal for me.
Is it better?
I actually don't see Trump as conservative. I think he's imitating a conservative. So I actually don't view conservatives as conservatives or MAGA as MAGA. There are fine lines, there are nuances that I actually don't think conservatives do look at liberals the same way I do. In liberals, the same way, you're right. Nobody seems to understand the nuances. Earlier today, we were talking about why MAGA is not a populist movement. It's basically populist. They talk populism, but they act establishment. So,
well, MAGA was given the moniker of populism by the liberals. MAGA themselves never claimed to be populist.
Nope, not true.
It is. Do you want to know why? Hold on, Stanley.
Stanley. Dude, you don't even know your own politics.
Stanley. There is a Stanley. Hold on.
No,
there is a clip of Nancy Pelosi herself dubbing them as populist.
You don't know.
Right? They're more of an America First movement. They're not. Okay. All right. What? Okay, Stanley, pull up a clip of the person who was quote unquote MAGA that said we are a populist movement. If I don't know, educate me. You want me to be as smart as you, right, Stanley? And I want to be as smart as you. So educate me.
Hence my point about not understanding subtleties. Okay, there is no person saying MAGA equals populism. Okay, read
Nancy Pelosi did.
Read Hillbilly Elegy. Read what's his name? The dude for the New York Times, Matt Douthit. Read these people and you will understand. Okay, you're listening to news clips. I'm reading what they write. That's the difference.
Could you explain?
I mean, Hillbillyology was a book that came out many years ago.
And I read it. Did you?
No, I did not read Hillbillyology, but I've been hearing everyone saying it's a good book. Even the people.
Cotton is.
Don't know who Tom Cotton? Yes.
Okay.
But even the people who claim to dislike J.D. Vance now, they still speak highly of his book. So I do recognize that.
With anything.
No, I'm just talking about the book, Stanley. Stanley, I'm just talking about the book, Stanley.
Okay, here's what I'm talking about. Liberals did not label populist.
Okay, Stanley.
Isn't that a bit like neither here nor there whether MAGA is populist or not? You'd have to define popular, and under some definitions, half of them it would be populist. This conversation it seems like it's doomed to go nowhere.
Well,
And what if it is populist?
It'll go somewhere. And actually, my point was that MAGA doesn't know its own politics. That's my overall point.
That's a better argument than whether they're populist. I'm not sure I know MAGA politics. I'm pretty sure it's anybody that's trying to keep America from being old-fashioned and full of white people are evil. I think it's something like that.
Apparently, populism is basically more worker focused than elite focused. It's basically anti-elitist. So workers are the focus, and MAGA pretends to do that, and I don't think it actually means it.
Interesting. What do you think, American man? Now that I'm clearer on that, do you think MAGA is focused on the elite or the worker?
I don't necessarily believe that. I think more so the entire MAGA movement was just about Americans being tired of establishment politicians, and they wanted an outsider.
Okay, so not just the working. I think you're going with the working populace. I think you don't want to say it because then you'd have to say that in some respects he's a populist. But I think you're saying he's for the working man and he wants to get rid of all of this.
I would listen, right? A billionaire is not going to be for the working man. Let's just be honest here about that, right? Listen, I'm not going to say that any billionaire is for the working man, right? All that bullshit, right? All that bullshit Oprah Winfrey spews out her face is all bullshit. She ain't concerned about nobody, about no one but Oprah Winfrey. So and right, so no, but I do think Trump has a certain love of his country, and I think for him to preserve all the things that he has, he wants to preserve his country, right? And I think that if that takes the form of I have to do a little something to keep the little guy rolling, that's what it is, right? I think that we've had many politicians that have gotten away from that, and they have the idea that if we just completely crush the little man, then we can keep our thing rolling. And that's what I think the American people got tired of. Well, are tired of.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much politics. That's the way it is. The people who have their thing rolling, whether they be Democrat or Republican, they don't want to change, and they talk to people into fighting their arguments and shit like that, whatever makes them strong. I don't think any of them, and certainly anyone that's been in there any length of time, entrenched politicians, they are like the billionaires. They don't give a fuck about you nor me.
Well, here's I've been.
But I also think that the American people in general, are pretty stupid, right? And here's why: when the Democrats kept rambling on about Trump's taxes, and their entire base was sitting down screaming about, yeah, it's taxes.
Yep.
Hillary Clinton was evading taxes. They're all using the same lawyers, jumping through the same loopholes.
We're talking about lawyers.
We're just trying to demonize one person for doing what everyone else is doing because we don't like his face.
You know what?
That's truly what it is.
I truly think that y'all are pre-programmed.
Hey, can I mention something on the
to know that all rich people are going through loopholes? Going through tax loopholes? That's pre-programmed.
Yeah, I think you are.
Oh, I know. Once we get to the truth, Stanley gets a little triggered. Anyway, go ahead.
I'm sure there was truth in that statement about lawyers. I'm sure there was. So what's up, Untrackable?
Yeah, it was talked about like changes in the people, or I think you said something. The general public is basically dumb,
Well, I didn't.
and and I'm not hitting you negatively on that. It made me think, and that is that they're selling people jobs based off of wages because it sounds good, but the people that are doing these jobs, all they're seeing is the mainstream media news about inflation. They don't know the numbers that go into it. So
Hold on one second, though. That one point you make about they're selling jobs, if you look at it, there's a way to look at it, which is basically Marxian, which says that people are selling their labor and being paid for it. So it depends on your perspective. I don't know that I agree that jobs are being sold.
Well, you kind of stopped me before I made my point, but they're attracting people almost to constantly change jobs as the market flows, almost like getting people to sell their houses when the market's right. But in the long term, sitting on something will kind of help you out, in certain situations can help you out, because yes, this company that you've been with and this job that you've been doing for 20 years, or let's say 3 years, because that's where they're trying to hit at, is that when you get bored with this job, they're going to raise the ante and make the market higher, and then people are going to be enticed to change. But when you change, you got to meet an entire new hierarchy. You got to meet entire new coworkers. You might have a completely different role. Okay, you're getting more money, but you're constantly messing with your brain. Whereas I feel like if you have a consistency with someplace that you feel comfortable and they're treating you right and you're doing your job, and the only threat is that maybe the company as itself fails, hey, stay there as long as you can, because you're going to have more rank than you even know, based off of your position, based off of how much you've been there and how much people trust you. And that makes a person more valuable. However, they don't want the people to be valuable. They want them to constantly be jumping around like grasshoppers looking for more money, so that way they can depend on them to beg to the government.
Okay, I'm lost. Anybody got a response?
Well, also, right? Doesn't that also kind of so if I'm taking your argument correct, they're actually forcing you to lower your value, because when you jump around from job to job, you essentially are seen as someone that can't be trusted to quote unquote move the company forward, right? Like, if you got a job every 3 years and you don't master anything, then you can't command the money that you would want.
Exactly, because especially if you're traveling as a leader. Now, I was in the military, and they move leaders around. And when you get a new leader, it's like, okay, you're coming in as a new leader, but the 5 of us have been together for 2 years already. And now we're all under you, but it becomes that conundrum of what's going to give, the leader or the pack. But when you find that that synergy of both sides, understanding both sides, like, okay, that is a real dude, but he's also our leader, so we can get along. Or he's never going to bend and he's going to make us fail at everything. Or the group's never going to bend and I'm going to look like a failure as a leader. You know what I mean?
Well, I have a response to the military part. If you're ever in a war, and if you've ever watched war movies, I guess that's the best example I can think of. You might not have a leader for an extended period of time. So rotating people around helps training. Also, kind of alerts you to the reality that, in an actual war scenario, things are changing constantly. So that's my input as to why.
Yeah, that will never not be true. Good statement.
Yeah, I've never been in the military, but that seems about right to me. So I can't disagree with that.
Things change. You either change with them or you die, basically.
But you know what? That's interesting, right? Let's table politics for a moment, and let's dive into change and why. I mean, as far as we can, let's dive into change and why people have such a hard time with change, and why those that don't go with the change ends up getting left behind. I mean, I think that you get to spend a few moments philosophizing on.
Kind of like when the Old West was transitioning into the industrial age. A lot of people hated it, but it was inevitable. So you had to change with those times, or you get left behind basically, and maybe die.
And it also can come down to like bucking the system. Like you don't have to sit there and like put your life on the line sometimes to make a point. But bucking the system, it's like, hey, this isn't right. Especially when you talk to your people when you do like outside of the system. Everybody talks freely some way, gives some information about how they feel about work, especially colleagues on the same level. But when you bring it back and then you actually study it and you clock things, you get them on that timer. Like, hey, this happens, or this person's way too close to this person. And then when a bigger picture comes to mind, it's like, oh shit, I just witnessed everything that just went down. Am I gonna whistle blow when they come and question me, or do I keep that system going?
Well, some change you're supposed to buck, because especially if it's a system that's been tried over and over again with failed results, you know what I mean? Then you're supposed to fight that. Like socialism, communism, been tried over and over again, always failed.
Well, 12th man, from what I hear from the people that advocate for it, everyone else has just not done it correct. And this time, they will do it correct.
Exactly. Be right back, guy.
All right. Hey, I guess while it's quiet, I just want to say, happy Friday to everybody.
Happy Friday to you.
Yeah, we just had the remnants of the hurricane came through, and I don't think. I mean,
Where are you at?
I'm in Central North Carolina.
Oh, okay.
It was a few nights ago. Actually, we lost power for like a minute in the middle of the night. Bad storm. And then I was at work today doing my thing, and we lost power for like 5 hours. So it was a pretty big setback. But as far as damage, it's low-lying areas get flooded, and I haven't heard anything from anybody about anything extravagant.
Did you get caught in that torrential downpour that we had earlier today?
if I did, I was probably inside in the dark, just waiting for the lights to come back on. But I could hear it. I work in a warehouse. I can hear it on the roof. I can hear the waves come by, the waves of rain. I can hear all that. And we had the dock doors open because when the electricity goes out, you can't open and close them. So they just had them all open because the drivers were still going. But yeah, the power outage alone cost me 5 hours. But I get paid by the hour. Don't get me wrong. But I was literally sitting there in the dark just waiting for the lights to come back on.
Yeah, that's the worst part of it. That part right there is terrible.
I will say this, that it was a beautiful thing that my manager was like, hey, these guys are staying because there will be work once that generator kicks in. That they went and got us, oh man, they got us so many pizzas, like 50 pizzas for about 20 dudes. And but the problem was I ate like 4 slices of pizza and then I waited
And now I don't want to work.
another like 2 hours and I was like just chilling. And next thing you know, I got those sleepy eyes. It was like, oh, the generator is working. We can get to work. And I'm like, no, it's nap time. But that's hurricane life. I've grown up a lot in North Carolina, and yeah, different people, different situations. Some people got to evacuate their homes. Some people just gotta, deal without power for a while.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. As far as I know, I didn't experience any power outage. I mean, power. I didn't hear anything about a power outage in my home, but who knows?
Yeah, but you see
One
that
thing
stuff. The stuff that they show is real. Like when people are walking up into their waist, last evacuations and stuff. That's real, but those are low-lying areas. Not everybody. Like the suburbs are basically guaranteed to be planned outside of those zones. Otherwise, they're uninsurable, and you can't sell the suburbs uninsurable. You know what I mean?
That's a fact. That's a fact.
I'd never build on a floodplain to begin with. That's just me.
But that's, kind of the way it is. Like you want that beautiful view, that beachfront property, and think that you're not on the East Coast of the United States. If you can't afford the property, which is $3 million, you want to remodel the house, let's call it $1 million, and then you think your insurance is going to be reasonable. No, you are uninsured. You are self-insured at that point. You better have like $50 million because when the hurricane takes that house, like you knew what you got yourself into.
Well, I would imagine though that there's got to be something to it, or they would never sell those properties. There's got to be something to it. It's not just I'm a rich person, I can afford it, and so if the house washes away, I'll just build a new one.
Well, look at it like this. Rich people buy what they want, but corporations buy places where people can have rentals. And it doesn't matter if it's a single house that looks like somebody lives in it or a complex where you can have like multi-family gatherings and stuff. They're gonna charge a premium because it's available. And only the people that can afford it will ever go there, even on a weekend. Like people like me, we need our entire family to go to a little hole in the wall and all sleep in, 3 bedrooms when there's 8 of us. So I would never get a beachfront property. It's just not on my level. You know what I mean?
I'd much rather have a mansion in the mountains on a lake somewhere. Like a gigantic log cabin.
Well, I mean,
I'd rather have that. If I had that kind of money.
Well, yeah, but again, that's what it was about. Was it's not about what you want; it's about what's on your level. Get the best you can get on your level.
Well, I have that, just not on that level.
Yeah.
I got my place in the mountains, but it damn sure isn't no mountain. That's for sure.
I mean, if you get a lawn chair and you put a kiddie pool in your front yard and you fill it up and you sit there and you drink your seltzer or whatever you do and you let your kid run around in the pool while you got your feet in it, if that's what you do, that's your level. Enjoy the shit out of it.
Hell yeah.
I do that. I go on vacations too because I guess I'm on that level, but hey, I do that too.
Yeah, I value the beauty and the wildlife and the nature here more than I do I care about that more than I do my dwelling, basically.
I got you.
And if that, yeah, I mean, if that's your thing, that's your thing, man. You know, I see no problem with it.
But one thing I do like about living off grid is my power never goes out unless I let it, which I never do. Like, we have power outages around here all the time, but I just read about it on Facebook or hear it on the radio or something. I never experienced that. I supply my own shit.
I got you. Like I said, I'm in that hurricane zone, and we lost power at the house for like a minute, but we lost power at work for like 5 hours. But that's because their system connected, you know.
Oh yeah, stuff like that. You have to have grid power. No way around it.
And they even had a generator waiting outside in preparation for what was going to go on. But the generator, I guess they didn't do like a PMCS to make sure it was working before the storm. So in the middle of the worst part, it was like the storm exiting our area. These motherfuckers are out there trying to fix the generator. It took them 5 hours to fix the generator, right? And I'm no electrician, so I don't know what they had to do, what part it was. I have no clue. But I will say this. They got that stuff running, and then about 30 minutes after they got it running, the system got its power back and the entire building turned on.
Like a big diesel generator or something like that?
It's a I'd probably say it looks like about, if you know, like a big rig, I'd call it like a 20-foot trailer, like a shorty trailer. It's
oh, damn.
Yeah, it's big.
That's a monster.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, if they're plan on using that to keep a factory going,
yeah,
I mean that sounds about correct.
I mean, it's a big building. It's probably it's not even the biggest building on the block, but it's like 3 football fields. Probably side by side football fields.
Yeah, you need a big ass diesel generator for that. Positive that's a diesel.
Yeah, like I said, it's moved by the big trucks. It's like a trailer generator. It's just like that's all it is a trailer generator.
Good to have that if you want to keep production going in a storm.
Yeah.
The thing is that they had it, but they didn't make sure it was running. Apparently, they didn't make sure it was running before the storm actually happened. And then they're fixing it in the middle of the fucking storm. electricity and rain and this big ass generator. And these dudes were like, oh yeah, we'll get you back up and running. It's like, are you? None of this sounds safe. And our company is prided on safety. It's like written everywhere in the building. Safety, safety, safety. And put the electricians in the middle of a fucking hurricane. Send us home. Just send me home. It's Friday. Just send me home.
Yeah. No shit.
I probably got some brownie points because I stayed because the power came back on and we finished our shit, but that's the politics of it. I got paid for doing nothing for 5 hours, and then I showed out and was like, hey, I'm still here for you.
Well, you're still doing something because you wasn't really doing what you wanted to be doing, so you're still on their time.
Yeah, and they gave me pizza, which almost caused the mission to fail. Like they even tried to sabotage me. Like, all right, I got my pizza, I'm going home. And then I had watery eyes while I was finishing up what I stayed for. They set me up, and I still prevailed.
Right.
They set me up.
This is like the micro of what it's like to have a job. People always talked about, the money or the routine or what it takes to actually get the job in the first place. But what is a day at work like when everything hits the fan? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you can't deal with some BS, I'm sorry, you're not gonna work any job.
Did you ever see that movie Grid Down or something like that? I think it was called.
You're breaking up a bit.
Yeah, I'm charging my headphones now, so might not be the greatest audio.
If you talk slower, I can hear you.
Yeah, I was asking, did you ever see that movie Grid Down?
Grid?
I think it was Grid Down. I think it was.
No, I can't recall that one. What was it about?
I'm sure it is a movie revolving around a grid being down.
A grid what?
All right. Yeah, no, I don't recall Grid Down.
Did anyone talk about, is there going to be karaoke tonight?
Grid Down, Power Up 2022 documentary. Got a Dennis Quaid. Y'all probably heard of him.
What's the movie about, or the documentary about?
The film outlines the risk and consequences of the U.S. power grid going down. I haven't watched it, but it sounds interesting.
Did y'all also hear about those? I think it's been some time now, but certain places were having their power grids shot at by like rifle fire and causing.
That was in North Carolina, right?
I believe it was, at least some of it. I think it happened many places, but
like 3 people, like 2 young men and a young female, or maybe it was, I think it was 2 young men and a female. It's been a while ago, but yeah, they took out a county. I forget which county in North Carolina, but yeah, they took down I think it was just for the city, but yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I think it happened in Oregon too, or some. Yeah, Oregon.
And you know what? I think some of that stuff. I'm not going to speculate on what inspired them to do that to the grid, but this whole autonomy, or I own my land or something. I mean, some people actually get messed with by the government. I look at like the Bundy
I'm
ranch.
confused.
The,
Where do people shooting at the at transformers or power stations? Where does the government come in that?
I mean, like I said, I can't speculate, but I mean, aside from just hey, let's just shoot this. And that's possible if you're talking about young people. That does happen. Hey,
So you're saying the government is sponsoring young people to go around shooting?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm trying to look into like the psyche of the mentality that would take somebody to go do that. And kids being kids, yeah, sometimes, hey, you're trying to impress a girl, or hey, buddy, come shoot this. We don't care about this. It's public property. Or they're going to shoot a telephone pole. They're going to shoot a random stray animal.
Generally, power grids.
They're going to go something.
Those aren't public property. They're private property, actually.
I think maybe I'm not explaining it correctly. So,
well, I mean, we know that there were at least one instance of kids going in, shooting up a power station or a power, whatever they're called, a hub or something like that. So, yeah, I can't remember why or what the motive was, but assuming they were just, being, well, not just teenagers, but, kind of taking and reinventing what, shenanigans are. I'm trying to figure out where the government comes into it.
well, you ever watch some of these shows where things are family created? So, especially when you have rural America and the way that farmers are getting screwed. If daddy comes home and daddy says this, that, or the other, and it's kind of like a family indoctrination, especially in the farming land. You protect this above all else, and you're a crazy teenager, but this is what you hear about them at home, and you go and you do kid shit. If that makes any sense.
Well, yeah, but I mean, are you saying that parents aren't raising their kids, or they're raising their kids to go out and shoot up power stations or just other crazy stuff?
I'm not saying they're raising their kids to do these things.
Well, you said programmed.
But I talk to my wife about real stuff in front of my child, and whether she responds right then, of course she doesn't know. But over time, she's going to realize what we're talking about. If we're talking about finances, she's going to be like, what is money? If we're talking about scheduling, what is a clock? If we're talking about rules, well, who makes the rules? You know what I mean? And then it gets to be like, well, this is a household, and mommy and daddy make the rules. Well, who makes the rules for you? And then there's another discussion. You understand?
Right. I understand. Yeah, but yeah, that all makes sense. That sounds fairly normal. So what would lead someone, whose parents talk about, normal family stuff, what would lead them to shoot up a power station?
Again, I'm going to fail to speculate because you could conspiracize about that all day long. And I haven't looked into the story at all. I just know that it happened. I didn't even know that what you explained about them being youngsters. I didn't even know that. I just knew the power station got shot up and it created havoc.
It was in the news. That's the only reason I know about it. I don't live in North Carolina, so had it not been for it making the news, I never would have known about it.
Right.
Stanley,
that's
may I interrupt for a minute? I'm going to jump off here because my headphones are charged. And for some reason, I can't connect when I'm on StreamYard. I have to jump off StreamYard and jump back on. I'm just giving you a heads up to keep an eye out. Thank you.
Bluetooth?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I have the same problems with Bluetooth. StreamYard does not handle Bluetooth very well. You have to kind of play around with it. So
it does.
I know your pain.
Yeah, it does okay. I just can't connect while I'm on StreamYard. It's weird.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah. Okay, I'll be back.
All right.
Be right back. Thank you. Go ahead, guys.
Okay. So I don't know. I just I've been on a tear about I think parenting is America's biggest problem. Not so much, there are many problems. I think parenting is, if not the number one problem, it's near the top. So I'm interested in your example, of kids kind of like, asking parents questions. The who sets the rules for parents. I think, it could be anything from the Bible to, society, setting rules. So I guess my question would be, what would you tell your daughter if she asked you, like, who sets parental rules?
And I agree with your statement that parenting is a key thing, because it doesn't matter what school you go to, it matters what home you come to. I think that's very important.
Well, I think it has a cascading effect. And we're in the middle of the cascade. This problem started who knows how long ago. So it's not something that we can, legislate or, fix, with a national effort or anything like that. I think the snowball's already headed downhill. But I think sometimes the first step in fixing a problem is realizing what the problem is. But I get a lot of pushback. I hear a lot about, well, immigration's a problem, all these problems. But for me, it all comes back to decision making, some of the basics, which leads to, who we vote into office, when they get in office, how do we react? Do we approve? Do we disapprove? Do we, incumbents have a natural advantage when it comes to standing for election. Well, why is that? Why do incumbents have an advantage if we kind of agree that Congress isn't doing a good job? And I wish y'all could have been on an earlier conversation I had a few hours ago where we were talking about basically regulations. Regulations being a problem. Well, part of the reason regulations are a problem is Congress long ago kind of allowed the administrative state to, and I think with some good reasons, allow the administrative state to be the administrative state, setting regulations, that sort of thing. Well, it's because Congress didn't either have the time or the expertise to deal with regulations, and it's cascaded out of control. And everybody's up in arms about regulations or the lack of them, by the way. And it's a problem that's not easy to fix now. And the whole reason it happened this way is kind of questionable. So anyway, I think the root cause is parenting. I think many of the problems we have in America today go back to parenting, how kids learn to critically think or not to critically think, etc. A good critical thinker, in my opinion, makes a better voter, makes a better politician, that gets voted into office, etc.
I think you're very correct in that statement. And like you said, without going into the depths of it, maybe certain things could be put into the education system that are better for the parenting side of things rather than just the rudimentary, I guess.
Right.
Like enforcing leader rules, because like when you're in elementary school, do you ever remember being a line leader? Were you ever a line leader? It doesn't matter if you were or not, but if you ever even saw somebody that got to be the line leader, it's like, well, how'd they get up there?
Well, you mean line as in like a production line?
No, I'm talking about like the line when you leave the classroom because you're getting ready to go outside for recess.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
That's kind of where leadership kind of starts. I think where, hey, the teacher looks that one kid in the eye when she's got 30 kids behind him and says, all right, you know what to do, and you're going to walk with me. And she doesn't have to say another word. Now, the other kids should be paying attention to the line leader, because if they ever want to be line leader, they can't be goofing off when they're up there. You know what I mean?
Right. So what say you, 12th man?
I don't really remember that in school. I think the first form of leadership I remember from elementary school is the captains picking team members for dodgeball, which I don't even know if they allow them to play that in elementary school anymore. Might get an owie.
I always got picked last, but I still had fun.
Yeah. And sometimes I don't think I was ever picked first. Sometimes middle of the road, sometimes last. But as far as the line goes, it was just whoever got there first. That's who was in front of the line.
Yeah, I don't know that I can remember that far back.
Yeah, I'm getting there too, Stanley.
Hey, I try to never let go of those games.
Yeah.
They help me every single day.
Remember getting smacked in the face with that dodgeball? And that big old red mark there. It stung like a motherfucker.
It's a bit more metaphorical now, but
I don't even know if they let them play that. Remember we had seesaws, merry-go-rounds, monkey bars, all that shit. Now they don't have none of that shit anymore. Crazy. Someone might get hurt, I guess.
No, we signed my daughter up for sports. We signed her up for Taekwondo. She's doing dance. She's overwhelmed with all the things, but she's gonna gravitate towards something eventually, and it's whatever it is, she's gonna have the assets from all those other experiences. So like, you know, playing dodgeball, it's like, well, do you go to football or do you go to another?
Yeah, that's a good way to look at it. I went to football, but I guess that might make you decide whether you want to, like you say, take something more or like less combative, or I don't know, that's something where you're less likely to get hurt, or go full throttle and play football or something like that.
Yeah. And I also the outside of the parenting, the community. And I'm not just saying like where you live. It's the people that you know and interact with that your kid gets to witness. That's the community. And so I believe I believe in a broad spectrum for the child. So that way, like, hey, if I say something to my kid and she decides to talk back and say no, I'll be like, okay, ask so and so, because that's the next adult that's not your parent that you're gonna see. You ask them, see what they say, and get back to me. You know what I mean? I believe in community like that. I believe in family, and you know, yeah, I don't know. It's like some people are so gone that they don't pay attention to sharing with, you know, the realness in the community. They just took to themselves.
And John just started a new life. Just got a notification.
I don't know.
Friday night weekend review. Like we're only 4 hours into this one. But I guess he does start 2 streams sometimes.
Well, maybe he's having a beers too, and he doesn't want to get too deep into that before he gets into his topics. It's all right. I agree with him.
Let's see here. I'm responding to somebody in the chat. I don't know. I didn't get the pop-up yet. Maybe I will.
I'll put it in the back chat, Stanley, if you want.
Oh, I'm not worried about it.
Okay.
I see that he popped out. He might be wanting to this. He was off on this. I don't even remember the gang in Chicago, and he's trying to tie it into immigration or migrants. So he had a tie-in, and I'm actually somewhat interested to see how he ties it in. I'm sure where there's a will, there's a way.
Yeah, it's like his favorite topic, basically, it seems. It is a hot topic right now, though. Even Kamala Harris is finally going to the border.
Yeah, and I guess it's a hot topic. I think there's a simple solution, and going to the border isn't it.
Yeah, I agree. To me, just like cutting all their benefits would be a good start. A lot of them would deport themselves, Stanley, like all these freebies they're getting.
Start with the law, and then we
What's
can.
that, Stanley? Sorry, bud, I missed that.
No, I think the best thing to do would be to basically start with fixing the actual system. Because, a lot of these benefits, like, finding housing and, all this stuff, the law allows for it. So, if the law is basically requiring you, once someone receives a status, or probationary status or whatever, if the law requires the government to find, the refugee, I think that's the language, shelter, if the law is requiring it, well, we're under obligation to follow the law. If the law gets changed, you may not be obligated to find shelter, or so, to me, cutting benefits, if it defies the law, defeats the purpose of the law, let's change the law.
Well, I agree, Stanley, but neither party wants to do it because they both use it as a tool. And I agree, this asylum law, it needs to be revamped or gotten rid of completely.
Right.
Then
And
we don't have to supply
if neither party wants to do it, then I think you've kind of answered my questions. It's not just a liberal or a Kamala or Trump thing. It's a system thing.
Yeah.
We're
definitely
voting.
Agreed on that.
We're voting for people who really don't want to fix the problem, and that's the problem.
Yeah, well, another big problem is, Stanley, they think they can fix everything via a executive order, and that doesn't work because the next administration comes along and just squashes all that shit, and it's right back where it was anyway. So it's fucked up, man.
Well, executive orders don't have the force of law, at least not officially. They can
I
be.
even wonder about the force of law, Stanley, because we passed through Congress that we can drill in Anwar here in Alaska, and then Joe Biden comes along and just stops it. It's like, well, this was passed by Congress. How can you arbitrarily just stop something that was passed by Congress? I mean, that's out of control, if you ask me.
I mean, does it make sense that when you have this ebb and flow of economy, this ebb and flow of international relations, the wave coming in and going back and coming in and going back, that especially in politics, when you have this side in office, that side in office, this side, and that ebbs and flows with the times as well, that they are creating the weakness that will create the next wave of people to be strong, but you're gonna ruin generations before. You're either gonna cause a civil war or a revolution, in my opinion.
Well, yeah, and then there was something else, and I'm not picking on Democrats because I'm sure Republicans do it too, to where the Supreme Court had passed something, and maybe it was student loans. I can't remember exactly, but then Joe Biden just turns around and said, well, fuck that, I'm going to do it anyway. Just totally ignores the Supreme Court. So that's the stage we're at. And if these people aren't even going to listen to the law, then why should we? Oh yeah, because we're peasants. We have to.
Okay, you know what? I kind of lost what you were saying. You said the Supreme Court did what now?
I can't remember exactly what it was, but I think it was student loans or something along those lines. Where
Biden tried to do an executive order, basically excusing. I don't know the details, but basically,
and then the Supreme Court struck it down, and then
right.
Joe Biden just came back and did another executive order for student loans, totally defying what the Supreme Court just ruled.
Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said he couldn't do it one way, so he's trying to do it another way.
And they struck it down again, I believe.
Well, whatever, but Biden wasn't defying anything. He just tried it, and that is okay to do.
To me, that's skirting the law, Stanley.
Well, to you, it might be. But one thing I do find concerning in this space specifically is everybody wants to blame Democrats for everything without thinking it through.
No. I'm not. That's
I'm
why
not
I said Republicans probably do it too.
I said everybody in this space, not naming a specific person.
I don't remember where a Republican president just totally, in my opinion, defied the Supreme Court and just said, well, I'm going to do this anyway, regardless of what you say.
Biden did not defy the Supreme Court. He went about it a different way. And by the way, are you aware
to do the same damn thing, Stanley?
I'm sorry?
To do the same damn thing.
No, I don't agree with that.
To forgive student loans.
They did. The Supreme Court didn't say he couldn't forgive student loans.
Let me see if I can find exactly.
Go right ahead. So while he's trying to prove that Biden defies the Supreme Court, I was going to talk about the Alabama. Both sides defy the Supreme Court occasionally. So untrackable. I was going to ask you about something and I forgot it now. So never mind.
Well, I mean, honestly, what's on your mind? So ask me anything at all.
No, I was curious about, and you may have answered it. I was curious about your daughter asking you about, well, hey, who sets rules for parents? I was curious to know what you would tell her now I'm talking hypothetically, of course. In that hypothetical, what should a man tell his child? Hey, parents have rules, but the rules that parents follow are ... What are the rules parents follow?
Well, I'm thankful to be in the situation where I am, where I have contact with family members.
Mm-hmm.
And so her grandparents on both sides have met her.
Oh, cool.
And spent time with her, and it's awesome. Completely trusting. But when she comes to me, who set the rules for daddy? Well, that was my mother. And then you explain the hierarchy system. Like you learn the things that from the person that taught you, and then you teach the next person. I look at it like that.
I see. No,
So if your grandmother, you go to her, she shows you a good time and you get your schoolwork done because she picked you up after school because both parents have to work. Well, guess what? I'm glad you had a good time, but she knows the tricks to get the kid to do the things that she has to do because both parents have to work. Now, I grew up in a single parent household. That there wasn't a question that I wasn't doing my homework on my own. But things are different now. Things are different for her. things are different for everybody.
Anyway, Stanley, basically what I could find is there's a lot of different viewpoints on that. Like you, just like you have an opinion on that, and so do I.
Well, of course we do, but my opinion is that if the Supreme Court says you can't do it this way, then you try and do it another way. I think that's what Biden did. The Supreme Court did not say student loans could not be, excuse me, did not say.
Bless you, Stanley.
Yeah, I'm in the kitchen here. Something's smoking a bit. The Supreme Court did not say student loans could not be forgiven. So the best place to know what the Supreme Court says is to literally go and read the decisions. And you can just go right to, Supreme Court of the United States.gov.
Right. Well, it's all a matter of interpretation, Stanley. Just like people can read a Bible verse and one person can see it one way and another person's viewpoint might be different.
I think Supreme Court decisions tend to be pretty specific.
Well, that's the way I look at the Bible, but
the Supreme
people
Court
say, "Oh no, that doesn't mean that. It means this." No, okay.
Supreme Court decisions are certainly not the Bible, and again, they tend to be fairly specific.
In a sense, it is because that's like the holy grail of law in this country, basically.
Okay, so you're comparing Supreme Court decisions. Wow, that's surprising.
Just hypothetically.
Okay.
Anyway.
I also think that because it's the system that's set up for how they become justices and the length of time that they serve is on them. But the fact that life ends and retirement happens and new people need to come in, I think different interpretations are welcome, but a lot of times it comes back to these same issues. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was really against Sonia Sotomayor. I thought she was going to be a far left extremist on the Supreme Court, and believe it or not, she has voted with Republicans. Maybe not a lot, but several times. She surprised me on quite a few of her votes, to be honest. So you got to be careful about the propaganda, basically. Like, if both sides do it, too. I mean, I can say, oh, well, that person's a far left douchebag or far left extremist commie, whatever. And then come to find out when they set their actual votes or policies in place, well, you're like, well, that wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be.
But that also puts a question in people's brains when you're talking about the highest law enforcers, and then you get this propaganda stuff, which I haven't done a deep dive on. I know nothing about. I haven't looked into it. But the whole Clarence Thomas basically taking royalties from making decisions or just being who he is. I don't know. But when you see stuff like that, and you see the questioning that they put these people through, if it's true, Congress doesn't care. They just want you to put on your work face. That's what I think. But at the same time, it's like, how many of these people were at Diddy's parties?
Okay, what does Diddy have to do with Clarence Thomas?
Maybe not Clarence Thomas in particular, but like, I guess it puts the focus on the propaganda. It's like, do people just say whatever they want? Like,
well, yes, they do, due to the First Amendment, unfortunately. However, The point I'm bringing out is Diddy is a very long way from, a Supreme Court justice. Two different paths, two different goals, and I think probably, Diddy's an entertainer. He's not a serious.
As far as my concern goes, Stanley, Diddy isn't a speck on my ass as far as concern goes. I mean, who gives a fuck?
Well, that's not what I'm saying. I'm basically saying that making the comparison is a little dicey.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't care about Diddy.
It wasn't a comparison. It was Diddy does these parties, and were your politicians there? I'm not going to sit here and guiltify.
I can guarantee Terrence Thomas wasn't.
Please, I'm not going to sit here and say the man's guilty, but this investigation's going and more propaganda's going, and I'm just it's something that they want us to look into, but at the same time they keep spitting out these names, and it's election season, and what the hell's going on? What are we going to do?
Confused now. Which names? I mean, Diddy? I mean, are you saying there were politicians hanging out with Diddy?
I mean, I've seen things posted. It doesn't mean that it's true, but I've seen it.
I see.
And the only thing on that post was politicians seen in the videos.
Oh, okay.
So I'm not going to be misquoted by calling somebody out because what I saw didn't say that. But you see how all the focus is going on. It's going on the kid diddler stuff again, just like it did with Epstein. Epstein hung himself, apparently, but now they're doing it again. And I don't care. I really don't care about election season. That's not my thing. It's the rhythm of the amping up of certain things that just keeps being a revolving door.
Okay, well, I mean, election season comes every 2 years, really. So, that revolving door of election seasons coming up, periodically. I mean, that's not something that can be helped. And a lot of people do care about election season. Like Diddy. I haven't kept up with Diddy. All I know is that, he's in some trouble. Literally everything I know about, this Diddy investigation and jailing and stuff, I learned on the John Galt channel. It hasn't even popped up in my algorithm. That's how disconnected I am from Diddy.
Same, Stanley.
No, that's not a shame. Like if you don't follow anything celebrity, it'll probably keep it out of your algorithm. That makes sense.
Really, it's just I think it's a function of age. I'm kind of out of that loop. However, I'm interested to know which politicians would hang out with Diddy, because I definitely wouldn't vote for him.
Well, again, didn't look into it. Just saw the headline. Something about Matt Gaetz.
That doesn't surprise me.
Drug infused underage girls party. That was a headline.
Well, wait.
Like I said, didn't read it. Don't give a shit. But
okay.
It was a headline.
Matt Gaetz has survived this far, so maybe there wasn't that much to it.
But that was a pretty
Stanley,
is that brutal headline, wasn't it?
Is that the Republican from California that?
No,
was,
Florida.
Okay, that one.
Matt Gaetz is I forget which district in Florida. He's House of Representatives.
Yeah, I think I remember who he is now.
I'll say this, with his blockhead in a suit, he looks like a tough guy, but I've seen him on a podcast in a t-shirt, and it's way different. Suits try to make everybody look equal, but you see somebody in a fucking t-shirt and their belly button's sticking out.
Well, I gotta admit, I'm at that age where mine does stick out a little bit.
Get a bigger
believe it or not, I'm the same weight as I was in high school, and I'm 53 years old. Stayed the same weight all these years. I just a lot more out of shape than I was when I was 21. That's for sure.
Congratulations, sir. I appreciate your experience.
Get older, you're gonna change. But yeah, suits make people look better. Yep.
Yeah. Nobody wants to see Trump play pickleball in spandex.
Or a Speedo.
This is fun hanging out. I love this.
Yeah, it is fun.
Guaranteeing no one wants to see me in a Speedo either, I promise you. I look good in my black Wrangler coat and my black Wrangler Riggs jeans, but man, put me in some boxers and a t-shirt, it's over, man.
Oh, what was this dude's name? I was asked in the chat who's the Florida politician who got busted with a gay hooker. I know who he's talking about. He's a former mayor of Tallahassee or Tampa, and he ran against
a chick with a dick or just a gay dude?
I don't know the details. It was a few years ago, but I'm sure Opana asked me for a reason.
Well, as far as Florida's concerned, what's worse? Is it the fact that it was a hooker or the fact that it was a gay hooker?
You know what? I don't have an opinion. He was a married man. That's pretty much my focus. So,
yeah,
if it wasn't his wife, then I would probably have a problem with it. Either way.
I agree with that. Fidelity means something.
Does to me.
Stanley with the facts.
Yeah, Opana's doing a little bit of whataboutism here.
What happened?
No, I'm reading this guy in the chat.
What's the question?
He asked me who was the Florida politician who was caught in a hotel room. It was a sting. It was the cops who caught him in a hotel room with drugs and a gay hooker. And the reason he's bringing it up is because we were talking about Matt Gaetz. And the question I had for Opana, was the gay hooker Matt Gaetz? Otherwise, why is bringing this up relevant to what we were talking about? And Opana is a sterling example of what I mean, how people of the right can't stay focused. They have to bring up externalities. So I was going to write all this, but it's easier just to say it now.
I appreciate that.
Wait, Opana says it wasn't a sting. Well, Opana, who caught him? Did you catch him, Opana? What were you doing?
Someone stung his ass. Someone stung his ass, Stanley.
I thought it was the cops who got him for drugs or something. He says it wasn't a sting. I call the cops busting in, on a politician and a gay hooker and a bag full of drugs. I call that a sting. Maybe there's another word.
Yeah.
Raid? Was it a raid?
Busted.
Yeah, he was almost Florida governor. He ran against DeSantis, as a matter of fact.
Matt Gaetz.
No, he ran against Andrew Gillum ran against DeSantis. He didn't lose by that much, actually. But anyway, after he lost the governorship, he's just gone. Basically, the floor opened, and he's been through all kinds of gnarly things.
Good thing he didn't become governor.
Yeah. I guess you could make that point. Maybe had he been governor, he'd have behaved himself.
Not likely.
Maybe
I can say absolutely. I absolutely hate to judge somebody by their appearances, but he does seem to have one of those noses. You know what I'm saying?
Andrew Gillum?
Oh no, Matt Gaetz.
You know what? His father was a representative, House of Representative member before Matt Gaetz was. To me, he's just kind of a spoiled rich boy. So,
well, his nose is either in the powder or it's up somebody's ass.
Oh wow!
What do you think about Marco Rubio, Stanley?
I really don't have a negative opinion of Marco Rubio. I think, I don't know his policies. I do think he's a little timid. I remember him in that debate with Trump. Trump just put him in his place real quick. So, but he's a solid legislator. He has been in office for quite some time, and I don't have anything negative to say about it.
Yeah, he was elected during the Tea Party revolution in 2010. You remember that, right?
I remember the Tea Party. I don't remember. I didn't realize he was a Tea Party member.
Yeah, in 2010, Obama's midterm, Republicans took both houses, overwhelming majorities, I believe. But there's a lot. Ted Cruz, Rand Paul, them two from Utah. Can't think of their names off the top of my head.
Lee,
there's a whole bunch of them.
No, Mike Lee. Well, I remember the Tea Party, and I remember their tricorn hats. That was the best thing to come out of the Tea Party movement. Paul Ryan.
You know who the biggest hack, the biggest Tea Party hack was? Sarah Palin from right here in Alaska. God, I couldn't stand that woman. Still can't. I don't know. Anyway, I didn't mean to cut you off, Stan.
Oh no, I actually think she was cute.
Well, yeah, she is kind of good looking, but she didn't have any brains.
The John Straves says Matt Gaetz reminds him of Dan Aykroyd.
Well, that's not necessarily a bad thing, I guess.
Well, if you know who Dan Aykroyd married, you definitely wouldn't.
Oh, no, I don't follow Hollywood that close, Stan.
Well, I don't either. I just happen to know who he married. You remember Donna Dixon?
Name rings a bell.
If you remember way back when, Tom Hanks became famous on this show called Bosom Buddies.
Yeah, I remember that.
He played that tall, bleached blonde.
Yeah.
And she and Dan Aykroyd have been married for like decades.
Hmm.
And
Sound like it worked out.
I'm full of random trivia. Hold on one sec here.
What else you got? Untrackable? Anything?
You guys are in luck. I just pulled hot dog buns out of the oven.
Oh, cool. Now tell me you only eat good kosher beef hot dogs then.
You know what? I've been buying like exotic uncured beef hot dogs.
Oh, nice.
I generally eat kosher because Hebrew National, I don't particularly like them.
I like Nathan's. That's my go-to right off the grocery shelf.
Yeah, but I went cheap this time. Since my son's not here, I bought like Gwaltney hot dogs. You remember those? They plump when you cook them.
Can't say I do.
Well, they might be more popular. Well, you're from Memphis. I was thinking they might be more popular in the South. But I bought like a bulk thing of 40 hot dogs, just trash dogs, basically.
Right.
But I'm making chili dogs tonight, so
Oh, cool.
I don't. Sabrat with the skin on. Now, if you can get hot dogs with natural casings, those are the best hot dogs.
Yeah. You ever eat yours with meat sauce? You ever eat that or make your own beef meat sauce?
Yeah, I'm making
Put on
chili.
the hot dog.
Yeah, I'm making chili from scratch.
Well, that's not meat sauce, though.
Sure, it is.
I mean, it's got meat. It's got meat in it, but it's not like your Coney Island meat sauce, basically.
But isn't that? I mean, I know what you're talking about. Isn't that just soupy chili? Or am I wrong?
I think. Well, I have a good recipe that I watched that I hadn't made it yet, but it's basically like a tomato-based meat sauce. There's no beans in it, and you have to mash it real good so it breaks up real fine. Like best way to do it, mash it up real good with your fingers. Use gloves.
Yeah, I think Castleberry makes something like that, right?
Yeah, I have some of that, but that actually has bean in it.
Oh,
It's
okay.
still good. It's one of the better ones, and the good meat sauces, like I look for them on Amazon. They're really hard to find, like the all meat sauces, almost like a sloppy Joe in a can, almost, basically.
Well, I've actually made sloppy joes from scratch. It's all fairly tomato based.
Yeah.
But yeah, I haven't had meat sauce. Honestly, I don't think I've had meat sauce probably since I was in high school.
Yeah, that's one of my monthly staples. Is a big batch of sloppy Joe sauce. Well,
Yeah,
meat sauce.
Black Knight here, he was saying that he thought meat sauce was a less spicy chili. I did too.
Yeah, kind of is, but without the beans. You had chili with no beans. That's
And
more like a meat sauce.
yeah, Jules says, have some beans, 12th man. They're good for you. They do have.
Yeah. Oh, believe me, I like some beans, but they don't like me, Jewel. And you don't want to be around me after I ate a whole bunch.
And Trope says, why not cook ground hamburger and mix it with tomato sauce? That's essentially what chili is.
Yeah.
There's other things that go in, but chili tends to be tomato based. Doesn't have to be, but it usually is. And what
the
I'm
Coney
going
Island recipe is the bomb. Come sit at my table or YouTube channel. He
uh
does a excellent homemade meat sauce, like what I'm trying to explain. Think we know what we're all talking about.
Yeah, but I mean that meat sauce has like adobe in it, right? Adobo. I'm sorry, adobo.
Adobo.
I think it does, right?
I guess it could.
Because that's essentially what I'm making tonight. It's gonna be a pound of ground beef. I've got tomato paste and a 28-ounce a can of crushed tomatoes. I'm going to cut up an onion to cook. It'll be onions, garlic. Saute them. Add the meat. Then once the meat is close to brown, I don't like my meat all the way brown because it'll cook through with the tomato sauce. So I'm going to put crushed tomatoes, tomato paste, and a small can of adobo. Basically, they're the what are they? Not ancho chilies. Another type of chili. It'll come to me in a second. And that's basically going to be my chili. And then I actually have masa. I'll probably add maybe a teaspoon just to thicken it up a little bit. And then, it's going to go on top of hot dogs. So
Sounds good, Stanley.
I can eat chili dogs every night.
Yeah, ain't no good for you, but damn, they're good.
And the cool thing is that, believe this or not, if you take pico de gallo and put it on top of the chili, so you have that it's incredibly good. I don't even eat cheese. Yeah, chipotle pepper, Samuel.
Hell yeah, I love Chipotle. Just
Yeah,
had Chipotle barbecued chicken the other day.
Now Samuel's going all gourmet on me. Guajillo? No. And what are the sides? Well, I have mixed vegetables because my son needs vegetables. He has gotten away from a balanced meal, I noticed last night. So I've got mixed vegetables, and then he can either do he can cut French fries and fry them, or I've got frozen fries.
Stanley, or you could just slap some coleslaw on top of that chili dog. There you go. You got a roundhouse meal right there.
I used all the coleslaw on that pulled pork. I made basically it was jerk pork. I had a pork Boston butt, and I smoked it a couple weeks ago in a smoker. My smoker.
What kind of smoker you got, Stanley?
It is it looks like a small refrigerator. It's an electric smoker by Bradley. Have you ever seen those?
I haven't heard of the Bradley, but I know what you're. I've seen Pit Boss makes a nice one. Those upright smokers like that.
Well, it was my brother gave me his old smoker. He'd hardly used it, and the funny thing, it's basically it's basically an oven, but it's got this. They make these little wood chip disc things that create the wood smoke,
right?
And it works pretty well, actually.
The automatic feeder.
Yeah, it's an automatic feeder. You can time it out. So I don't like.
Those are cool.
Yeah, you can. In my opinion, you can over smoke things. So this Boston butt I did for 12 hours, but I only used maybe 4 hours of smoke towards the end. Well, at the beginning I did 2 hours. At the end I did 2 hours. But you can time it all out, which is really neat. You can time the smoke process. You can time the cook time. They're two different functions.
Yeah, I have an offset smoker, Stanley, and it's a lot of work though. Like if you're gonna do a brisket, I'd have to watch that firebox
Right.
like 12 hours and keep
Right.
it fed and watch the temperature. And I'd love to get, but I live off grid, so electric isn't ideal. But I'm thinking about a pellet smoker because they use very little power, and basically I could run a pellet smoker off my battery bank.
Well, you know,
And I could put a brisket on there, time it, and basically just forget about it.
Yeah. Essentially, these little wood disc things, pellets would do the same function.
Yeah. Yeah, I got to get me a pellet smoker, dude. Priorities, you know. And plus, I do like my offset. But like I said, if you're going to do a real long smoke, like a brisket,
Right.
I don't have problem doing an 8-hour pork butt, 8, 10, maybe, yeah, 8-ish hours for a decent sized pork butt. I don't have any problems with that. But when you're getting into the 12 and 18-hour range, man, like I want a little more convenience.
Yeah, if it's just you, I get it. You know, you don't have anybody who can kind of, you know, do it if you're too busy.
Yeah, because like say I drink too much wine, I fall asleep. Either the and the fire goes out, or it gets out of control and burns my brisket, right? Or I fall, say it's like I've been watching this thing 16 hours, and finally I fall asleep, and my fire gets out of, or goes out, and then it cools down, and then you're kind of fucked at that point. Once you let it get cold, yeah. Briskets are tricky. They call that the, if you can really do a smoked brisket, then that's a masterpiece.
Well, isn't there a way to pre-cook a brisket?
Yeah, but probably a lot of smokers will make fun of you for doing it. Like bake it first or something, then throw it on the smoker. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's not going to get the same bark, I don't think, doing it that way.
Well, yeah, you're right. You wouldn't get the same bark, but you know what? I think that you know, having like a, I don't know, I think people overdo it with that bark.
Yeah. Guess it's all a matter of taste.
Right.
You know? Like, I see people arguing on these smoker pages on Facebook all the time, and it's like, man, if that's what you like and it tastes good to you, then go for it. Like, don't nitpick at someone's different way of cooking something. Maybe that's the way they like it.
Yeah, it sounds like politics.
Yeah. Yeah, believe it or not, yeah, smoking can get very political.
Well, you know, I had a
traditional.
I had a boss who, believe this or not, was a competitive barbecuer. I lived up in upstate South Carolina, and in the summertime, they're like barbecue contests, you know, all around, you know, these little towns in South Carolina, North Carolina, and they do, you know, every now and again there'll be like a chili cook-off too. But yeah, he that was his hobby, barbecuing, and pretty interesting hobby, pretty expensive too.
Yeah, it really is. I cut costs by using our natural woods like the birch and alder I have growing right here on my land. Yeah, it's not hickory, it's not pecan, but you know what? It works.
Right. Black Knight has a good question. Can you sear off a brisket and then smoke it?
I don't know. I don't think I've heard of that ever being done.
Yeah, I don't
that
think
kind
that's
of defeats. Because if you sear it off, you're basically blocking out the smoke at that point.
Right.
I mean, your meat's not going to absorb the smoke if you do that. So. There's a science to it. It's like there's different scientific methods of achieving the goal that you want. Maybe someone else don't like it, but you like it. So
Right.
that's what matters, right?
Well, that's why they have competitions.
Yeah, and usually it consists of several judges, 4, 6, 8. I don't know. I think they had 7 judges at the one here in Kenai. Well, I don't live in Kenai, but they do a big competition there, and then we do one in Soldotna. I've never entered it. Like, because, I mean, I think my meat is pretty good, and so do a lot of other people. Everyone I've shared it with has really liked it, but I've never felt the need to enter a competition.
Right.
I'm not just one of those people that feel like I don't have to prove myself to anyone but myself. Well, once you're retired, it's a lot easier to do that too.
Exactly. That's like the cardinal, like one of the things I was constantly telling my son, you know what? I don't really care what other people are doing.
Yeah. I like to go to the contest, or the competitions or whatever. Don't get me wrong, but just being a part of that, like, I don't know. Just not me.
Well, I don't know. I think in my opinion, I'm kind of like you. It's more fun watching people do it than actually doing it.
Yeah, I'd be a judge. Like if someone wanted to be a taster judge or whatever, I'd be happy to do that job. Go around eating barbecue all day and decide which one is best. Hell yeah, sign me up.
Sounds pretty fattening.
Gotta die of something, Stanley.
You know, Jewel brings
We're all
up
going to.
Jewel brings up a good point. Can't you just use an old school smoker? No electricity needed. Yeah, could have. And as a matter of fact, I mean, it was a gift from my brother, and as it turns out, it kind of fits in. I just put it right out on my porch, and I just happen to have an electrical socket, and if somebody's going to give me a smoker, I'm damn sure going to take it and figure out how to use it.
How many watts is that? Do you know, Stanley?
I would have to go look at it. I've got the instruction book somewhere around here. I
was just curious.
I'll find out and let you know.
I could look up how much electricity one uses too.
Well, put it to you this way. Last time I used it was maybe 3 weeks ago. So it's not like, I'm using it a lot. And so far, I haven't noticed, any major problem with my electric bill. And even if
it haven't. Sorry, Stanley.
No, I was about to say, even my son is gone with his computer. So with his computer gone, using that smoker doesn't really, I haven't noticed a difference, like a higher electric bill or anything.
Well, it must be an igniter and not an element.
No,
I'm thinking
it's got an element
that stays hot constantly. Like a pellet smoker has an igniter and it just kind of keeps the pellets going. It's not like a heating element. Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, this is literally like an oven. And
Yeah.
then on the side of it, it's got a little chute thing with a feeder. So
Yeah.
basically, you've got two elements. You've got one that heats the wood and smokes it, and then you've got another that just kind of creates the general, the oven heat.
Yeah.
And it's also got, it's got a sensor. So, you can dial up the temperature you want and it will try to meet it. So, see, the problem with wood is sometimes it's hard to maintain a temperature. You have to kind of play around with it.
It's really not, Stanley, but you have to stay on top of it. And how you do it with an offset smoker like I use is you put your next stick of wood on top of the firebox, and they make them with a plate on top of there just for doing that, and it warms that piece of wood up before you stick it into the firebox. That way it catches up right away, and you lock it back down again, it just automatically starts smoking. But yeah, I use coals too, because like in general, your meat only really accepts up to 3 hours, maybe 4 hours of smoke. After that, your meat isn't accepting any more smoke. It's just building smoke on top of smoke at that point. So it's not soaking into the meat anymore. So after about 3 hours, I go just coals. After that, I used a cowboy charcoals. I don't know if you've heard of them or not.
Yeah, it's like lumps.
Yeah, they make the lump too. I use the actual briquette. They got they're hickory briquettes. They're made from hickory.
I see.
Yeah, so I mean, still giving off a little bit of smoke with the cowboy hickory briquettes, but not, or maybe it's mesquite. I have to go look. It's one of the two.
I bet it's mesquite.
Yeah, it's probably mesquite. You're probably right, Stan.
Because I remember this one brand I used to get for my smoker. I had this R2D2 looking thing that you can get from Lowe's. It's kind of basic, but it works. And that's what I would have gotten had my brother not given me his smoker. But the thing is with wood, you gotta maintain it, and you gotta maintain this too. Pretty much any smoker is gonna have pluses and minuses.
Yeah.
Didn't say. I think wood smoke, like actual oak or mesquite or whatever, apple, pecan. Those are the better smokers. My electric smoker does pretty well, but my father actually has a pit, and he uses actual wood, and my barbecue generally can't touch his.
Right. Well,
so,
that's the thing too.
Right. But it's just me, and I don't use it much because if I'm going to fire that thing up, like this Boston butt that I did, I just finished it today. So much of it that I wound up freezing it.
Oh, nice.
Just so it wouldn't go to waste.
Put it in like different freezer bags or whatever.
Just put it in a freezer bag because I ate like pulled pork for like 4 days.
Nice.
And then I got tired of it.
Yeah, I got some ribs. I just ordered this new barbecue. Well, I don't think it's new, but it's called a Blue Hog raspberry barbecue sauce that I've seen people praising about on one of the smoker pages on Facebook. And so I ordered me a jar of that, but it's like $13 for a pint, so it's not cheap.
Well, I didn't realize you were so much into this stuff.
Yeah, well, we're usually off on politics or putting each other down and shit like that, where we really don't get to know each other that much. That's why I kind of like these one-on-ones, Stanley. And you kind of, well, I think I've had the feel of you for what I didn't really like you at first, Stanley, but you grew on me, bro. And one of the things I really respect about you on this channel is that you're like one of the only liberals here, I think, and you don't take shit from none of these Republicans. Me, CK, I don't care who it is. You know what I mean? You ain't afraid to call bullshit. You're not always right, but nobody is. But yeah, I like the way you don't take shit, and you're like the last man standing as far as the Democrat goes on this show. So, I mean that to me that commands a lot of respect.
There are more of us. They're just not forthcoming.
But yeah, smoking. I hadn't been doing it as much as I should, Stanley.
Well, do you actually do it in the winter when it's really the weather's?
Oh yeah, you got to, man. Because I tell you, man, that cabin fever is real, man. It's
I know it
fuck
is.
this. I don't give a fuck. It's 10 below outside. I'm smoking me up some ribs. You know. So.
Well,
yeah.
I have to go back and see if I can't figure out. There's a young couple that has a YouTube show about life in Alaska, and they grow the monster vegetables, and they do they can them, and I haven't watched them in a while, but they're actually pretty interesting to watch. A young couple, I think. When I first discovered them, they had to have been maybe in their upper 20s or lower 30s. But so they're, and you probably know this as well as I do. These homestead shows and off-grid shows are pretty popular on YouTube.
I have friends. You can look them up. They're mostly on Twitch, though, Stanley. They are on YouTube, but not as much. It's called the 30 Show, all one word, and those are personal friends of mine.
Oh, really?
And they're not off grid, but they live out in the middle of fucking nowhere in Seldovia, Alaska. It's like it's not an island, but it's pretty much you can only fly there or boat there. So, I mean, in a way, it is an island, even though not technically. So yeah, the 30 Show, and they travel all over Alaska, living in a wall tent with their two daughters, 20, 30, 50 below temperatures and shit, and doing ice fishing and all that shit. And now they just moved down to Seldovia early this spring and doing a homestead down there. They got pigs and chickens and a couple of sheep, and they just got a new dog. Their one dog died a couple of weeks after they got there. His name was Bear, ironically. So, yeah, and yeah, they're really cool if you ever want to check them out if you're bored, Stanley. The 30 Show. Yeah, Josh and Bree. Tell them I said hi if you go over to Twitch and check them out.
You know what? I've never actually been on Twitch.
It's a cool platform. I mean, I call it boomer friendly. I'm not really a boomer. I only missed it by a couple of years, but I'm the next generation.
Hold on one sec. Yeah. Give me 1 sec here.
All right.
Hold on, I'm gonna come up on my phone.
Yeah, but Stanley, all the prize-winning briskets are done with a stick burner. They're not done with pellet grills or disc grills or anything like that. Oh, I saw 2 Stanleys there for a minute. I could barely deal with 1 Stanley, not 2 Stanleys. Oh my God.
Yeah, sorry about that. I came up on my phone. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I came up on my phone because I'm going to use my earbuds because I'm at the stove. And
Yeah.
I'll go back to my laptop once they're done. But so you call wood burning stick burners?
Yeah.
Nice slang. I
Oh, and I got
remember.
go
No, go
ahead,
ahead.
Stanley.
No, you go ahead.
I was just gonna say I got a shit ton of birch this year, so I'm not gonna have to buy any wood for a while. I mean, smoking wood or firewood for that matter. I got both.
I have a question for you. You've got 20 acres. How are you collecting your wood? Are you actually just taking old wood that's already fallen and processing it, or are you actually going and cutting?
A lot of it's beetle kill. I don't know if you're familiar with what beetle kill is.
Yeah, basically beetles get in the wood and kill it.
Yeah, and it's standing dead basically.
Okay.
I get some of it like that, and then I did cut down 1 green birch this year, but it had a shit ton of that chaga. You've heard of chaga before, right?
No, I haven't.
It's a fungus that grows on a birch sometimes. That's very health beneficial, and it's worth about $25 to $40 a pound. So yeah, I got a bunch of that. And I got like 20 pounds of chaga off of that tree. Like they make tea with it. Some people bake with it, and they do all kind of. But it's anti-inflammatory, and it's got some other natural benefits. And yeah, it's worth some money. So, and plus, that's where I might build my land or my new house. Not my land. Build my new land. Build my new house. So I'm kind of clearing that area out anyway. So
I got you. Because I was going to ask you, how do you manage what you cut down? Do you plant trees ever? How do you do that?
no, I don't want trees around my house, dude. Not really. Not within 100-yard radius.
Wow. Okay.
Because of if there's ever a forest fire, that's what you call what do they call it? Firewising your property.
Yeah. I didn't actually think of that because back east, fires do happen. Forest fire, wildfires do happen, but they're fairly rare compared to the west, anyway.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact,
we've had it.
I was going to say in the South, insurance companies like new construction insurance companies don't want trees around the house because they might fall on the house. Versus forest fires.
Yeah. Droughts can happen anywhere.
That's true.
And yeah, that's probably what they call I bet you they call it firewising your property there too.
probably do.
Be firewise. That's what they say in Alaska. I mean, if you're gonna live in the woods, you're gonna have to take some responsibility.
Right. Ooh, let's see here.
But the Bountiful is great, you know. I'd much rather be doing this than paying mortgage in town on some stupid house where everything's more convenient. I like things being inconvenient. It challenges my inner self and my inner being on a daily basis, and I love it.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. Um, I kind of get you. People kind of uh, tease me about, basically, I'm not out running the streets because I don't particularly want to, and I kind of get your, you know, after years and years and years of having to deal with the corporate bullshit and just bullshit in general, you just kind of get tired of it. And
Yeah.
if I, things will happen as they happen, and as they happen now, I don't have to put up with a bunch of bullshit, and I'm perfectly happy.
Yeah. Well, you live in the country a little bit, didn't you say, Stanley?
I live basically in an exurb, which is out a ways from the suburbs. So,
Right.
if I walk 15 minutes, I'm in the middle of cow pastures. Now, I live in a neighborhood, but the neighborhood is kind of out in the middle of nowhere.
Hmm.
So,
Well,
the thing is it's kind of a good blend. Like where I am, I'm not even on the street. I'm like 100, 200 yards off the street. So, you would never know. You would never know my house is here. So,
yeah.
it.
Well, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, and I couldn't go totally remote with a kid. You gotta.
Well, I'm
He's
not
gotta go to.
remote.
Yeah, yeah.
I think I'm more of a, what'd you call it, a exurb or
Exurb,
exurb?
suburb and exurb, which are
Exurb.
suburbs that are, exurbs are even farther out than
I
suburbs
guess
from the city.
I might be considered that. Like my nearest neighbor's like probably 10 acres away. And then I have
Oh,
the other one that's like 30 acres away. And then there's also a rental property that's about another probably only 5 acres away from like
well, see,
my
now
dwelling.
that's perfect. You got neighbors, but they're far enough. No, that's
Yeah.
where that's perfect. Yeah,
And
you
then
know what?
it's not like I'm not on the road system. Like I have a mercantile and cafe down the road and a gas station about a mile away and a liquor store, which I never visit because it's overpriced. And then I'm like 15 miles from town where I get my wine. So, it's not like I'm in the middle of nowhere. I
See,
wish I could be further out, but I have my disabilities too, right? So I can't live in the middle of nowhere like
right.
Daniel Boone or some shit.
Well, the thing is, homesteading and remote living like that. All these shows are like fairly young people.
Yeah, yeah.
You're not going to get too many, 70-year-olds out there homesteading.
Yeah. I like watching those because it makes me kind of daydream a little bit about what I should have been doing when I was their age and what I could have been doing. And I'm doing a little bit of it, but not on that level. Nowhere near. But yeah, it's Definitely an interest of mine. Just too old for that shit now, unfortunately. But if I had it to do all over again, we know how that story ends.
Well, it's too late now. You can only move
Yeah,
forward.
exactly. That's how the story ends, Stanley. Like reading my mind, Stanley. What's up? That's
Well,
funny shit.
old men think alike. I was going to ask Samuel. Samuel, you got 40 acres in Vermont. Is your family from Vermont? Did you grow up in Vermont? I'm curious to know. Hey, what's up, Lee? And tropes, you talking Fatwood? You must live down south somewhere. I only hear that term down south. So let's see. So how did your log splitter work out?
Oh, it's working out great. Woodshed is full. I'm still letting a friend use it. He helped me put it together. I think we did part of that on this channel, and yeah, it's working out great. Well, it's out back, covered up right now.
I got you. I actually a log splitter years ago that I've been splitting wood by hand for years, and after my wife died, I just didn't have time to do it all by hand.
Yeah.
So I got a log splitter, which worked pretty well, but it's not as fun.
Yeah, I'll up walking around now, Stanley.
You are?
Yeah.
Well, I'm still in front of a stove. About to be done though.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
Just some of the birch we split up the other day. I have a guy that helps me too. I just share wood with him.
Mm-hmm.
Helps me come over and cut down trees and split wood, and shit like that. You drug that fucker from way up there. Almost a nice little trail up through there now.
Oh no.
That's some wood right there.
I think
Dog.
I'm out of. I had no idea. You know what? I'm out of chipotles, smoked chipotles.
Oh.
Well, you know what? I guess I'm just gonna have to use chili powder. This is what happens when you get old. You like go and make grocery lists and forget what you need. That sucks. All right.
see here, we're almost to winter.
Yeah, well, your
Some of
winter
the
pretty
shit,
much.
some things are still green, but all the birch trees and cottonwoods, they all turn yellow and lost most of their leaves already. You could see them all over the ground.
Yeah.
Still
Do you ever
beautiful.
do cottonwoods make good wood burning?
No, ain't worth the shit for anything, really. I guess you can make planking out of it.
Hmm.
You can make, but you know, you gotta have a certain way to dry it. It's a pain in the ass. It's not worth it. I cut them down and put them in a pile. Either just let it sit there and rot. Don't do anything with it.
Well, you know, it's
Pain
funny.
in the ass.
I remember. I think it was Lewis and Clark were like the first white Americans to run into cottonwood. And the reason I know this is they mention it in their journals. So I've always wondered, you know, what do cottonwoods do besides show up in writing?
Well, one thing they do is they make a beautiful sound in the summer when the wind blows, just like the birds, like a
Really?
whispering. Yeah, like you know, kind of like an aspen. That's where the aspen got its name, quaking aspen, because it makes like a miniature quaking noise when the wind is rustling through the leaves.
I
So
see.
they're good for that.
I didn't know that.
Plus, in the summer, they're beautiful. Check them trees out, Stanley. Like those big ass, those are all cottonwoods. They're kind of a beautiful tree. I mean, but I mean, as far as uses go, other than that,
Hey, that's pretty funny, Jewel. I think I will add some smoked paprika. Samuel, one of these days we're going to have to talk about that. That is, I'd be interested to know how your family got to Vermont. It's you are a rare, probably the first African American Vermonter I've known. So definitely interesting. We ought to talk one day. You ought to. I can interview you.
5 o'clock, already starting to get dark.
Well, when do you think winter starts in Alaska?
Any day now.
I'm curious.
Any day now, Stanley. We always say snow by Halloween.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's a dump.
I don't know
Sometimes
that.
it's a big dump. Oh, sorry, Stan. We keep talking at the same time.
No,
Sorry.
no. I was about to say I don't know if I'm cut out for winter by Halloween.
Yeah, a lot of people ain't. I never look forward to winter. It's so dark, but I'm used to it now. It doesn't bother me. Just like when it's light all the time in the summer. You say, well, how do you go to sleep when it's broad daylight outside? So I get tired, I go to sleep. Pretty simple. But some people can't imagine that.
Well, let me ask you a question. How did you get acclimated to the cold? You know, like being from Memphis, I know you've lived in other northern places, so you may not have, it might not have been that much of a shock to you.
Well, I just grew up like a lot of my younger life down there, but when I was like in my early 20s, I went out west to Frisco, Colorado, and got a ranching job out there, and and plus, like I've done a little time behind bars, and I spent a lot of time reading those Louis L'Amour books about the Rocky Mountains, and I always wanted to do that, so I did. I ended up loving it.
I heard you talk about Jack London also.
Yeah.
Interesting. So I think
So
I told you.
I think a lot of it came from books, really, Stanley. You know, to actually doing it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm glad you said that. A lot of good things come from books. People just don't realize.
If it wasn't for books, I wouldn't be out here on my own land in Alaska, which is
really
kind of what I always wanted. Well, yeah, that was every cowboy's dream in the day, to own their own spread, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So finally got it. Well, I've been here several years now. Yeah. Louis L'Amour.
Somebody asked me about the kind of coleslaw, or the kind of cabbage I used in coleslaw. It was green cabbage, and it was basically interesting. It was packaged coleslaw, and when I was seasoning it, as I made mayonnaise to put in it, when I was seasoning it, I dumped some. I wanted to season it with some red pepper, and the top on the red pepper, I opened the wrong opening. So I wound up dumping so much red pepper in it that the coleslaw was basically red. But it actually worked with pulled pork.
Oh, fuck, I love, man, you know I'm from down south, Stanley. We put coleslaw on damn near any sandwich. I could make a coleslaw sandwich, dude. That's how much I like coleslaw.
Mm-hmm.
Put it on hot dogs, put it on pulled pork sandwiches, put it on hamburger. See, what else could I put it on? Sandwich. Put it on like a salami sandwich. I could put it on a bologna. I could put it on any kind of sandwich.
Well, somehow or another, my I ran my laptop battery down.
They're plugging in, Stanley.
Yeah, I'm about to do that. I didn't realize it had been off the power for so long.
I leave my phone plugged in, but you don't want to leave it plugged in where it powers to 100% all the time. You got to go to battery management and pick maximum. Then it only lets your battery charge to 80%. So that you're going to get a lot more life out of your laptop battery if you do that. Same with phones. Only time I let my, then you go back, like if you got to take a trip or something like I do here in a few days for my surgery, then you just go back in there and put it on basic, and then it'll charge to 100% for, you know, your little trip or whatever. Yeah. You don't want it to stay in 100%.
Well, I knew that about charging it to 100% every time was bad for it, but I never thought to use battery management that way. That's a good idea. Sorry about that. I was going to teased Jewel about Southern kimchi. It wasn't as good as kimchi. It was just a bunch of red pepper and mayonnaise. But it actually worked. It actually worked on the pulled pork. And now that I'm done with the pulled pork, I've thrown, there's about maybe 5 ounces left. I've thrown it away. It's too hot, and I'm out of pulled pork. So
Yeah, I like kimchi. I put that on a hot dog, Stanley.
I would too. I bought jarred kimchi from the grocery store. It was awful. I've had like homemade kimchi before, because I've had friends whose mothers would make it, and man, I was so disappointed because that little, like, I think it was maybe a 10-ounce jar or something like that was like $10. It was really expensive.
Well,
But I'm like, hey, kimchi.
anything mass produced like that isn't going to be as good as, like what mom makes at home or whatever.
Yeah, but I had to try it. I like kimchi that much.
Yeah, it's good for you too. Even the store-bought shit's probably good for you.
Yeah, well,
they say you're supposed to have that ferment in your diet.
Well, one of these days, if I ever get a wild hair, I'm actually going to try and do it, do homemade, because I actually like it. I love fermented stuff, besides the grapes.
So Samuel makes a red cabbage slaw. I was thinking about that a minute ago.
I've had red cabbage slaw before.
I like red. It's a bit spicier than green.
Yeah, kind of like a red onion is spicier than, a white onion.
Yeah. Yeah, I like red cabbage slaw. Lemon juice, mayonnaise. It's got to be olive oil or avocado oil mayonnaise. So don't be coming to me with that crap bullshit unless it's got olive oil or avocado. I don't buy that regular ass mayonnaise.
I make my own.
Suckers.
I make my own.
Yeah, I don't do all that.
I have an immersion blender. It takes 2 minutes.
Oh, wow.
Now, if you had to do it by hand, yeah, it is a little involved, but because you got to drip the oil in 1 drop at a time and all that. But I went on YouTube, and this lady, did a video on how to do it, and it shocked that I bought an immersion blender just to make mayonnaise, and I use it for other things too.
It sounds like you live healthier than me, Stanley.
I try to. Plus, I just like to cook, really.
Except for when you go on a hot wings hot dog binge. Hot wings, hot
dogs,
dog, chili dog, fried hot wings.
Well, yeah, but the
dog.
hot wings are homemade. So
still fried.
Yeah, but he made sticky wings. They weren't breaded. So
I agree, though. I gotta have my wings crispy, Stanley.
Yeah, I prefer
not breaded. I don't like them breaded.
No, I like them breaded. Basically, it's just like regular fried chicken, except you toss them in a bowl with the sauce.
I mean, it's not like I wouldn't eat a breaded chicken wing, but I mean, good hot wings are, they're marinated or basted, and they fry them, then they marinate them again, put them in the oven for a minute, and come out so crispy. Like that.
Gotcha.
No bread. I think I used to go to this joint in Florida. They'd have a 25-cent wing and 25-cent oyster happy hour and dollar beers, man. 3 hours, dude. Dude, for $20, I could go in there and get drunk and stuffed as a pig on oysters, and they had like 6 different flavors of wings, and one of them was.
I cannot imagine getting drunk with raw oysters. That just does not do it for me. The beer I can understand, but not the drunk.
Being a sailor, I thought you would love that kind of shit, Stan.
No. I mean, first off, on the ship, first off, you know what? I'm trying to think. I don't think I've ever had any raw seafood. I've never been to Asia, so
well, I mean,
that's probably why.
Yeah, that's probably. Well, I don't. I think in the Philippines or well, that's Asia. So.
Yeah, I just no, I've never. I could see like an ice cold beer and oysters on the half shell on ice. Yeah, I could see that, but like actually getting drunk with a bunch of oysters, no. I don't know that I could do it.
They're 25 cents a piece. I think I'd have like 8 of those and maybe 16 wings and 8 or 10 beers.
I was going to ask you about that. That sounds like a long time ago.
Yeah, it was, Stanley. It was a long ass time ago.
25-cent oysters. I'm like, wow.
Oh man, yeah. That's back in the day. That you know how we say it. Back in the day.
Well, in that case, that's way back in the
day. Yeah. See, what year was that? Had to have been 92. Let's see, no, it was later than that. about 2000, Stanley. Around the millennium, yeah, because that's when I was working a union paint job down in Florida. Too.
Oh, okay. Well, Florida makes sense. Somewhere where you can get all that stuff fresh the same day.
Yeah, just outside of Ocala. Like the union was putting us up in this motel, and we was doing like this spot job for the government, and it's like a month-long job, and right next door was that oyster bar. And man, they had the best fucking. And you know what, Stanley? Right across the street was a black joint too, and I'd go over there and party with them too. And be in there playing disco and rap and all that shit, and just hanging out with the brothers, I seen someone comment here the other night, like, I'm a grown man. I go where I want, and that's the way I always looked at life. I was never scared to go party with black folks or whatever. I wanted to party with them. They knew how to dance and they knew how to party, man. You know what I mean? I probably looked goopy as fuck out there dancing with them. But
do you know what though? From they probably like had a good time, and they're not gonna we're not gonna tease you for hanging out. So
yeah,
they probably had as good a time with you as you did with them.
That's why I heard some people call this the black channel. I was like, well, yeah, I guess a little bit, but everybody comes on here no matter what their race. I really don't see it as a black channel so much as I see it as more of a conservative leaning channel. And that's one of the reasons I salute you, Stanley, is because even though it's a conservative-leaning channel, at least to me. I mean, you're here and you're not afraid to challenge conservatives. You're one of the only ones, and you're fearless, man.
Oh well, absolutely. We should all be fearless.
I guess I am in my own way, but I mean, I don't like if I was on an all Democrat liberal panel, I probably wouldn't be hanging out there very long.
Well, the thing is that like Linwood is a good example. I think he's, I knew who Linwood was when he started quoting Neely Fuller. I'm like, oh, you're one of them.
I don't really see you
Neely
as that
Fuller
much
is
of a
beyond.
liberal. Like you're not like
I'm not. Well,
you're not.
I'm not a progressive. I'm
Yeah,
kind of a
yeah.
straight down. I would say my best friends, or some of my best friends, are center right. Reasonable. Like I think Ryan is center right. As a matter of fact, he
What
said he's center right. Ryan and I could talk for hours.
Didn't you say that you were good friends with some hillbillies and rednecks and shit?
Hell, shoot, they're in my family. My wife's side of the family. Oh hell yeah. My brother-in-law is a self-professed hillbilly, salt to the earth, and shit. He introduced me to his sister. That's
Yeah, and if you're a hardcore leftist or progressive, then you're not gonna have hillbillies or rednecks for friends. That's for sure.
well, I would venture to say they probably wouldn't have moved to the mountain in the first place. I mean, I sought out that adventure.
That's why I thought that Nats had you all wrong, man. I wanted to say something but it wasn't my. You can defend yourself just fine. It wasn't my place to step in, really.
Mm-hmm. Let's see here. Bring this up to a boil, then it'll be done.
Fix Fish said it's definitely in a black channel. I
Hey,
know
Phoenix
Linwood
Fish.
from SKC's channel.
Hey, Phoenix Fish. Next time you run into SKC, just say, "Hey, I've been hanging out with Stanley. He will laugh."
Yeah, a lot of these people y'all talk about, like I'm new to them, or I never, because like this is a whole different circle from the circle of streamers that I'm used to hanging out with.
Right. Bro Sanchez. You know who Bro Sanchez is? I've never heard of him.
Never heard of Bro Sanchez. Oh, excuse me. Well, you could probably tell I've started in already, Stanley. That's what I like about being retired. I can do what I want. Just come on there and say, well, are you smoking that weed, drinking that beer, you're a loser. It's like, whatever. My shit's bought and paid for, motherfucker. Do what I want.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear
Okay.
you,
Yeah,
Stanley.
I had a phone call, and
Oh.
but this sometimes it'll let me talk on the phone, and sometimes it won't. But anyway, I'll call him back.
I take calls when I'm on StreamYard sometimes, but it's kind of hard because then I have to listen to the StreamYard while I'll mute it. I don't know if they can hear what StreamYard is talking about, but I can hear them while I'm trying to carry on whatever conversation it is on Who Called Me. Fucking StreamYard. You can't just mute it when you get a phone call. Like every other app, that's what it does. You get a phone call, it stops, at least for a while you're on the phone. You hang up the phone, it starts back. StreamYard don't do that. Kind of stuck though, like Get Crack was saying, talking about these other platforms, but they don't work on desktop or they don't work on the phone. It'd be nicer if we could find a less expensive way to do this, but I don't know.
Lately, the past few days, I can do phone calls and StreamYard because I've got StreamYard on my laptop.
Yeah. That's different.
Karaoke is delayed till next week because Portia has to work football games tonight.
Yeah. Remember you asking about that earlier, Stan?
Yeah, White John Galt just asked about it.
And thank God for Portia. She's put so much energy into this. People think it's easy, and it's not. Like Portland Andy, he has people working in the background too, doing shit, finding shit for him to restream and finding content and everything. Yeah.
Well, I think to actually do it right, you actually do have to put a lot of work into it, and she certainly does.
Yeah, and you have to have people in the background doing work just to make it happen. Yeah, it's not as easy as it looks.
Well, White John Galt, actually, John's got a channel streaming too. So I'm sure some of the folks are over with him, some are over here. So
Yeah.
Well, 15 viewers is bad, but you know what? Oh well. And I bet the viewership would skyrocket if you ever came up to the panel there, White John Galt. We'd have triple the numbers. So don't deny us. Don't deny us your presence. Don't be shy. Come on up.
Have you went over there to see what the other panel is doing, Stanley?
No, I've been over here talking to you.
Yeah, I know. You got that laptop, so you could go over there and check. Well, I could too, really.
Yeah, well, it died.
See what's up.
And I saw Portia just hopped on. She may want to shut this down, and we all go over there. So
yeah,
she is the producer, the executive producer. So it will be
as
her
a
call.
host. Can you just shut the stream down and everybody go over there?
We can. I'll wait for Portia to make that call. That is her call.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've enjoyed the one-on-one, Stanley. It's been good, man.
Yeah, I have too. I think the folks. Well, I think of Portia as the executive producer.
Yeah, coordinator.
Coordinator.
He's the coordinator. Yeah.
Yeah, I've had a good time. I'm you helped me through my chili.
Well, once Nats left, it got a lot better, I thought. No offense, Nats, if you're still listening.
No, he was charged. He had his point of view.
Just like a lot of that stuff is just nonsense, though, Stanley.
Yeah, I definitely want to explore Vermont. I've been to Vermont. I think I told you, Samuel, years and years ago. But it was just, the overnight in Burlington. But thank goodness it was summertime, so the weather was really nice. We went to a University of Vermont basketball game, by the way. But yeah, definitely, because I bet you have some interesting like family, stories about how you wound up your parents. I don't think I've ever known native Vermonters, so it would. I definitely want to talk about that. So let's see.
Glad Portia's back, I guess.
Yeah, she's got.
What?
There is a link for the next one. John is live over there now. Okay, if everybody wants to go over there, we can do that.
Okay.
No rush to end it here at all.
What?
Just whenever you.
Okay.
Well, she says whenever we're ready. It's kind of.
All right.
Oh wait, Burlington has changed. Now I have to ask you this, Samuel. Do you ski? I've always wanted to learn how to do it and had the chance to do it and never did it. So it is. I wish I had. I'm too old to learn now. I'm not going out on bunny slopes.
Come on, Stanley. You can still learn. Even old people can learn shit.
No.
That's right. I almost forgot. You already know it all.
No, I don't. I know not to. I know not to learn to ski at this age.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, me neither. I did a little snowboarding back in the day when it was cool, like the Tony Hawk days, but I don't fuck with that shit no more.
I think isn't it an Olympic sport now?
Mm-hmm.
Leaf
So
peeping. Is that what you call it?
Trans men beating up women too. That's a thing now in the Olympics, evidently.
Well, I don't think it's going to be included in the next Summer Olympics.
I hope not. Good God. 2 men won those gold medals. That's ridiculous. Breaks my heart to see these women get their hearts broke like that on the international stage, man. It's just something about that does like it's like I want to help them, but I can't.
Are you a big boxing fan?
Well, let's say I used to be, but yeah, I love Olympic boxing, or at least I used to, till this year.
Let's see here. So speaking of,
And I still follow Mike Tyson. I followed Mike Tyson for like 30 years.
Is he still going to do another fight?
I don't know, Stanley. I hope he doesn't. I'm afraid he's going to get hurt. He's not the animal he used to be.
I don't think he needs the money.
I don't know, he might. Didn't he get sued hit with a couple of big lawsuits over sexual assault or Something like that.
Recently, I haven't heard about
Not
anything
recently. Several years ago.
Well, Tropes is saying he's got a fight scheduled for November.
Yeah. It was supposed to be earlier. They keep setting it off. So I think they're going to build the hype till it runs out. If it even actually happens, which I'm kind of having my doubts at this point, but I hope Mike doesn't do it, man. He's already got a brain concussion problem, so.
Well, I mean, he's got a business.
I wouldn't fight him. You know what I mean? But I'm not Jake Paul. And from what I've seen, that motherfucker's looking pretty badass, dude. For a Disney boy, that is.
Yeah, well, I think we know. I think we know that a normal man would never want to. Would be crazy to go up against him.
Maybe he still has it, but I don't know. A lot of fighters are warning against it too, and medical experts. So, if medical experts are warning you do not do this, then I'm probably going to listen to them. If I was Mike Tyson.
Yeah, I was looking at Jules' point here. Society has to fall so everyone sees how bad it gets, and they want to stop being dumb. Ooh, I have all kinds of questions about that statement. Would you, Jewel? Would you care to elaborate? Why does this? Well, I guess you told us why. How will society fall? In which society? We're America's just one among what 150 some countries. Do you mean Western civilization? Do you mean society worldwide? America specifically? I have tons of questions. So karaoke will end the stream. Hey, Portia, if you want to edit now, we can go over there. Just, I'm ready when you are.
I'm either or. I'm on the seesaw, Stanley.
Well, John has a possible interview with Misty from Charleroi.
Oh,
so
yeah.
It may be worth just ending this and going over there to see if that interview happens.
Okay. Hey, Portia.
Hey, y'all.
Yeah, if you want to end this one, we can. We can all go over there.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
I'll get the
we
link
talked to
right
Misty
now.
earlier, and she's actually in the chat right now, and she's trying to get her stuff situated with StreamYard so she can call in. And it looks like half of the people that were over here are now over there already. So karaoke is going to be postponed. I mean, I did type it in the chat so folks, y'all can see that. And we can end this one here because John was going to end that one and come over here, but I just told him it didn't make sense because we're 6 hours in on this one and it's only 1.5 hours, almost 2 hours on that one. So we would have that full 12 hours for that stream that would carry us in to tomorrow. So 12th man, the link is in the back chat.
Yeah, I got it.
You go ahead and join, and then Stanley, you can join however you already know you can. So I'll go ahead and end this one. And of course, as always, we stream 24 hours. We'll be back at it like we never left because we never do. We never
Been
do.
good, Stanley. Peace out, bro. See you on the
Okay,
flip
I'll see you
side,
over
dog.
there. All right. See you over there. Bye.
Thank you, everybody, for coming and for being here. And we will see you all at the next one. It's already live. John is already, well, I think he says the drinks keep pouring and the weed and the smoke keep blowing. Yeah, I don't say it like John. So if you head over there, you can hear him say it. He says it way better than me. But yes, thank you all so much for your support. Right. Shout out to Samuel. Thank you so much for that cash app. Thank you, Samuel. Sam, I am. Thank you. We love you all, and we'll see y'all on the other one. Bye.